Section 50 of the Cloister and the Hearth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles READE. Chapter 47. Donya took an opportunity next day and told mother and daughter the rest, excusing himself characteristically for not letting Cornelis and Sybrandt hear of it. It is not for me to blacken them, they come of a good stock, but Gerard looks on them as no friends of his in this matter, and I'm Gerard's comrade, and it is a rule with us soldiers not to tell the enemy aught but lies. Catherine sighed, but made no answer. The adventures he related cost them a tumult of agitation and grief, and sore they wept at the parting of the friends, which even now Donya could not tell without faltering. But at last all merged in the joyful hope and expectation of Gerard's speedy return. In this Donya confidently shared, but reminded them that was no reason why he should neglect his friend's wishes and last words. In fact, should Gerard return next week and no Margaret to be found, what sort of figure should he cut? Catherine had never felt so kindly towards the truant Margaret as now, and she was fully as anxious to find her and be kind to her before Gerard's return as Donya was, but she could not agree with him that anything was to be gained by leaving this neighbourhood to search for her. She must have told somebody whither she was going. It is not as though they were dishonest folk flying the country. They owe not a stiver in 7 Bergen, and dear heart, Donya, you can't hunt all Holland for her. Can I not? Said Donya grimly. That we shall see. He added after some reflection that they must divide their forces. She stay here with eyes and ears wide open, and he ransack every town in Holland for her if need be. But she will not be many leagues from here. They be 3. 3 fly not so fast, nor far as 1. That is sense, said Catherine, but she insisted on his going first to the Demoiselle Van Eyck. She and our Margaret were bosom friends. She knows where the girl is gone, if she will but tell us. Donya was for going to her that instant, so Catherine, in a turn of the hand, made herself one shade neater and took him with her. She was received graciously by the old lady, sitting in a richly furnished room, and opened her business. The tapestry dropped out of Margaret Van Eyck's hands. Gone from 7 Bergen, and not told me, the thankless girl. This turn greatly surprised the visitors. What, you know not? When was she here last? Maybe 10 days agone. I had ta'en out my brushes after so many years to paint her portrait. I did not do it, though, for reasons. Catherine remarked it was a most strange thing she should go away bag and baggage like this with your leave or by your leave, or why or wherefore. Was ever aught so untoward, just when all our hearts are warm to her, and here is Gerard's mate come from the ends of the earth, with comfort for her from Gerard, and can't find her, and Gerard himself expected. What to do, I know not, but sure she is not parted like this without a reason. Can ye not give us the clue, my good demoiselle? Prithee now. I have it not to give, said the elder lady rather peevishly. Then I can, said Reicht Haines, showing herself in the doorway, with colour somewhat heightened. So you have been hearkening all the time, eh? What are my ears for, mistress? True. Well, throw us the light of thy wisdom on this dark matter. There is no darkness that I see, said Reicht. And the clue? Why, an ye calt a 2-ply twine, and the ends on't in this room e'en now. Ye'll not be far out. O mistress, I wonder at you sitting there pretending. Mary, come up. And the mistress's cheek was now nearly as red as the servant's. So 'twas I drove the foolish girl away. You did your share, mistress. What sort of greeting gave you her last time she came? Think you she could miss to notice it, and she all friendless? And you said I have altered my mind about painting of you, says you, turning up your nose at her. I did not turn up my nose. It is not shaped like yours for looking heavenward. Oh, all our nosin can follow our hearties bent for that matter. Poor soul, she did come into the kitchen to me. I'm not to be painted now, said she, and the tears in her eyes. She said no more, but I knew well what she did mean. I had seen ye. Well, said Margaret Van Eyck, I do confess so much, and I make you the judge, madam. Know that these young girls can do nothing of their own heads, but are most apt at mimicking aught their sweethearts do. Now your Gerard is reasonably handy at many things, and among the rest at the illuminator's craft. And Margaret, she is his pupil, and a patient one. What marvel, having a woman's eye for colour, and eke a lover to ape? 'Tis a trick I despise at heart, for by it the great art of colour, which should be royal, aspiring, and free, becomes a poor slave to the petty crafts of writing and printing, and is fettered, imprisoned, and made little, body and soul, to match the littleness of books, and go to church in a rich fool's pocket. Natheless, affection rules us all, and when the poor wench would bring me her thorn leaves, and lilies, and ivy, and dewberries, and lady birds, and butterfly grubs, and all the scum of nature stuck fast in gold leaf like wasps in a honey pot, and with all her diurnal book, showing she had pored 100 or 150 or 200 hours over each singular page, certes I was wroth that an immortal soul, and many hours of labour, and much manual skill should be flung away on nature's trash, leaves, insects, grubs, and on barren letters. But having bowels, I did perforce restrain, and as it were damn my better feelings, and looked kindly at the work to see how it might be bettered. And said I, sith heaven for our sins hath doomed us to spend time and soul and colour on great letters and little beetles, omitting such small fry as saints and heroes, their acts and passions, why not present the scum naturally? I told her the grapes I saw walking abroad did hang in the air, not stick in a wall, and even these insects, quo I, and nature her slime in general, pass not their noxious lives wedged miserably in metal prisons, like flies in honey pots and glue pots, but do crawl or hover at large, infesting air. Ah, my dear friend, says she, I see now whither you drive, but this ground is gold, whereon we may not shade. Who said so? Quoth I. All teachers of this craft, says she, and to make an end of me at once, I trow, Gerard himself. That for Gerard himself, quoth I, and all the gang, gie me a brush. Then chose I to shade her fruit and reptiles, a colour false in nature, but true relatively to that monstrous ground of glaring gold. And in 5 minutes out came a bunch of raspberries, stalk and all, and a most flew in your mouth, likewise a butterfly grub she had so truly presented as might turn the stoutest stomach. My lady, she flings her arms round my neck, and says she, oh, did she now? The little love, observed Donna, succeeding at last in wedging in a word. Margaret Van Eyck stared at him, and then smiled. She went on to tell them how from step to step she had been led on to promise to resume the art she had laid aside with a sigh when her brothers died, and to paint the Madonna once more, with Margaret for model. Incidentally, she even revealed how girls are turned into saints. Thy hair is adorable, said I. Why, 'tis red, quoth she. Ay, quoth I, but what a red! How brown, and how glossy! Most hair is not worth a straw to us painters. Thine the artist's very hue, but thy violet eyes, which smack of earth, being now languid for lack of one Gerard, now full of fire and hopes of the same Gerard, these will I lift to heaven in fixed and holy meditation. And thy nose, which doth already somewhat aspire that way, though not so piously as rites, will I debase a trifle, and somewhat enfeeble thy chin. Enfeeble her chin? Alack, what may that mean? Ye go beyond me, mistress. 'Tis a resolute chin, not a jot too resolute for this wicked world, but when ye come to a Madonna, no, thank you. Well, I never, a resolute chin. Donna, the darling. And now comes the rub. When you told me she was the way she is, it gave me a shock. I dropped my brushes. Was I going to turn a girl that couldn't keep her lover at a distance into the Virgin Mary at my time of life? I love the poor ninny still, but I adore our Blessed Lady. Say you a painter must not be peevish in such matters. Well, most painters are men, and men are fine fellows. They can do aught. Their saints and virgins are neither more nor less than their lamans, saving your presence. But know that for this very reason half their craft is lost on me, which find beneath their angels' white wings the very trollops I have seen flaunting it on the streets, bejewelled like Paynim idols, and put on like the queens in a pack of cards. And I am not a fine fellow, but only a woman, and my painting is but one half craft, and t'other half devotion. So now you may read me. 'Twas foolish maybe, but I could not help it. Yet am I sorry. And the old lady ended despondently a discourse which she had commenced in a mighty defiant tone. Well, you know, dame, observed Catherine, you must think it would go to the poor girl's heart, and she so fond of ye. Margaret Van Eyck only sighed. The Frisian girl, after biting her lips impatiently a little while, turned upon Catherine. "Why, dame, think you 'twas for that alone Margaret and Peter hath left Sevenbergen? Nay." "For what else, then?" "What else? Why, because Gerard's people slight her so cruel. Who would bide among hard-hearted folk that have driven her lad to Italy, and now he is gone, relent not, but face it out, and ne'er come anigh her that is left." "Right, I was going." "Oh, ay, going and going and going. Ye should ha' said less or else done more, but with your words you did uplift her heart and let it down with your deeds." "They have never been," said the poor thing to me with such a sigh. "I here is one can feel for her, for I too am far from my friends, and often when first I came to Holland I did used to take a hearty cry all to myself, but 10 times liever would I be right to Haines, with naught but the leagues atween me and all my kith, than be as she is in the midst of them that ought to warm to her, and yet to fare as lonesome as I." "Alack, right, I did go but yestreen, and had gone before, but one plaguey thing or t'other did still come and hinder me." "Mistress, did aught hinder ye to eat your dinner any one of those days? I trow not. And had your heart been as good towards your own flesh and blood as 'twas towards your fleshers' meat, naught had prevailed to keep you from her that sat lonely a watching the road for you in comfort, with your child's child a beating 'neath her bosom." Here this rude young woman was interrupted by an incident not uncommon in a domestic's bright existence. The Van Eyck had been nettled by the attack on her, but with due tact had gone into ambush. She now sprang out of it. "Since you disrespect my guests, seek another place." "With all my heart," said Reich stoutly. "Nay, mistress," put in the good-natured Catherine, "true folk will still speak out. Her tongue is a stinger." Here the water came into the speaker's eyes by way of confirmation, but better she said it than thought it. "So now 'twon't rankle in her, and part with her for me, that shall ye not. Beshrew the wench, she wots she is a good servant, and takes advantage. We poor wretches which keep house must still pay tax for value. I had a good servant once when I was a young woman. Dear, how she did grind me down into the dust. In the end, by heaven's mercy, she married the baker, and I was my own woman again. So said I, no more good servants shall come hither a hectoring of me. I just get a fool and learn her. And whenever she knoweth her right hand from her left, she sauceth me. Then out I bundle her neck and crop, and take another dunce in her place. Dear heart, 'tis wearisome teaching a string of fools by ones. But there, I am mistress." Here she forgot that she was defending right, and turning rather spitefully upon her, added, "And you be mistress here, I trow." "No more than that stool," said the Van Eyck loftily. "She is neither mistress nor servant, but gone. She has dismissed the house, and there's an end of her. What, did ye not hear me turn the saucy baggage off?" Aye, we all heard ye," said Reich with vast indifference. "Then hear me," said Donna solemnly. They all went round like things on wheels, and fastened their eyes on him. "Aye, let us hear what the man says," urged the hostess. "Men are fine fellows with their great hoarse voices." "Mistress Reich," said Donna with great dignity and ceremony, indeed so great as to verge on the absurd, "you are turned off. It is on a slight acquaintance. I might advise, I'd say, since you are a servant no more, be a mistress, a queen." "Easier said than done," replied Reich bluntly. "Not a jot. You see here one who is a man, though but half an Arbelstrier, owing to that devilish Englishman's arrow, in whose carcass I have, however, left a like token, which is a comfort. I have 20 gold pieces," he showed them, "and a stout arm. In another week or so I shall have twain. Marriage is not a habit of mine, but I capitulate to so many virtues. You are beautiful, good-hearted, and outspoken, and above all, you take the part of my she-comrade. Be then an Arbelastriesse." "And what the dickens is that?" inquired Wright. "I mean, be the wife, mistress, and queen of Donna of Burgundy here present." A dead silence fell on all. It did not last long, though, and was followed by a burst of unreasonable indignation. "Catherine, well, did you ever?" "Margaret, never in all my born days." "Catherine, before our very faces." "Margaret, of all the absurdity and insolence of this ridiculous sex." Then Donna observed somewhat dryly that the female to whom he had addressed himself was mute, and the others, on whose eloquence there was no immediate demand, were fluent. On this the voices stopped, and the eyes turned pivot-like upon Wright. She took a sly glance from under her lashes at her military assailant, and said, "I mean to take a good look at any man ere I leap into his arms." Donna drew himself up majestically. "Then look your fill, and leap away." This proposal led to a new and most unexpected result. A long white finger was extended by the Van Eyck in a line with the speaker's eye, and an agitated voice bade him stand in the name of all the saints. "You are beautiful, so," cried she. "You are inspired with folly. What matters that? You are inspired. I must take off your head." And in a moment she was at work with her pencil. "Come out, hussy," she screamed to Reich, more in front of him, "and keep the fool inspired and beautiful. Oh, why had I not this maniac for my good centurion? They went and brought me a brute with a low forehead and a shapeless beard." Catherine stood and looked with utter amazement at this pantomime, and secretly resolved that her venerable hostess had been a disguised lunatic all this time, and was now busy throwing off the mask. As for Reich, she was unhappy and cross. She had left her cauldron in a precarious state, and made no scruple to say so, and that duty so grave as hers left her no time to waste playing the stati and the fool all at one time. Her mistress, in reply, reminded her that it was possible to be rude and rebellious to one's poor old affectionate desolate mistress without being utterly heartless and savage, and a trampler on arts. On this Reich stopped and pouted, and looked like a little basilisk at the inspired model who caused her woe. He retorted with unshaken admiration. The situation was at last dissolved by the artist's wrist becoming cramped from disuse. This was not, however, until she had made a rough but noble sketch. "I can work no more at present," she said sorrowfully. "Then now, mistress, I may go and mind my pot." "Ay, go to your pot, and get into it. Do. You will find your soul in it. So then you will all be together." "Well, but right," said Catherine, laughing. "She turned you off." "Boo, boo, boo," said Reich contemptuously. "When she wants to get rid of me, let her turn herself off and die. I am sure she is old enough for it. But take your time, mistress, if you are in no hurry. No more am I. When that day doth come, 'twill take a man to dry my eyes, and if you should be in the same mind, then, soldier, you can say so, and if you are not, why, 'twill be all one to Reich Haines." And the plain speaker went her way. But her words did not fall to the ground. Neither of her female hearers could disguise from herself that this blunt girl, solitary herself, had probably read Margaret Brandt aright, and that she had gone away from Siebenbergen broken-hearted. Catherine and Danya bade the Van Eyck adieu, and that same afternoon Danya set out on a wild-goose chase. His plan, like all great things, was simple. He should go to 100 towns and villages, and ask in each after an old physician with a fair daughter, and an old long-bow soldier. He should inquire of the burgomasters about all newcomers, and should go to the fountains and watch the women and girls as they came with their pitchers for water. And away he went, and was months and months on the tramp, and could not find her. Happily this chivalrous feat of friendship was in some degree its own reward. Those who sit at home, blindfolded by self-conceit, and think camel or man out of the depths of their inner consciousness, alias their ignorance, will tell you that in the intervals of war and danger, peace and tranquil life acquire their true value, and satisfy the heroic mind. But those who look before they babble or scribble will see and say that men who risk their lives habitually thirst for exciting pleasures between the acts of danger are not for innocent tranquillity. To this Danya was no exception. His whole military life had been half Sparta, half Capua, and he was too good a soldier and too good a libertine to have ever mixed either habit with the other. But now for the first time he found himself mixed, at peace, and yet on duty. For he took this latter view of his wild-goose chase luckily. So all these months he was a demi-Spartan, sober, prudent, vigilant, indomitable, and happy, though constantly disappointed, as might have been expected. He flirted gigantically on the road, but wasted no time about it. Nor in these his wanderings did he tell a single female that marriage was not one of his habits, etc. And so we leave him on the tramp, pilgrim of friendship, as his poor comrade was of love. End of section 50.
Section 51 of The Cloister and the Hearth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles READE. Chapter 48. Catherine was in dismay when she reflected that Gerard must reach home in another month at farthest, more likely in a week. And how should she tell him she had not even kept an eye upon his betrothed? Then there was the uncertainty as to the girl's fate, and this uncertainty sometimes took a sickening form. "Oh, Kate," she moaned, "if she had gone and made herself away, mother, she would never be so wicked." "Ah, my lass, you know not what hasty fools young lasses be, that have no mothers to keep 'em straight. They will fling themselves into the water for a man that the next man they meet would ha' cured 'em of in a week. I have known 'em to jump in like brass one moment and scream for help in the next. Couldn't know their own minds, you see, about such a trifle as you. And then there's times when their bodies ail like no other living creatures ever I could hear of, and that strings up their feelings. So their patience that belongs to them at other times, beyond all living souls bearing an ass, seems all to jump out of 'em at one turn, and into the water they go. Therefore I say all men are monsters." "Mother!" "Monsters, and no less, to go making such heaps of canals just to tempt the poor women in. They know we shall not cut our throats, hating the sight of blood and rating our skins a hantle higher nor our lives. And as for hanging, while she is a fixing of the nail and a making of the noose, she has time to alter her mind. But a jump into a canal is no more than into bed, and the water it does all the lave. Will ye, nil ye? Why, look at me, mother o' nine. Wasn't I agog to make a hole in our canal for the nonce?" "Nay, mother, I'll never believe it of you." "Ye may, though. 'Twas in the first year of our keeping house together. Eli hadn't found out my weak stitches then, nor I his. So we made a rent, pulling contrariwise, had a quarrel. So then I ran crying to tell some gabbling fool like myself what I had no business to tell out of doors, except to the saints. And there was one of our precious canals in the way. Do they take us for teal? Oh, how tempting it did look! Says I to myself, sith he has let me go out of his door quarrelled, he shall see me drowned next, and then he will change his key. He will blubber a good one, and I shall look down from heaven. I forgot I should be in t'other part, and see him take on, and oh, but that will be sweet. And I was all a tiptoe and going in, only just then I thought I wouldn't. I had got a new gown a making, for one thing, and hard upon finished. So I went home instead. And what was Eli's first word? 'Let yon flea stick i' the wall, my lass,' says he. Not a word of all I said to anger thee was sooth, but this, I love thee. These were his very words. I minded him being the first quarrel. So I flung my arms around his neck and sobbed a bit, and thought of the canal, and he was no colder to me than I to him, being a man and a young one, and so then that was better than lying in the water and spoiling my wedding kirtle and my fine new shoon. Old John Bush made 'em. That was uncle to him, keeps the shop now, and what was my grief to hers? Little Kate hoped that Margaret loved her father too much to think of leaving him so at his age. He is father and mother and all to her, you know. Nay, Kate, they do forget all these things in a moment of despair, when the very sky seems black above them. I place more faith in him that is unborn than on him that is ripe for the grave, to keep her out of mischief. For certes it do go sore against us to die when there's a little innocent a pulling at our hearts to let 'em live, and feeding at our very veins. Well, then, keep up a good heart, mother," she added, that very likely all these fears were exaggerated. She ended by solemnly entreating her mother, at all events, not to persist in naming the sex of Margaret's infant. It was so unlucky, all the gossips told her. Dear heart, as if there were not as many girls born as boys. This reflection, though not unreasonable, was met with clamour. Have you the cruelty to threaten me with a girl? I want no more girls while I have you. What use would a lass be to me? Can I set her on my knee, and see my Gerard again, as I can a boy? I tell thee 'tis all settled. How may that be? In my mind, and if I am to be disappointed in the end, 'tisn't for you to disappoint me beforehand, telling me it is not to be a child, but only a girl. End of section 51. Recording by John Brandon.
Section 52 of the Cloister and the Hearth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles READE, Chapter 49. Margaret Brant had always held herself apart from Sevenbergen, and her reserve had passed for pride. This had come to her ears, and she knew many hearts were swelling with jealousy and malevolence. How would they triumph over her when her condition could no longer be concealed? This thought gnawed her night and day. For some time it had made her bury herself in the house, and shun daylight even on those rare occasions when she went abroad. Not that in her secret heart and conscience she mistook her moral situation, as my unlearned readers have done perhaps. Though not acquainted with the nice distinctions of the contemporary law, she knew that betrothal was a marriage contract, and could no more be legally broken on either side than any other compact written and witnessed, and that marriage with another party than the betrothed had been formally annulled both by church and state, and that betrothed couples often came together without any further ceremony, and their children were legitimate. But what weighed down her simple mediaeval mind was this: that very contract of betrothal was not forthcoming. Instead of her keeping it, Gerard had got it, and Gerard was far, far away. She hated and despised herself for the miserable oversight which had placed her at the mercy of false opinion. For though she had never heard Horace's famous couplet, Segnius irritant, etc., she was Horatian by the plain, hard, positive intelligence which, strange to say, characterizes the judgment of her sex, when feeling happens not to blind it altogether. She gauged the understanding of the world to a T. Her marriage lines being out of sight and in Italy would never prevail to balance her visible pregnancy and the sight of her child when born. What sort of a tale was this to stop slanderous tongues? I've got my marriage lines, but I cannot show them you. What woman would believe her, or even pretend to believe her? And as she was in reality one of the most modest girls in Holland, it was women's good opinion she wanted, not men's. Even barefaced slander attacks her sex at a great advantage, but here was slander with a face of truth. The strong-minded woman had not yet been invented, and Margaret, though by nature and by having been early made mistress of a family, she was resolute in some respects, was weak as water in others, and weakest of all in this. Like all the élite of her sex, she was a poor little leaf, trembling at each gust of the world's opinion, true or false. Much misery may be contained in few words. I doubt if pages of description from any man's pen could make any human creature, except virtuous women, and these need no such aid, realize the anguish of a virtuous woman for seeing herself paraded as a frail one. Had she been frail at heart, she might have brazened it out, but she had not that advantage. She was really pure as snow, and saw the pitch coming nearer her and nearer. The poor girl sat listless hours at a time, and moaned with inner anguish, and often when her father was talking to her, and she giving mechanical replies, Suddenly her cheek would burn like fire, and the old man would wonder what he had said to discompose her. Nothing. His words were less than air to her. It was the ever-present dread, sent the colour of shame into her burning cheek, no matter what she seemed to be talking and thinking about. But both shame and fear rose to a climax when she came back that night from Margaret Van Eyck's. Her condition was discovered, and by persons of her own sex. The old artist, secluded like herself, might not betray her, but Catherine, a gossip, in the centre of a family and a thick neighbourhood, one spark of hope remained. Catherine had spoken kindly, even lovingly. The situation admitted no half-course. Gerard's mother, thus roused, must either be her best friend or worst enemy. She waited then, in racking anxiety, to hear more. No word came. She gave up hope. Catherine was not going to be her friend. Then she would expose her, since she had no strong and kindly feeling to balance the natural love of babbling. Then it was the wish to fly from this neighbourhood began to grow and gnaw upon her till it became a wild and passionate desire. But how persuade her father to this? Old people cling to places. He was very old and infirm to change his abode. There was no course but to make him her confidant. Better so than to run away from him, and she felt that would be the alternative. And now between her uncontrollable desire to fly and hide, and her invincible aversion to speak out to a man, even to her father, she vibrated in a suspense full of lively torture. And presently betwixt these two came in one day the fatal thought, and all. Things foolishly worded are not always foolish. One of poor Catherine's bugbears, these numerous canals, did sorely tempt this poor fluctuating girl. She stood on the bank one afternoon and eyed the calm deep water. It seemed an image of repose, and she was so harassed. No more trouble, no more fear of shame. If Gerard had not loved her, I doubt she had ended there. As it was, she kneeled by the water's side and prayed fervently to God to keep such wicked thoughts from her. "O selfish wretch," said she, "to leave thy father! O wicked wretch, to kill thy child, and make thy poor Gerard lose all his pain and peril undertaken for thy sight! I will tell father all, I, ere this sun shall set." And she went home with eager haste, lest her good resolution should ooze out ere she got there. Now, in matters domestic, the learned Peter was simple as a child, and Margaret, from the age of 16, had governed the house gently but absolutely. It was therefore a strange thing in this house, the faltering, irresolute way in which its young but despotic mistress addressed that person who, in a domestic sense, was less important than Martin Wittenhagen, or even than the little girl who came in the morning and for a pittance washed the vessels, etc., and went home at night. "Father, I would speak to thee." "Speak on, girl." "Wilt listen to me, and not, and try to excuse my faults?" "We have all our faults, Margaret, thou no more than the rest of us, but fewer, unless parental feeling blinds me." "Alas, no, father, I am a poor foolish girl that would fain do well, but have done ill, most unwisely, and now must bear the shame. But, father, I love you with all my faults, and will not you forgive my folly, and still love your motherless girl?" "That ye may count on," said Peter cheerfully. "Oh, well, smile not, for then how can I speak and make you sad?" "Why, what is the matter?" "Father, disgrace is coming on this house. It is at the door, and I the culprit. Oh, father, turn your head away. Father, I've let Gerard take away my marriage lines." "Is that all? 'Twas an oversight. 'Twas the deed of a mad woman. But woe is me, that is not the worst." Peter interrupted her. "The youth is honest and loves you dear. You are young. What is a year or two to you? Gerard will assuredly come back and keep troth." "And meantime know you what is coming?" "Not I, except that I shall be gone first for one." "Worse than that? There is worse pain than death. Nay, for pity's sake, turn away your head, father." "Foolish wench," muttered Peter, but turned his head. She trembled violently, and with her cheeks on fire began to falter out, "I did look on Gerard as my husband, we being betrothed, and he was in so sore danger, and I thought I had killed him, and oh, if you were but my mother, I might find courage. You would question me, but you say not a word. Why, Margaret, what is all this coil about? And why are thy cheeks crimson, speaking to no stranger, but to thy old father?" "Why are my cheeks on fire? Because, Father, kill me. Send me to heaven. Bid Martin shoot me with his arrow. And then the gossips will come and tell you why I blush so this day. And then, when I'm dead, I hope you will love your girl again for her mother's sake." "Give me thy hand, mistress," said Peter, a little sternly. She put it out to him trembling. He took it gently, and began with some anxiety in his face to feel her pulse. "Alas, nay," said she, "'tis my soul that burns, not my body with fever. I cannot, will not bide in Sevenbergen," and she wrung her hands impatiently. "Be calm now," said the old man soothingly, "nor torment thyself for naught. Not bide in Sevenbergen? What need to bide a day, as it vexes thee, and puts thee in a fever? For fevered thou art, deny it not." "What!" cried Margaret, "would you yield to go hence, and ask no reason but my longing to be gone?" And suddenly throwing herself on her knees beside him in a fervor of supplication, she clutched his sleeve, and then his arm, and then his shoulder, while imploring him to quit this place and not ask her why. "Alas, what needs it? You will soon see it, and I could never say it. I would liever die." "Foolish child, who seeks thy girlish secrets? Is it I, whose life hath been spent in searching natures? And for leaving Sevenbergen, what is there to keep me in it? Thee unwilling. Is there respect for me here, or gratitude? Am I not yclept quacksalver by those that come not near me, and wizard by those I heal? And give they not the guerdon and the honour they deny me to the empirics that slaughter them? Besides, what is to me where we sojourn? Choose thou that, as did thy mother before thee." Margaret embraced him tenderly, and wept upon his shoulder. She was respited. Yet as she wept, respited, she almost wished she had had the courage to tell him. After a while, nothing would content him but her taking a medicament he went and brought her. She took it submissively to please him. It was the least she could do. It was a composing draught, and though administered under an error, and a common one, did her more good than harm. She awoke calm by a long sleep, and that very day began her preparations. Next week they went to Rotterdam, bag and baggage, and lodged above a tailor's shop in the Breede Kirk Strait. Only one person in Tergoo knew whither they were gone, the burgomaster. He locked the information in his own breast. The use he made of it ere long, my reader will not easily divine, for he did not divine it himself, but time will show. End of section 52. Section 53 of The Cloister and the Hearth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade, Chapter 50. Among strangers, Margaret Brant was comparatively happy, and soon a new and unexpected cause of content arose. A civic dignitary, being ill and fanciful in proportion, went from doctor to doctor, and having arrived at death's door, sent for Peter. Peter found him bled and purged to nothing. He flung a battalion of bottles out of window, and left it open, beat up yolks of eggs in neat Schiedam, and administered it in small doses. Followed this up by meat, stewed in red wine and water, shredding into both mild febrifugal herbs that did no harm. Finally his patient got about again, looking something between a man and a pillow-case, and being a voluble dignitary, spread Peter's fame in every street. And that artist who had long merited a reputation in vain, made one rapidly by luck. Things looked bright. The old man's pride was cheered at last, and his purse began to fill. He spent much of his gain, however, in sovereign herbs and choice drugs, and would have so invested them all, but Margaret white-mailed apart. The victory came too late. Its happy excitement was fatal. One evening, in bidding her good night, his voice seemed rather inarticulate. The next morning he was found speechless and only just sensible. Margaret, who had been for years her father's attentive pupil, saw at once that he had had a paralytic stroke, but not trusting to herself, she ran for a doctor. One of those who, obstructed by Peter, had not killed the civic dignitary, came and cheerfully confirmed her views. He was for bleeding the patient. She declined. He was always against blooding, said she, especially the old. Peter lived, but was never the same man again. His memory became much affected, and of course he was not to be trusted to prescribe. And several patients had come, and one or two that were bent on being cured by the new doctor and no other awaited his convalescence. Misery stared her in the face. She resolved to go for advice and comfort to her cousin, William Johnson, from whom she had hitherto kept aloof out of pride and poverty. She found him and his servant sitting in the same room, and neither of them the better for liquor. Mastering all signs of surprise, she gave her greetings, and presently told him she had come to talk on a family matter, and with this glanced quietly at the servant by way of hint. The woman took it, but not as expected. "Oh, you can speak before me, can she not, my old man?" At this familiarity Margaret turned very red, and said, "I cry you mercy, mistress. I knew not my cousin had fallen into the custom of this town. Well, I must take a fitter opportunity." And she rose to go. "I wot not what ye mean by custom of the town," said the woman, bouncing up. "But this I know, 'tis the part of a faithful servant to keep her master from being preyed on by his beggarly kin." Margaret retorted, "Ye are too modest, mistress. Ye are no servant. Your speech betrays you. 'Tis not till the ape hath mounted the tree that she shows her tail so plain. Nay, there sits the servant, God help him. And while so it is, fear not thou his kin will ever be so poor in spirit as come where the likes of you can flout their dole." And casting one look of mute reproach at her cousin for being so little of a man as to sit passive and silent all this time, she turned and went haughtily out, nor would she shed a single tear till she got home and thought of it. And now here were two men to be lodged and fed by one pregnant girl, and another mouth coming into the world. But this last, though the most helpless of all, was their best friend. Nature was strong in Margaret Brant, that same nature which makes the brutes, the birds, and the insects so cunning at providing food and shelter for their progeny yet to come. Stimulated by nature, she sat and brooded, and thought how to be beforehand with destitution. Ay, though she had still 5 gold pieces left, she saw starvation coming with inevitable foot. Her sex, when deviating from custom, it thinks with male intensity, thinks just as much to the purpose as we do. She rose, bade Martin move Peter to another room, made her own very neat and clean, polished the glass globe, and suspended it from the ceiling, dusted the crocodile, and nailed him to the outside wall, and after duly instructing Martin, set him to play the lounging sentinel about the street door, until the crocodile bitten that a great and aged and learned alchemist abode there, who in his moments of recreation would sometimes amuse himself by curing mortal diseases. Patients soon came, and were received by Margaret, and demanded to see the leech. That might not be. He was deep in his studies, searching for the grand elixir, and not princes could have speech of him. They must tell her their symptoms, and return in 2 hours. And oh, mysterious powers! When they did return, the drug or draught was always ready for them. Sometimes, when it was a worshipful patient, she would carefully scan his face, and feeling both pulse and skin, as well as hearing his story, would go softly with it to Peter's room, and there think and ask herself how her father, whose system she had long quietly observed, would have treated the case. Then she would write an illegible scrawl with a cabalistic letter, and bring it down reverently, and show it the patient, and could he read that, then it would be either, "I am no reader," or with admiration, "Nay, mistress, naught can I make on't." "Ay, but I can. 'Tis sovereign. Look on thyself as cured." If she had the materials by her, and she was too good an economist not to favour somewhat those medicines she had in her own stock, she would sometimes let the patient see her compound it, often and anxiously consulting the sacred prescription, lest great science should suffer in her hands. And so she would send them away relieved of cash, but with their pockets full of medicine, and minds full of faith, and humbug to their heart's content. Populus vult decipi. And when they were gone, she would take down 2 little boxes Gerard had made her, and on one of these she had written "to-day," and on the other "to-morrow," and put the smaller coins into "to-day," and the larger into "to-morrow," along with such of her gold pieces as had survived the journey from Sevenbergen, and the expenses of housekeeping in a strange place, and so she met current expenses, and laid by for the rainy day she saw coming, and mixed drugs with simples, and vice with virtue. On this last score her conscience pricked her sore, and after each day's comedy she knelt down and prayed God to forgive her for the sake of her child. But lo and behold, cure and cure was reported to her, so then her conscience began to harden. Martin Wittenhagen had of late been a dead weight on her hands. Like most men who had endured great hardships, he had stiffened rather suddenly. But though less supple, he was as strong as ever, and at his own pace could have carried the doctor herself round Rotterdam city. He carried her slops instead. In this new business he showed the qualities of a soldier: unreasoning obedience, punctuality, accuracy, dispatch, and drunkenness. He fell among good fellows. The blackguards plied him with Schiedam. He babbled, he bragged. Dr. Margaret had risen very high in his estimation. All this brandishing of a crocodile for a standard, and setting a dotard in ambush, and getting rid of slops, and taking good money in exchange, struck him not as science, but something far superior, strategy. And he boasted in his cups and before a mixed company how "me and my general, we are a biting of the burghers." When this revelation had had time to leaven the city, his general, Dr. Margaret, received a call from the constables. They took her, trembling and begging subordinate machines, to forgive her before the burgomaster, and by his side stood real physicians, a terrible row in long robes and square caps, accusing her of practising unlawfully on the bodies of the duke's lieges. At first she was too frightened to say a word. Novice-like, the very name of law paralyzed her, but being questioned closely, but not so harshly as if she had been ugly, she told the truth. She had long been her father's pupil, and had but followed his system, and she had cured many. "And it is not for myself in very deed, sirs, but I have 2 poor, helpless, honest men at home upon my hands, and how else can I keep them? Ah, good sirs, let a poor girl make her bread honestly, yet hinder them not to make it idly and shamefully. And, O sirs, ye are husbands, ye are fathers, ye cannot but see I have reason to work and provide as best I may." And ere this woman's appeal had left her lips, she would have given the world to recall it, and stood with one hand upon her heart, and one before her face, hiding it, but not the tears that trickled underneath it. All which went to the wrong address. Perhaps a female bailiff might have yielded to such arguments, and bade her practise medicine and break law, till such time as her child should be weaned, and no longer. "What have we to do with that?" said the burgomaster, "save and except that, if thou wilt pledge thyself to break the law no more, I will remit the imprisonment, and exact but the fine." On this Dr. Margaret clasped her hands together, and vowed most penitently never, never, never to cure body or beast again, and being dismissed with the constables to pay the fine, she turned at the door, and curtsied, poor soul, and thanked the gentlemen for their forbearance. And to pay the fine, the to-morrow box must be opened on the instant, and with excess of caution she had gone and nailed it up, that no slight temptation might prevail to open it. And now she could not draw the nails, and the constables grew impatient, and doubted its contents, and said, "Let us break it for you." But she would not let them. "Ye will break it worse than I shall." And she took a hammer and struck too faintly, and lost all strength for a minute, and wept hysterically. And at last she broke it, and a little cry bubbled from her when it broke, and she paid the fine, and it took all her unlawful gains, and 2 gold pieces to boot. And when the men were gone, she drew the broken pieces of the box, and what little money they had left her, all together on the table, and her arms went round them, and her rich hair escaped and fell down all loose, and she bowed her forehead on the wreck, and sobbed, "My love's box, it is broken, and my heart withal," and so remained. And Martin Wittenhagen came in, and she could not lift her head, but sighed out to him what had befallen her, ending, "My love, his box is broken, and so mine heart is broken." And Martin was not so sad as wroth. Some traitor had betrayed him. What stony heart had told and brought her to this pass? Whoever it was should feel his arrow's point. The curious attitude in which he must deliver the shaft never occurred to him. "Idle chat, idle chat," moaned Margaret, without lifting her brow from the table. "When you have slain all the gossips in this town, can we eat them? Tell me how to keep you all, or prithee hold thy peace, and let the saints get leave to whisper me." Martin held his tongue, and cast uneasy glances at his defeated general. Towards evening she rose and washed her face and did up her hair, and doggedly bade Martin take down the crocodile, and put out a basket instead. "I can get up linen better than they seem to do it in this street," said she, "and you must carry it in the basket." "That will I, for thy sake," said the soldier. "Good Martin, forgive me that I spake shrewishly to thee." Even while they were talking came a mail for advice. Margaret told it. The mayor had interfered and forbidden her to sell drugs. "But," said she, "I will gladly iron and starch your linen for you, and I will come and fetch it from your house." "Are ye mad, young woman?" said the mail. "I come for a leech, and ye proffer me a washerwoman," and it went out in dudgeon. "There is a stupid creature," said Margaret sadly. Presently came a female to tell the symptoms of her sick child. Margaret stopped it. "We are forbidden by the bailiff to sell drugs, but I will gladly wash, iron, and starch your linen for you, and I will come and fetch it from your house." "Oh, ay," said the female. "Well, I have some smocks and ruffs foul. Come for them, and when you are there you can look at the boy." And it told her where it lived, and when its husband would be out. Yet it was rather fond of its husband than not. An introduction is an introduction, and 2 or 3 patients out of all those who came and were denied medicine made Dr. Margaret their washerwoman. "Now, Martin, you must help. I'll no more cats than can slay mice." "Mistress, the stomach is not a wanting for't, but the headpiece, worst luck." "Oh, I mean not the starching and ironing. That takes a woman, and a handy one, but the bare washing, a man can surely contrive that. Why, a mule has wit enough in's head to do it with his hoofs, and ye could drive him into the tub. Come, off doublet and try." "I am your man," said the brave old soldier, stripping for the unwonted toil. "I'll risk my arm in soapsuds, and you will risk your glory." "My what?" "Your glory and honor as a washerwoman." Gramercy, if you are man enough to bring me half-washed linen tirn, I am woman enough to fling back in the suds." And so the brave girl and the brave soldier worked with a will, and kept the wolf from the door. More they could not do. Margaret had repaired the to-morrow box, and as she leaned over the glue, her tears mixed with it, and she cemented her exiled lover's box with them, at which a smile is allowable, but an intelligent smile, tipped with pity, please, and not the empty guffaw of the 19th century jackass, burlesquing Bibles and making fun of all things except fun. But when mended it stood unreplenished. They kept the weekly rent paid, and the pot boiling, but no more. And now came a concatenation, recommended from one to another. Margaret washed for the mayor, and bringing home the clean linen one day, she heard in the kitchen that his worship's only daughter was stricken with disease, and not like to live. Poor Margaret could not help cross-questioning, and a female servant gave her such of the symptoms as she had observed, but they were too general. However, one gossip would add one fact, and another, and Margaret pondered them all. At last one day she met the mayor himself. He recognized her directly. "Why, you are the unlicensed doctor." "I was," said she, "but now I'm your worship's washerwoman." The dignitary coloured, and said that was rather a come-down. "Nay, I bear no malice, for your worship might have been harder. Rather would I do you a good turn. Sir, you have a sick daughter. Let me see her." The mayor shook his head. "That cannot be. The law I do enforce on others, I may not break myself." Margaret opened her eyes. "Alack, sir, I seek no guerdon now for curing folk. Why, I am a washerwoman. I trow one may heal all the world, and if one will but let the world starve one in return." "That is no more than just," said the mayor. He added, "and ye make no trade on it. There is no offence. Then let me see her." "What avails it? The learnedest leeches in Rotterdam have all seen her, and bettered her naught. Her ill is inscrutable. One skilled wight saith spleen, another liver, another blood, another stomach, and another that she is possessed. And in very truth she seems to have a demon. Shunneth all company, pineth alone, eateth no more victuals than might diet a sparrow, speaketh seldom, nor hearkens them that speak, and weareth thinner and paler, and nearer the grave. Well a day!" "Sir," said Margaret, "and if you take your velvet doublet to half a dozen of shops in Rotterdam, and speer is this fine or sorry velvet, and worth how much the ell, those 6 traders will eye it and feel it, and all be in one story to a letter. And why? Because they know their trade. And your leeches are all in different stories. Why? Because they know not their trade. I've heard my father say, each is enamoured of some one evil, and seeth it with his bat's eye in every patient. Had they stayed at home, and never seen your daughter, they had answered all the same, spleen, blood, stomach, lungs, liver, lunacy, or as they call it, possession. Let me see her. We are of a sex, and that is much." And when he still hesitated, "Saints of heaven," cried she, giving way to the irritability of a breeding woman, "is this how men love their own flesh and blood? Her mother had ta'en me in her arms ere this, and carried me to the sick room." And 2 violet eyes flashed fire. "Come with me," said the mayor hastily. "Mistress, I've brought thee a new doctor." The person addressed, a pale young girl of 18, gave a contemptuous wrench of her shoulder, and turned more decidedly to the fire she was sitting over. Margaret came softly and sat beside her. "But 'tis one that will not torment you." "A woman!" exclaimed the young lady, with surprise and some contempt. "Tell her your symptoms." "What for? You will be no wiser." "You will be none the worse." "Well, I have no stomach for food, and no heart for anything. Now cure me and go." "Patience a while. Your food, is it tasteless, like in your mouth?" "Ay, how knew you that?" "Nay, I knew it not till you did tell me. I trow you would be better for a little good company." "I trow not. What is their silly chat to me?" Here Margaret requested the father to leave them alone, and in his absence put some practical questions. Then she reflected. "When you wake in the morning, you find yourself quiver, as one may say?" "Nay, I? How knew you that?" "Shall I dose you, or shall I but tease you a bit with my silly chat?" "Which you will." "Then I will tell you a story. 'Tis about two true lovers." "I hate to hear of lovers," said the girl. "Nevertheless, canst tell me? 'Twill be less nauseous than your physic, maybe." Margaret then told her a love story. The maiden was a girl called Ursel, and the youth one Conrad, she an old physician's daughter, he the son of a hosier at Turgu. She told their adventures, their troubles, their sad condition. She told it from the female point of view, and in a sweet and winning and earnest voice, that by degrees soon laid hold of this sullen heart, and held it breathless, and when she broke it off her patient was much disappointed. "Nay, nay, I must hear the end. I will hear it." "Ye cannot, for I know it not. None knoweth that but God." "Ah, your Ursel was a jewel of worth," said the girl earnestly. "Would she were here." "Instead of her that is here?" "I say not that," and she blushed a little. "You do but think it. Thought is free, whether or no, and she were here, I'd give her a buss, poor thing." "Then give it me, for I am she." "Nay, nay, that I'll be sworn ye are not." "Say not so. In very truth I am she. And prithee, sweet mistress, go not from your word, but give me the buss ye promised me, and with a good heart, for oh, my own heart lies heavy, heavy as thine, sweet mistress." The young gentlewoman rose and put her arms round Margaret's neck and kissed her. "I am woe for you," she sighed. "You are a good soul. You have done me good, a little." A gulp came in her throat. "Come again, come again." Margaret did come again, and talked with her, and gently, but keenly watched what topics interested her, and found there was but one. Then she said to the mayor, "I know your daughter's trouble, and 'tis curable." "What is it? The blood?" "Nay." "The stomach?" "Nay." "The liver?" "Nay." "The foul fiend?" "Nay." "What then?" "Love." "Love? Stuff! Impossible! She is but a child. She never stirs abroad unguarded. She never hath from a child." "All the better. Then we shall not have far to look for him." "I vow not. I shall but command her to tell me the caitiff's name that hath by magic arts ensnared her young affections." "Oh, how foolish be the wise!" said Margaret. "What, would ye go and put her on her guard? Nay, let us work by art first, and if that fails, then 'twill still be time for violence and folly." Margaret then with some difficulty prevailed on the mayor to take advantage of its being Saturday, and pay all his people their salaries in his daughter's presence and hers. It was done. Some 15 people entered the room, and received their pay with a kind word from their employer. Then Margaret, who had sat close to the patient all the time, rose and went out. The mayor followed her. "Sir, how call you yon black-haired lad?" "That is Ulrich, my clerk." "Well, then, 'tis he." "Now heaven forbid a lad I took out of the streets." "Well, but your worship is an understanding man. You took him not up without some merit of his." "Merit? Not a jot. I liked the looks of the brat, that was all." "Was that no merit? He pleased the father's eye. And now who had pleased the daughter's? That has oft been seen since Adam." "How know ye 'tis he?" "I held her hand, and with my finger did lightly touch her wrist, and when the others came and went, 'twas as if dogs and cats had fared in and out. But at this Ulrich's coming, her pulse did leap, and her eye shine, and when he went, she did sink back and sigh, and 'twas to be seen the sun had gone out of the room for her. Nay, burgomaster, look not on me so scared. No witch or magician I, but a poor girl that hath been docile, and so bettered herself by a great neglected leech's art and learning. I tell ye, all this hath been done before, thousands of years ere we were born. Now bide thou there till I come to thee, and prithee, spoil not good work with meddling." She then went back and asked her patient for a lock of her hair. "Take it," said she, more listlessly than ever. "Why, 'tis a lass of marble. How long do you count to be like that, mistress?" "Till I am in my grave, sweet Peggy." "Who knows? Maybe in 10 minutes you will be altogether as hot." She ran into the shop, but speedily returned to the mare, and said, "Good news! He fancies her, and more than a little. Now how is it to be? Will you marry your child, or bury her? For there is no third way. For shame and love they do rend her virgin heart to death." The dignitary decided for the more cheerful rite, but not without a struggle, and with its marks on his face he accompanied Margaret to his daughter. But as men are seldom in a hurry to drink their wormwood, he stood silent. So Dr. Margaret said cheerfully, "Mistress, your Locke is gone. I have sold it." "And who was so mad as to buy such a thing?" inquired the young lady scornfully. "Oh, a black-haired laddie with white teeth. They call him Ulrich." The pale face reddened directly, brow and all. Says he, "Oh, sweet mistress, give it me. I had told them all whose 'twas." "Nay," said I, "selling is my livelihood, not giving. So he offered me this, he offered me that, but naught less would I take than his next quarter's wages." "Cruel," murmured the girl, scarce audibly. "Why, you are in one tale with your father," says he to me when I told him. "Oh, and he loves her hair so well. 'Tis odd, but he loves the rest of her. Well," quoth he, "'tis an honest lad, and a shall have her, gien she will but leave her sulks and consent. So what say ye, mistress, will you be married to Ulrich, or buried in the kirkyard?" "Father, father!" "'Tis so, girl, speak thy mind." "I will obey my father in all things," stammered the poor girl, trying hard to maintain the advantageous position in which Margaret had placed her. But nature and the joy and surprise were too strong even for a virgin's bashful cunning. She cast an eloquent look on them both, and sank at her father's knees, and begged his pardon, with many sobs, for having doubted his tenderness. He raised her in his arms, and took her, radiant through her tears with joy, and returning life and filial love, to his breast. And the pair passed a truly sacred moment, and the dignitary was as happy as he thought to be miserable. So hard is it for mortals to foresee. And they looked round for Margaret, but she had stolen away softly. The young girl searched the house for her. Where is she hid? Where on earth is she? Where was she? Why, in her own house, dressing meat for her 2 old children, and crying bitterly the while at the living picture of happiness she had just created. Well a day, the odds between her lot and mine, well a day. Next time she met the dignitary, he hemmed and hawed, and remarked what a pity it was the law forbade him to pay her who had cured his daughter. However, when all is done, 'twas not art, 'twas but woman's wit. "Naught but that, burgomaster," said Margaret bitterly. "Pay the men of art for not curing her. All the guerdon I seek that cured her is this. Go not and give your foul linen away from me by way of thanks." "Why should I?" inquired he. "Marry, because there be fools about ye, will tell ye, she that hath wit to cure dark diseases cannot have wit to take dirt out of rags. So pledge me your faith." The dignitary promised pompously, and felt all the patron. Something must be done to fill tomorrow's box. She hawked her initial letters and her illuminated vellums all about the town. Printing had by this time dealt calligraphy in black and white a terrible blow in Holland and Germany, but some copies of the printed books were usually illuminated and fettered. The printers offered Margaret prices for work in these 2 kinds. "I'll think on't," said she. She took down her diurnal book, and calculated that the price of an hour's work on those arts would be about 1/5 what she got for an hour at the Tub and Mangle. "I'll starve first," said she. "What, pay a craft and a mystery 5 times less than a handicraft. Martin, carrying the dry clothes basket, got treated and drunk. This time he babbled her whole story. The girls got hold of it, and jibed her at the fountain. All she had gone through was light to her, compared with the pins and bodkins her own sex drove into her heart, whenever she came near the merry crew with her pitcher, and that was every day. Each sex has its form of cruelty. Man's is more brutal and terrible, but shallow women, that have neither read nor suffered, have an unmuscular barbarity of their own, where no feeling of sex steps in to overpower it. This defect, intellectual perhaps rather than moral, has been mitigated in our day by books, especially by able works of fiction, for there are 2 roads to the highest effort of intelligence: pity, experience of sorrows, and imagination, by which alone we realize the grief we never felt. In the 15th century, girls with pictures had but one: experience, and at 16 years of age or so, that road has scarce been trodden. These girls persisted that Margaret was deserted by her lover, and to be deserted was a crime. They had not been deserted yet. Not a word against the Gerard they had created out of their own heads, for the imaginary crime they fell foul of, the supposed victim. Sometimes they affronted her to her face. Oftener they talked at her backwards and forwards with a subtle skill and a perseverance which, oh, that they had bestowed on the arts, as poor Ague Cheek says. Now Margaret was brave and a coward, brave to battle difficulties and ill fortune, brave to shed her own blood for those she loved. Fortitude she had, but she had no true fighting courage. She was a powerful young woman, rather tall, full, and symmetrical, yet had one of those slips of girls slapped her face, the poor fool's hands would have dropped powerless, or gone to her own eyes instead of her adversaries'. Nor was she even a match for so many tongues. And besides, what could she say? She knew nothing of these girls, except that somehow they had found out her sorrows, and hated her. Only she thought to herself they must be very happy, or they would not be so hard on her. So she took their taunts in silence, and all her struggle was not to let them see their power to make her writhe within. Here came in her fortitude, and she received their blows with well-feigned icy hauteur. They slapped a statue. But one day, when her spirits were weak, as happens at times to females in her condition, a dozen assailants followed suit so admirably, that her whole sex seemed to the dispirited one to be against her, and she lost heart, and the tears began to run silently at each fresh stab. On this their triumph knew no bounds, and they followed her halfway home, casting barbed speeches. After that exposure of weakness, the statue could be assumed no more, so then she would stand timidly aloof out of tongue-shot, till her young tyrant's pitchers were all filled, and they gone, and then creep up with hers. And one day she waited so long that the fount had ceased to flow, so the next day she was obliged to face the phalanx, or her house go dry. She drew near slowly, but with the less tremor, that she saw a man at the well talking to them. He would distract their attention, and besides they would keep their foul tongues quiet, if only to blind the male to their real character. This conjecture, though shrewd, was erroneous. They could not all flirt with that one man, so the outsiders indemnified themselves by talking at her the very moment she came up. Any news from foreign parts, Jacqueline? None for me, Martha. My lad goes no farther from me than the town wall. I can't say as much, says a third. But if he goes to Italy, I have got another ready to take the fool's place. He'll not go thither, lass. They go not so far till they are sick of us that bide in Holland. Surprise and indignation, and the presence of a man, gave Margaret a moment's fighting courage. Oh, flout me not, and show your ill nature before the very soldier. In heaven's name, what ill did I ever to ye? What harsh word cast back for all you have flung on me, a desolate stranger in your cruel town, that ye flout me for my bereavement, and my poor lad's most unwilling banishment? Hearts of flesh would surely pity us both, for that ye cast in my teeth these many days, ye brows of brass, ye bosoms of stone. They stared at this novelty resistance, and ere they could recover and make mincemeat of her, she put her pitcher quietly down, and threw her coarse apron over her head, and stood there grieving, her short-lived spirit oozing fast. Halloo! cried the soldier. Why, What is your ill?" She made no reply, but a little girl who had long secretly hated the big ones squeaked out, "They did flout her. They are aye flouting her. She may not come nigh the fountain for fear of them, and 'tis a black shame." "Who spoke to her?" "Not I, for one." "Nor I. I would not bemean myself so far." The man laughed heartily at this display of dignity. "Come, wife," said he, "never lower thy flag to such light skirmishes as these. Hast a tongue in thy head as well as they?" "Alack, good soldier, I was not bred to bandy foul terms." "Well, but hast a better arm than these? Why not take 'em by twos across thy knee, and skelp them till they cry Maculpi?" "Nay, I would not hurt their bodies for all their cruel hearts." "Then ye must e'en laugh at them, wife." "What! a woman grown, and not see why mesdames give tongue? You are a buxom wife, they are a bundle of thread papers. You are fair and fresh, they have all the Dutch rim under their bright eyes, that comes of dwelling in eternal swamps. There lies your crime. Come, give me thy pitcher, and if they flout me, shalt see me scrub 'em all with my beard till they squeak Holy Mother." The pitcher was soon filled, and the soldier put it in Margaret's hand. She murmured, "Thank you kindly, brave soldier." He patted her on the shoulder. "Come, courage, brave wife, the divil is dead." She let the heavy pitcher fall on his foot directly. He cursed horribly and hopped in a circle, saying, "No, the thief's alive, and has broken my great toe." The apron came down, and there was a lovely face, all flushed with emotion, and two beaming eyes in front of him, and two hands held out clasped. "Nay, nay, 'tis naught," said he good humoredly, mistaking. "Donna! Well, but hallo! How know you my name is Donna of Burgundy? Why, odds bodikins, I know you not, and you know me. By Gerard's letter, crossbow, beard, handsome, the divil is dead." "Sword of Goliath, this must be she. Red hair, violet eyes, lovely face. But I took you for a married wife, seeing ye. Tell me my name," said she quickly. "Margaret Brant." "Gerard, where is he? Is he in life? Is he well? Is he coming? Is he come? Why is he not here? Where have ye left him? Oh, tell me, prithee, 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 tell me." "Ay, ay, but not here. Oh, ye are all curiosity now, mesdames, eh? Lass, I have been 3 months afoot, traveling all Holland to find ye, and here you are. Oh, be joyful!" And he flung his cap in the air, and seizing both her hands, kissed them ardently. "Ah, my pretty she comrade, I have found thee at last. I knew I should. Shall be flouted no more. I'll twist your necks at the first word, ye little trollops. And I have got 15 gold angels left for thee, and our Gerard will soon be here. Shalt wet thy purple eyes no more." But the fair eyes were wet even now, looking kindly and gratefully at the friend that had dropped among her foes, as if from heaven. "Gerard's comrade! Prithee, come home with me, good kind Donna. I cannot speak of him before these." They went off together, followed by a chorus. "She has gotten a man. She has gotten a man at last. Boo, boo, boo." Margaret quickened her steps, but Donna took down his crossbow and pretended to shoot them all dead. They fled quadrivorous, shrieking. End of section 53.
Section 54 of The Cloister and the Hearth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. Chapter 51. The reader already knows much these two had to tell one another. It was a sweet yet bitter day for Margaret, since it brought her a true friend and ill news. For now first she learned that Gerard was all alone in that strange land. She could not think with Dennis that he could come home. Indeed, he would have arrived before this. Dennis was a bomb. He called her his she-comrade, and was always cheering her up with his formula and hilarities, and she petted him and made much of him, and feebly hectored it over him as well as over Martin, and would not let him eat a single meal out of her house, and forbade him to use naughty words. "It spoils you, Dennis. Good lack, to hear such ugly words come forth so comely a head. Forbear, or I shall be angry. So be civil." Whereupon Dennis was upon his good behavior, and ludicrous the struggle between his native politeness and his acquired ruffianism. And it never rains but it pours. Other persons now solicited Margaret's friendship. She had written to Margaret Van Eyck a humble letter, telling her she knew she was no longer the favorite she had been, and would keep her distance, but could not forget her benefactress's past kindness. She then told her briefly how many ways she had battled for a living, and in conclusion begged earnestly that her residence might not be betrayed, least of all to his people. I do hate them. They drove him from me, and even when he was gone, their hearts turned not to me, as they would, and if they had repented their cruelty, to him. The Van Eyck was perplexed. At last she made a confidant of Richt. The secret ran through Richt, as through a cylinder, to Catherine. Aye, and is she turned that bitter against us? Said that good woman. She stole our son from us, and now she hates us for not running into her arms. Nay, the less, it is a blessing she is alive, and no farther away than Rotterdam. The English princess, now Countess Charoloy, made a stately progress through the northern states of the duchy, accompanied by her stepdaughter, the young heiress of Burgundy, Marie du Bourguignon. Then the old duke, the most magnificent prince in Europe, put out his splendor. Troops of dazzling knights and bevies of fair ladies gorgeously attired attended the two princesses, and minstrels, jongleurs or storytellers, bards, musicians, actors, tumblers followed in the train, and there was fencing, dancing, and joy in every town they shone on. Reichert invited all his people to meet him at Rotterdam and view the pageant. They had been in Rotterdam some days, when Dennis met Catherine accidentally in the street, and after a warm greeting on both sides, bade her rejoice, for he had found the she-comrade, and crowed. But Catherine cooled him by showing him how much earlier he would have found her by staying quietly at Turgu than by vagabondizing it all over Holland. And being found, what the better are we? Her heart is set dead against us now. Oh, let that flea stick. Come you with me to her house. No, she would not go where she was sure of an ill welcome. Them that come unbidden sit unseated. No, let Dennis be mediator, and bring the parties to a good understanding. He undertook the office at once, and with great pomp and confidence he trotted off to Margaret and said, She, comrade, I met this day a friend of thine. Thou didst look into the rotter, then, and see thyself. Nay, 'twas a female, and one that seeks thy regard. 'Twas Catherine, Gerard's mother. Oh, was it? Said Margaret. Then you may tell her she comes too late. There was a time I longed for her, but she held aloof in my hour of most need. So now we will be as we have been. Dennis tried to shake this resolution. He coaxed her, but she was bitter and sullen, and not to be coaxed. Then he scolded her well. Then at that she went into hysterics. He was frightened at this result of his eloquence, and being off his guard, allowed himself to be entrapped into a solemn promise never to recur to the subject. He went back to Catherine crestfallen, and told her. She fired up, and told the family how his overtures had been received. Then they fired up. It became a feud, and burned fiercer every day. Little Kate alone made some excuses for Margaret. The very next day another visitor came to Margaret and found the military enslaved and degraded, Martin up to his elbows in soap suds, and Dennis ironing very clumsily, and Margaret plaiting ruffs, but with a mistress's eye on her raw levies. To these there entered an old man, venerable at first sight, but on nearer view keen and wizened. "Ah!" cried Margaret, then swiftly turned her back on him, and hid her face with invincible repugnance. "Oh, that man, that man!" "Nay, fear me not," said Gysbrecht. "I come on a friend's errand. I bring ye a letter from foreign parts. Mock me not, old man." And she turned slowly round. "Nay, see," and he held out an enormous letter. Margaret darted on it, and held it with trembling hands and glistening eyes. It was Gerard's handwriting. "Oh, thank you, sir, bless you for this. I forgive you all the ill you ever wrought me." And she pressed the letter to her bosom with one hand, and glided swiftly from the room with it. As she did not come back, Gysbrecht went away, but not without a scowl at Martha. Margaret was hours alone with her letter. End of section 54. Recording by John Brandon. Section 55 of The Cloister and the Hearth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. Chapter 52. When she came down again, she was a changed woman. Her eyes were wet but calm, and all her bitterness and excitement charmed away. "Dennis," said she softly, "I've got my orders. I'm to read my lover's letter to his folk." "Ye will never do that?" "Eh, will I. I see there is something in the letter has softened ye towards them." "Not a jot, Dennis, not a jot. But an I hated them like poison, I would not disobey my love. Dennis, 'tis so sweet to obey, and sweetest of all, to obey one who is far, far away, and cannot enforce my duty, but must trust my love for my obedience. Ah, Gerard, my darling, at hand I might have slighted thy commands, misliking thy folk as I have cause to do. But now didst bid me go into the raging sea and read thy sweet letter to the sharks, there I'd go. Therefore, Dennis, tell his mother I have got a letter, and if she and hers would hear it, I am their servant. Let them say their hour, and I'll seat them as best I can, and welcome them as best I may." Dennis went off to Catherine with this good news. He found the family at dinner, and told them there was a long letter from Gerard. Then, in the midst of the joy this caused, he said, "And her heart is softened, and she will read it to you herself. You are to choose your own time." "What does she think? There are none can read but her?" asked Catherine. "Let her send the letter, and we will read it." "Nay, but, mother," objected little Kate, "mayhap she cannot bear to part it from her hand. She loves him dearly." "What thinks she? We will steal it?" Cornelis suggested she would fain wedge herself into the family by means of this letter. Dennis cast a look of scorn on the speaker. "There spoke a bad heart," said he. "La camarade hates you all like poison." "Oh, mistake me not, dame. I defend her not, but so 'tis. Yet maugre her spleen at a word from Gerard, she proffers to read his letter with her own pretty mouth, and hath a voice like honey. Sure 'tis a fair proffer. "'Tis so, mine honest soldier," said the father of the family, "and merits a civil reply. Therefore hold your wished, ye that be women, and I shall answer her. Tell her I, his father, setting aside all past grudges, do for this grace thank you, and would she have double thanks, let her send my son's letter by thy faithful hand, the which will I read to his flesh and blood, and will then to her so surely and faithful return, as I am Eli, a Derrick, a William, a Luke, free burgher of Turgot, like my forebears, and like them a man of my word." "Ay, and a man who is better than his word," cried Catherine, "the only one I ever did foregather. Hold thy peace, wife." "Art a man of sense, Eli, a dirk, a chose, shouted Dennis. "The she comrade will be right glad to obey Gerard, and yet not face you all, whom she hates as wormwood, saving your presence. Bless ye, the world hath changed. She is all submission to-day. Obedience is honey, quoth she, and in sooth 'tis a sweet meat she cannot but savour, eating so little on't. For what with her fair face and her mellow tongue, and what we flying in fits and terrifying us that be soldiers to death, and we thwart her, and what we chiding us one while, and petting us like lambs t'other, she hath made two of the crawlingest slaves ever you saw out of two honest swashbucklers. I be the ironing ruffian, t'other washes. What next? What next? Why, whenever the brat is in the world, I shall rock cradle, and t'other knave will wash tucker and bib. So then, I'll go fetch the letter on the instant. Ye will let me bide, and hear it read, will ye not? Else our hearts were black as coal," said Catherine. So Dennis went for the letter. He came back crestfallen. "She will not let it out of her hand neither to me nor you, nor any he or she that lives." "I knew she would not," said Cornelis. "Whisht, whisht," said Eli, "and let Dennis tell his story." "Nay," said I, "but be ruled by me, not I," quoth she. "Well, but," quoth I, "that same honey obedience ye spake of." "You're a fool," says she. "Obedience to Gerard is sweet, but obedience to any other body, who ever said that was sweet?" At last she seemed to soften a bit, and did give me a written letter for you, mademoiselle. Here it is. "For me?" said little Kate, coloring. "Give that here," said Eli, and he scanned the writing and said almost in a whisper, "These be words from the letter, hearken. And, sweetheart, and if these lines should travel safe to thee, make thou trial of my people's hearts withal. Maybe they are somewhat turned towards me, being far away. If 'tis so, they will show it to thee, since now to me they may not. Read then this letter. But I do strictly forbid thee to let it from thy hand, and if they still hold aloof from thee, why then say naught, but let them think me dead. Obey me in this, for if thou dost disrespect my judgment and my will in this, thou lovest me not." There was a silence, and Gerard's words, copied by Margaret, were handed round and inspected. "Well," said Catherine, "that is another matter. But methinks 'tis for her to come to us, not we to her. Alas, mother, what odds does that make?" "Much," said Eli. "Tell her we are over many to come to her, and bid her hither, the sooner the better." When Dennis was gone, Eli owned it was a bitter pill to him. When that lass shall cross my threshold, all the mischief and misery she hath made here will seem to come in a-doors in one heap. But what can I do, wife? We must hear the news of Gerard. I saw that in thine eyes, and felt it in my own heart. And she is backed by our undutiful but still beloved son, and so is she stronger than we, and brings our noses down to the grindstone, the sly, cruel jade. But never heed. We will hear the letter, and then let her go unblessed, as she came unwelcome. Make your mind easy, said Catherine. She will not come at all. And a tone of regret was visible. Shortly after, Reichert, who had been hourly expected, arrived from Amsterdam, grave and dignified, in his burgher's robe and gold chain, ruff, and furred cap, and was received not with affection only, but respect, for he had risen a step higher than his parents, and such steps were marked in medieval society almost as visibly as those in their staircases. Admitted in due course to the family council, he showed plainly, though not discourteously, that his pride was deeply wounded by their having deigned to treat with Margaret Brant. I see the temptation, said he, but which of us hath not at times to wish one way and do another? This threw a considerable chill over the old people. So little Kate put in a word. Vex not thyself, dear Reichert. Mother says she will not come. All the better, sweetheart. I fear me, if she do, I shall hie me back to Amsterdam. Here Dennis popped his head in at the door and said, She will be here at 3 on the great dial. They all looked at one another in silence. End of section 55. Recording by John Brandon.
Section 56 of The Cloister and the Hearth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. Chapter 53, Part 1. Nay, Richard, said Catherine at last, for heaven's sake let not this one sorry wench set us all by the ears. Hath she not made ill blood enough already? In very deed she hath. Fear me not, good mother. Let her come and read the letter of the poor boy she hath by devilish arts, and then let her go. Give me your words to show her no countenance beyond decent and constrained civility, lest we may not, being in our own house, and I will say no more. On this understanding they waited the foe. She, for her part, prepared for the interview in a spirit little less hostile. When Donna brought word they would not come to her, but would receive her, her lip curled, and she bade him observe how in them every feeling, however small, was larger than the love for Gerard. Well, said she, I've not that excuse, so why mimic the pretty burgher's pride, the pride of all unlettered folk? I will go to them for Gerard's sake. Oh, how I loathe them! Thus poor good-natured Donna was bringing into one house the materials of an explosion. Margaret made her toilet in the same spirit that a knight of her day dressed for battle, he to parry blows and she to parry glances, glances of contempt at her poverty, or of irony at her extravagance. Her kirtle was of English cloth, dark blue, and her farthingale and hose of the same material, but a glossy roan or claret color. Not an inch of pretentious fur about her, but plain snowy linen wristbands, and curiously plaited linen from the bosom of the kirtle up to the commencement of the throat. It did not encircle her throat, but framed it, being square, not round, Her front hair still peeped in two waifs, much after the fashion which Mary Queen of Scots revived a century later. But instead of the silver net which would have ill become her present condition, the rest of her head was covered with a very small, tight-fitting hood of dark blue cloth hemmed with silver. Her shoes were red, but the roan petticoat and hose prepared the spectator's mind for the shock, and they set off the arched instep and shapely foot. Beauty knew its business then as now, and with all this she kept her enemies waiting, though it was 3 by the dial. At last she started, attended by her he-comrade, and when they were half-way she stopped and said thoughtfully, "Donna." "Well, she general, I must go home," piteously. "What, have ye left somewhat behind?" "What?" "My courage." "Oh, oh, oh." "Nay, nay, be brave, she general, I shall be with you." "Ay, but wilt keep close to me when I be there?" Donna promised, and she resumed her march, but gingerly. Meantime they were all assembled and waiting for her with a strange mixture of feelings: mortification, curiosity, panting affection, aversion to her who came to gratify those feelings, yet another curiosity to see what she was like, and what there was in her to bewitch Gerard and make so much mischief. At last Donna came alone, and whispered, "The she-comrade is without." "Fetch her in," said Eli. "Now, whist, all of ye, none speak to her but I." They all turned their eyes to the door in dead silence. A little muttering was heard outside, Donna's rough organ, and a woman's soft and mellow voice. Presently that stopped, and then the door opened slowly, and Margaret Brant, dressed as I have described, and somewhat pale but calm and lovely, stood on the threshold looking straight before her. They all rose but Kate, and remained mute and staring. "Be seated, mistress," said Eli gravely, and motioned to a seat that had been set apart for her. She inclined her head and crossed the apartment, and in so doing her condition was very visible, not only in her shape but in her languor. Cornelis and Sibrant hated her for it. Ricard thought it spoiled her beauty. It softened the women somewhat. She took her letter out of her bosom and kissed it, as if she had been alone, then disposed herself to read it with the air of one who knew she was there for that single purpose. But as she began, she noticed they had seated her all by herself like a leper. She looked at Donna, and putting her hand down by her side, made him a swift, furtive motion to come by her. He went with an obedient start, as if she had cried march, and stood at her shoulder like a sentinel, but this zealous manner of doing it revealed to the company that he had been ordered thither, and at that she coloured. And now she began to read her "Gerard, there, Gerard," to their eager ears, in a mellow, clear voice, so soft, so earnest, so thrilling, her very soul seemed to cling about each precious sound. It was a voice as of a woman's bosom set speaking by heaven itself. "I do nothing doubt, my Margaret, that long ere this shall meet thy beloved eyes, Donna, my most dear friend, will have sought thee out, and told thee the manner of our unlooked for and most tearful parting. Therefore I will e'en begin at that most doleful day. What befell him after, poor faithful soul, fain would I hear, but may not. But I pray for him day and night. Next after thee, dearest friend, more stanch and loving had not David in Jonathan than I in him. Be good to him for poor Gerard's sake." At these words, which came quite unexpectedly to him, Donna leaned his head on Margaret's high chair and groaned aloud. She turned quickly as she sat and found his hand and pressed it. And so the sweetheart and the friend held hands while the sweetheart read. I went forward all dizzied, like one in an ill dream. And presently a gentleman came up with his servants, all on horseback, and had like to have rid o'er me. And he drew rein at the brow of the hill, and sent his armed men back to rob me. They robbed me civilly enough, and took my purse and the last copper, and rid gaily away. I wandered stupid on, a friendless pauper. There was a general sigh, followed by an oath from Donna. Presently a strange dimness came o'er me. I lay down to sleep on the snow, 'twas ill done, and with store of wolves hard by. Had I loved thee as thou dost deserve, I had shown more manhood. But, O sweet love, the drowsiness that did crawl o'er me, desolate and benumb me, was more than nature. And so I slept, but that God was better to us than I to thee or to myself, from that sleep I ne'er had waked. So all do say. I had slept an hour or two, as I suppose, but no more, when a hand did shake me rudely. I woke to my troubles, and there stood a servant girl in her holiday suit. Are ye mad, quoth she, in seeming choler, to sleep in snow, and under wolves' nosen? Art weary o' life, and not long weaned? Come, now, said she, more kindly, get up like a good lad. So I did rise up. Are ye rich, or are ye poor? But I stared at her as one amazed. Why, 'tis easy of reply, quoth she. Are ye rich, or are ye poor? Then I gave a great loud cry, that she did start back. Am I rich, or am I poor? Had ye asked me an hour agone, I had said I am rich, but now I am so poor as sure earth beareth on her bosom none poorer. An hour agone I was rich in a friend, rich in money, rich in hope, and spirits of youth. But now the bastard of Burgundy hath taken my friend, and another gentleman my purse, and I can neither go forward to Rome, nor back to her I left in Holland. I am poorest of the poor. Alack, said the wench, nathless, an ye had been rich, ye might hae lain down again in the snow for any use I had for ye, and then I trow ye had soon fared out of this world as bare as ye came into it. But being poor, you are our man, so come with me. Then I went because she bade me, and because I recked not now whither I went. And she took me to a fine house hard by, and into a noble dining hall hung with black. And there was set a table with many dishes, and but one plate and one chair. Fall to, said she in a whisper. What, alone? Said I. Alone? And which of us, think ye, would eat out of the same dish with ye? Are we robbers of the dead? Then she speered where I was born. At Turgu, said I. Says she, and when a gentleman dies in that country, serve they not the dead man's dinner up as usual, till he be in the ground, and set some poor man to it? I told her nay. She blushed for us then. Here they were better Christians. So I behoved to sit down, but small was my heart for meat. Then this kind lass sat by me and poured me out wine, and tasting it, it cut me to the heart. Donna was not there to drink with me. He does so love good wine, and women, good, bad, or indifferent. The rich, strong wine curled round my sick heart, and that day first I did seem to glimpse why folk in trouble run to drink so. She made me eat of every dish. 'Twas unlucky to pass one. Naught was here but her master's daily dinner. He had a good stomach then, said I. Ay, lad, and a good heart. Leastways so we all say, now he is dead. But being alive, no word on't e'er heard I. So I did eat as a bird, nibbling of every dish, and she, hearing me sigh, and seeing me like to choke at the food, took pity and bade me be of good cheer. I should sup and lie there that night, and she went to the hind, and he gave me a right good bed, and I told him all, and asked him would the law give me back my purse. Law, quoth he, law there was none for the poor in Burgundy. Why, 'twas the cousin of the lady of the manor, he that had robbed me. He knew the wild spark. The matter must be judged before the lady, and she was quite young, and far more like to hang me for slandering her cousin, and a gentleman, and a handsome man, than to make him give me back my own. Inside the liberties of a town, a poor man might now and then see the face of justice, but out among the grand seigneurs and dames, never. So I said, I'll sit down robbed, rather than seek justice and find gallows. They were all most kind to me next day, and the girl proffered me money from her small wage to help me towards Rhine. Oh, then he is coming home, he is coming home, shouted Donna, interrupting the reader, She shook her head gently at him by way of reproof. "I beg pardon, all the company," said he stiffly. 'Twas a sore temptation, but being a servant, my stomach rose against it. "Nay, nay," said I. She told me I was wrong. 'Twas pride, out of place. Poor folk should help one another, or who on earth would? I said if I could do aught in return, 'twere well, but for a free gift, nay. I was overmuch beholden already. Should I write a letter for her? "Nay, he is in the house at present," said she. Should I draw her picture, and so earn my money? "What, can ye?" said she. I told her I could try, and her habit would well become a picture. So she was agog to be limned, and give it her lad. And I set her to stand in a good light, and soon made sketches too, whereof I send thee one coloured at odd hours. The other I did most hastily, and with little conscience daub, for which may heaven forgive me, but time was short. They, poor things, knew no better, and were most proud and joyous, and both kissing me after their country fashion. 'Twas the hind that was her sweetheart. They did bid me God speed, and I towards Rhine. Margaret paused here, and gave Donna the coloured drawing to hand round. It was eagerly examined by the females on account of the costume, which differed in some respects from that of the Dutch domestic. The hair was in a tight linen bag. A yellow half kerchief crossed her head from ear to ear, but threw out a rectangular point that descended the centre of her forehead, and it met in two more points over her bosom. She wore a red kirtle with long sleeves, kilted very high in front, and showing a green farthingale and a great red leather purse hanging down over it. Red stockings, yellow leathern shoes, ahead of her age, for they were low-corded and square-toed, secured by a strap buckling over the instep, which was not uncommon, and was perhaps the rude germ of the diamond buckle to come. Margaret continued, "But oh, how I miss my Donna at every step! Often I sat down on the road and groaned, and in the afternoon it chanced that I did so set me down where two roads met, and with heavy head in hand and heavy heart did think of thee, my poor sweetheart, and of my lost friend, and of the little house at Turgu, where they all loved me once, though now it is turned to hate. Catherine, alas, that he will think so. Eli, whist, wife." And I did sigh loud and often, and me sighing so, no one came carolling like a bird adown t'other road. "I chirp and chirp," cried I bitterly, "thou hast not lost sweetheart and friend, thy father's hearth, thy mother's smile, and every penny in the world." And at last he did so carol and carol. I jumped up in ire to get away from his most jarring mirth, but ere I lied from it, I looked down the path to see what could make a man so light-hearted in this weary world, and lo, the songster was a hump-backed cripple, with a bloody bandage o'er his eye, and both legs gone at the knee. "He, he, 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 he," went Sybrandt, laughing and cackling. Margaret's eyes flashed. She began to fold the letter up. "Nay, lass," said Eli, "heed him not. Thou unmannerly cur, offer it but again, and I put thee to the door." "Why, what was there to gibe at, Sybrandt?" remonstrated Catherine more mildly. "Is not Arcade afflicted, and is she not the most content of us all, and singeth like a merle at times between her pains? But I am as bad as thou. Prithee read on, lass, and stop our gabble with somewhat worth the hearkening." "Then," said I, "may this thing be," and I took myself to task. "Gerard, son of Eli, dost thou well to bemoan thy lot? Thou hast youth and health, and here comes the wreck of nature on crutches, praising God's goodness with singing like a mavis." "Catherine, there you see. Eli wished, dame, wished." And whenever he saw me, he left caroling, and presently hobbled up and chanted, "Charity, for love of heaven, sweet Master Charity," with a whine as piteous as wind at keyhole. "Alack, poor soul," said I, "charity is in my heart, but not my purse. I am poor as thou." Then he believed me none, and to melt me undid his sleeve, and showed a sore wound on his arm, and said he, "Poor cripple though I be, I am like to lose this eye to boot, look else." I saw and groaned for him, and to excuse myself let him wot how I had been robbed of my last copper. Thereat he left whining all in a moment, and said in a big manly voice, Then I'll e'en take a rest. Here, youngster, pull thou this strap. Nay, fear not. I pulled, and down came a stout pair of legs out of his back, and half his hump had melted away, and the wound in his eye no deeper than the bandage. Oh! ejaculated Margaret's hearers in a body. Whereat, seeing me astounded, he laughed in my face, and told me I was not worth gulling, and offered me his protection. My face was prophetic. He said, Of what? said I. Marry, said he, that its owner will starve in this thievish land. Travel teaches e'en the young wisdom. Time was, I had turned and fled this impostor as a pestilence, but now I listened patiently to pick up crumbs of counsel, and well I did, for nature and his adventurous life had crammed the poor knave with shrewdness and knowledge of the homelier sort. A child was I beside him. When he had turned me inside out, said he, Didst well to leave France and make for Germany, but think not of Holland again. Nay, on to Augsburg and Nurnberg, the paradise of craftsmen, thence to Venice, and thou wilt, but thou wilt never bide in Italy, nor any other land, having once tasted the great German cities. Why, there is but one honest country in Europe, and that is Germany. And since thou art honest, and since I am a vagabond, Germany was made for us twain. I bade him make that good. How might one country fit true men and knaves? Why, thou novice, said he, because in an honest land are fewer knaves to bite the honest man, and many honest men for the knave to bite. I was in luck, being honest, to have fallen in with a friendly sharp. Be my pal, said he, I go to Nurnberg. We will reach it with full pouches. I'll learn ye the call de bois, and the call de jatte, and how to mond and chaunt and patter, and to raise swellings and paint sores and ulcers on thy body would take in the devil. I told him, shivering, I'd liever die than shame myself and my folk so. Eli, good lad, good lad. Why, what shame was it for such as I to turn beggar? Beggary was an ancient and most honorable mystery. What did holy monks and bishops and kings, when they would win heaven's smile? Why, wash the feet of beggars, those favorites of the saints. The saints were no fools, he told me. Then he did put out his foot. Look at that. That was washed by the greatest king alive, Louis of France, the last Holy Thursday that was. And the next day, Friday, clapped in the stocks by the warden of a petty hamlet. So I told him my foot should walk between such high honor and such low disgrace, on the same path of honesty, please God. Well then, since I had not spirit to beg, he would indulge my perversity. I should work under him, he be the head, I the fingers. And with that he set himself up like a judge on a heap of dust by the road's side, and questioned me strictly what I could do. I began to say I was strong and willing. Bah, said he, so is an ox. Say what canst do that Sir Ox cannot? I could write, I'd won a prize for it. Canst write as fast as the printers? Quo he, jeering. What else? I could paint. That was better. I was like to tear my hair to hear him say so, and me going to Rome to write. I could twang the psaltery a bit. That was well. Could I tell stories? I by the score. Then said he, I hire you from this moment. What to do? Said I. Naught crooked, Sir Candor, says he. I will feed thee all the way, and find thee work, and take half thine earnings, no more. Agreed, said I, and gave my hand on it. Now, servant, said he, we will dine. But ye need not stand behind my chair, for two reasons. First, I ha got no chair, and next, good fellowship likes me better than state. And out of his wallet he brought flesh, fowl, and pastry, a good dozen of spices lapped in flax paper, and wine fit for a king. Ne'er feasted I better than out of this beggar's wallet. Now, my master, when we had well eaten, I was for going on, but, said he, servants should not drive their masters too hard, especially after feeding, for then the body is for repose, and the mind turns to contemplation. And he lay on his back, gazing calmly at the sky, and presently wondered whether there were any beggars up there. I told him I knew but of one, called Lazarus. Could he do the cul de jatte better than I? Said he, and looked quite jealous like. I told him nay, Lazarus was honest, though a beggar, and fed daily of the crumbs fallen from a rich man's table, and the dogs licked his sores. Servant, quo he, I spy a foul fault in thee. Thou liest without discretion. Now the end of lying being to gull, this is no better than fumbling with the devil's tail. I pray heaven thou mayest prove to paint better than thou cuttest wids, or I am done out of a dinner. No beggar eats crumbs, but only the fat of the land. And dogs lick not a beggar's sores, being made with spare wart or ratsbane or biting asses, from all which dogs and even pigs abhor. My sores are made after my proper receipt, but no dog would lick e'en them twice. I've made a scurvy bargain. Art a cozening knave, I doubt, as well as a nincompoop. I deigned no reply to this bundle of lies, which did accuse heavenly truth of falsehood for not being in a tale with him. He rose, and we took the road, and presently we came to a place where were two little wayside inns, scarce a furlong apart. Halt, said my master, their armories are sore faded, all the better. Go thou in, shun the master, board the wife, and flatter her in sky high, all but armories, and offer to colour them dirt cheap. So I went in and told the wife I was a painter, and would revive her armories cheap, but she sent me away with a rebuff. I to my master, he groaned. Ye are all fingers and no tongue, said he. I've made a scurvy bargain. Come and hear me patter and flatter. Between the two inns was a high hedge. He goes behind it a minute, and comes out a decent tradesman. We went on to the other inn, and then I heard him praise it so fulsome as the very wife did blush. But, says he, there is one little fault. Your armories are dull and faded. Say but the word, and for a silver franc my apprentice here, the cunningness ere I had, shall make them bright as ever. While she hesitated, the rogue told her he had done it to a little inn hard by, and now the inn's face was like the starry firmament. Do you hear that, my man? Cries she. The 3 frogs have been and painted up their armories. Shall the 4 hedgehogs be outshone by them? So I painted, and my master stood by like a lord, advising me how to do, and winking to me to heed him none, and I got a silver franc, and he took me back to the 3 frogs, and on the way put me on a beard, and disguised me, and flattered the 3 frogs, and told them how he had adorned the 4 hedgehogs, and into the net jumped the 3 poor simple frogs, and I earned another silver franc. Then we went on, and he found his crutches, and sent me forward, and showed his cicatrices d'empreinte, as he called them, and all his infirmities at the 4 hedgehogs, and got both food and money. Come, share and share, quoth he. So I gave him 1 franc. I have made a good bargain, said he. Art a master limner, but takest too much time. So I let him know that in matters of honest craft things could not be done quick and well. Then do them quick, quoth he. And he told me my name was Bombec, and I might call him Col de Jat, because that was his lay at our first meeting. And at the next town my master, Col de Jat, bought me a psaltery, and set himself up again by the roadside in state, like him that erst judged Marsyas and Apollo, piping for vain glory. So I played a string, indifferent well, harmonious Bombec, said he, heartily. Now tune thy pipes. So I did sing a sweet strain the good monks taught me, and singing it reminded poor Bombec, Gerard erst, of his young days at home, and brought the water to my een. But looking up, my master's visage was as the face of a little boy, whipped soundly, or sipping foulest medicine. Zoons, stop that bellyache, blether, quoth he, that will ne'er while a stiver out of peasants' purses. 'Twill but sour the nurse's milk, and gar the kine jump into rivers to be out of earshot on't. What false knave, did I buy thee a fine new psaltery, to be minded of my latter end withal? Hearken, these be the songs that glad the heart, and fill the minstrel's purse. And he sung so blasphemous a stave, and eke so obscene, as I drew away from him a space, that the lightning might not spoil the new psaltery. However, none came, being winter, and then I said, Master, the Lord is debonair. Held I the thunder, yon ribaldry had been thy last, thou foul-mouthed wretch. Why, Bombec, what is to do? Quoth he. I have made an ill bargain. O perverse heart that turneth from doctrine! So I bade him keep his breath to cool his broth. Ne'er would I shame my folk with singing Ribble's songs. Then says he sulkily, the first fire we light by the wayside, clap thou on the music box, so 'twill make our pot boil for the nonce. But with your good people let us peak and pine, cut tristful mugs and meal and wine, thorough our nose and chaunts divine. Never, 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 he might as well go through Lorraine crying, Mullygrubs, Mullygrubs, who'll buy my Mullygrubs? So we fared on, bad friends, but I took a thought, and prayed him hum me one of his naughty ditties again. Then he brightened and broke forth into ribaldry like a nightingale, finger and ears stuffed eye, no words, naught but the bare melody. For, oh, Margaret, note the sly malice of the evil one. Still to the scurviest matter he wedded the tunablest ditties. Catherine, that is true as holy writ. Sybrant, how know you that, mother? Cornelis, he. Eli, wisht ye uneasy wights, and let me hear the boy. He is wiser than ye, wiser than his years. What tomfoolery is this? Said he, yet he yielded to me, and soon I garnered 3 of his melodies, but I would not let Calde Jot wot the thing I meditated. Show not fools nor bairns unfinished work, saith the byword. And by this time 'twas night, and a little town at hand, where we went each to his inn. For my master would not yield to put off his rags and other sores till morning, nor I to enter an inn with a tatterdemalion. So we were to meet on the road at peep of day, and indeed we still lodged apart, meeting at morn and parting at eve, outside each town we lay at. And waking at midnight, and cogitating, good thoughts came down to me, and sudden my heart was enlightened. I called to mind that my Margaret had withstood the taking of the burgomaster's purse. 'Tis theft, said you, disguise it how you will, but I must be wiser than my betters. And now that which I had as good as stolen, others had stolen from me. As it came, so it was gone. Then I said, Heaven is not cruel, but just, and I vowed a vow to repay our burgomaster every shilling, and I could. And I went forth in the morning sad but hopeful. I felt lighter for the purse being gone. My master was at the gate, becrutched. I told him I'd liever have seen him in another disguise. Beggars must not be choosers, said he. However, soon he bade me untrust him, for he felt sadly. His head swam, I told him forcefully, to deform nature. Thus could scarce be wholesome. He answered none, but looked scared, and hand on head. By and by he gave a groan, and rolled on the ground like a ball, and writhed sore. I was scared, and wist not what to do, but went to lift him. But his trouble rose higher and higher. He gnashed his teeth fearfully, and the foam did fly from his lips, and presently his body bended itself like a bow, and jerked and bounded many times into the air. I exorcised him. It but made him worse. There was water in a ditch hard by, not very clear, but the poor creature struggling between life and death. I filled my hat withal, and came flying to souse him. Then my lord laughed in my face. Come, Bonbeck, by thy white gills, I have not forgotten my trade. I stood with watery hat in hand, glaring. Could this be feigning? What else? Said he. Why, a real fit is the sorriest thing, but a stroke with a feather compared with mine. Art still betters nature. But look, e'en now, blood trickleth from your nose, said I. I pricked my nostrils with the straw. But ye foamed at the lips. Oh, a little soap makes a mickle foam. And he drew out a morsel like a bean from his mouth. Thank thy stars, Bombeck, says he, for leading thee to a worthy master. Each day his lesson. Tomorrow we will study the Col de Bois and other branches. Today own me prince of demoniacs, and indeed of all good fellows. Then being puffed up, he forgot yesterday's grudge, and discoursed me freely of beggars, and gave me, who eftsoons thought a beggar was a beggar, and there an end, the names and qualities of full 30 sorts of masterful and crafty mendicants in France and Germany and England, his 3 provinces, for so the poor proud knave he clept those kingdoms 3, wherein his throne it was the stocks, I ween. And outside the next village one had gone to dinner, and left his wheelbarrow. So says he, I'll tie myself in a knot, and shalt wheel me through, and what with my crippledom and thy piety, a wheeling of thy poor old dad, we'll bleed the bumpkins of a dacha salty. I did refuse. I would work for him, but no hand would have in begging. And wheeling an asker in a barrow is not that work, said he. Then fling yon muckle stone in to boot. Stay, I'll soil it a bit, and swear it is a chip of the Holy Sepulchre, and you wheeled us both from Jerusalem. Said I, wheeling a pair o' lies? One stony, one fleshy, may be work and hard work, but honest work 'tis not. 'Tis fumbling with his tail you wot of. And, said I, master, next time you go to tempt me to knavery, speak not to me of my poor old dad, said I. You have minded me of my real father's face, the truest man in Holland. He and I are ill friends now, worse luck. But though I offend him, shame him, I never will. Dear Margaret, with this knave saying your poor old dad, it had gone to my heart like a knife. 'Tis well, said my master gloomily. I've made a bad bargain. Presently he halts and eyes a tree by the wayside. Go spell me what is writ on yon tree. So I went, and there was naught but a long square drawn in outline. I told him so. So much for thy monkish lore, quoth he. A little farther, and he sent me to read a wall. There was naught but a circle scratched on the stone with a point of nail or knife, and in the circle 2 dots. I said so. Then said he, Bombeck, that square was a warning. Some good truand left it that came through this village faring west. That means dangerous. The circle with the 2 dots was writ by another of our brotherhood, and it signifies as how the writer, soit Roland Trapu, soit Triboulet, soit Catincal de Bois, or what not, was becked for asking here, and lay 2 months in Starabin. Then he broke forth, talk of your little snivelling books that go in pouch. 3 books have I, France, England, and Germany, and they are writ all over in one tongue, that my brethren of all countries understand, and that is what I call learning. So sith here they whip sores and imprison infirmities, I to my tiring room. And he popped behind the hedge and came back worshipful. We passed through the village, and I sat me down on the stocks, and even the barber's apprentice whets his razor on a block. So did I flesh my psaltery on this village, fearing great cities. I tuned it, and coursed up and down the wires nimbly with my 2 wooden strikers, and then chanted loud and clear, as I had heard the minstrels of the country. Qui veut ouïr, qui veut savoir. Some trash, I mind not what. And soon the villagers, male and female, thronged about me. Thereat I left singing, and recited them to the psaltery a short but right merry tale out of the lives of the saints, which it is my handbook of pleasant figments. And this ended, instantly struck up and whistled one of Cul de Jac's devil's ditties, and played it on the psaltery to boot. Thou knowest heaven hath bestowed on me a rare whistle, both for compass and tune, and with me whistling bright and full this sprightly air, and making the wires slow when the tune did gallop, and tripping when the tune did amble, or I did stop and shake on one note like a lark in the air. They were like to eat me, but looking round, lo, my master had given way to his itch, and there was his hat on the ground, a copper pouring in. I deemed it cruel to whistle the bread out of poverty's pouch, so broke off and away. Yet could not get clear so swift, but both men and women did slobber me sore, and smelled all of garlic. There, master, said I call that cleaving the divil in twain and keeping his white hat. Said he, Bombeck, I have made a good bargain. Then he bade me stay where I was while he went to the Holy Land. I stayed, and he leaped the churchyard dyke, and the sexton was digging a grave, and my master chaffered with him, and came back with a knuckle bone. But why he clept a churchyard Holy Land, that I learned not then, but after dinner I was colouring the armories of a little inn, and he sat by me, most peaceable, a cutting and filing, and polishing bones sedately, so I speered was not honest work sweet as rainwater. Said he, mocking, what was he a making? A pair of bones to play on with thee, and with the refuse a St. Anthony's thumb, and a St. Martin's little finger for the devout, the vagabond. And now, sweet Margaret, thou seest our manner of life faring Rhineward. I, with the 2 arts I had least prized or counted on, for bread was welcome everywhere, too poor now to fear robbers, yet able to keep both master and man on the road. For at night I often made a portraiture of the innkeeper or his dame, and so went richer from an inn, the which it is the lot of few. But my master despised this even way of life. I love ups and downs, said he, and certes he lacked them not. One day he would gather more than I in 3. Another, to hear his tale, it had rained kicks all day in lieu of saltees, and that is pennies. Yet even then, at heart, he despised me for a poor mechanical soul, and scorned my arts, extolling his own, the art of feigning. Natheless, at odd times was he ill at his ease. Going through the town of Aix, we came upon a beggar walking fast by one hand to a cart tail, and the hangman of lashing his bare bloody back. He, stout knave, so whipped, did not a jot relent, but I did wince at every stroke, and my master hung his head. Soon or late, Bombeck, quoth he, soon or late. I, seeing his haggard face, knew what he meaned, and at a town whose name hath slipped me, but 'twas on a fair river. As we came to the foot of the bridge, he halted and shuddered. Why, what is the coil? Said I. Oh, blind, said he, they are justifying there. so naught would serve him but take a boat and cross the river by water. But 'twas out of the frying pan, as the word goeth, for the boatman has scarce told us the matter, and that it was a man and a woman for stealing glazed windows out of housen, and that the man was hanged at daybreak, and the queen to be drowned, when lo, they did fling her off the bridge, and fell in the water not far from us. And O Margaret, the deadly splash, it ringeth in my ears even now. But worse was coming, for though tied, she came up and cried, Help, help! And I, forgetting all, and hearing a woman's voice cry help, was for leaping in to save her, and had surely done it. But the boatman, and called a Jat, clung round me, and in a moment the Borough's man, that waited in a boat, came and entangled his hooked pole in her long hair, and so thrust her down and ended her. Oh, if the saints answered so our cries for help! And poor Culda Jat groaned, and I sat sobbing, and beat my breast, and cried, Of what hath God made men's hearts? End of section 56. Section 57 of the Cloister and the Hearth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. Chapter 53, Part 2. The reader stopped, and the tears trickled down her cheeks. Gerard, crying in Lorraine, made her cry at Rotterdam. The leagues were no more to her heart than the breadth of a room. Eli, softened by many touches in the letter, and by the reader's womanly graces, said kindly enough, Take thy time, lass, and methinks some of ye might find her a creepy to rest her foot, and she so near her own trouble. I'd do more for her than that, an I durst, said Catherine. Here, Cornelis, and she held out her little wooden stool, and that worthy, who hated Margaret worse than ever, had to take the creepy and put it carefully under her foot. You are very kind, dame, she faltered. I will read on. 'Tis all I can do for you in turn. Thus seeing my master ashy and sore shaken, I deemed this horrible tragic act came timiously to warn him. So I strove sore to turn him from his ill ways, discoursing of sinners and their lethal end. Too late, said he, too late, and gnashed his teeth. Then I told him too late was the divil's favorite whisper in repentant ears. Said I, the Lord is debonair, let sinners naught despair. Too late, said he, and gnashed his teeth and writhed his face, as though vipers were biting his inward parts. But, dear heart, his was a mind like running water. Ere we cleared the town, he was caroling, and outside the gate hung the other culprit from the bough of a little tree, and scarce a yard above the ground. And that stayed my vagabond's music. But ere we had gone another furlong, he feigned to have dropped his rosary, and ran back with no good intent, as you shall hear. I strolled on very slowly, and often halting, and presently he came stumping up on one leg, and that bandaged. I asked him how he could contrive that, for 'twas masterly done. Oh, that was his mystery. Would I know that, I must join the brotherhood. And presently we did pass a narrow lane, and at the mouth on't espied a written stone, telling beggars by a word, like a wee pitchfork, to go that way. 'Tis yon farmhouse, said he, bide thou at hand. And he went to the house, and came back with money, food, and wine. This lad did the business, said he, slapping his one leg proudly. Then he undid the bandage, and with prideful face showed me a hole in his calf you could have put your neef in. Had I been strange to his tricks, here was a leg had drawn my last penny. Presently another farmhouse by the road. He made for it. I stood and asked myself, should I run away and leave him, not to be shamed in my own despite by him? But while I doubted, there was a great noise, and my master, well cudgelled by the farmer and his men, came towards me hobbling and hallooing, for the peasants had laid on heartily. But more trouble was at his heels. Some mischievous wight loosed a dog as big as a jackass colt, and came roaring after him, and downed him momently. I, deeming the poor rogue's death certain, and him least fit to die, drew my sword and ran shouting. But ere I could come near, the muckle dog had torn away his bad leg, and ran growling to his lair with it. And Cul de Jatte slipped his knot, and came running like a lapwing, with his hair on end, and so striking with both crutches before and behind at unreal dogs, as 'twas like a windmill crazed. He fled adown the road. I followed leisurely, and found him at dinner. Curse the Chians, said he, and not a word all dinner time but curse the Chians. I said I must know who they were before I would curse them. Chians, why, that was dogs. And I knew not even that much. He had made a bad bargain. Well, well, said he, tomorrow we shall be in Germany. There the folk are music bitten, and they molest not beggars unless they fake to boot, and then they drown us out of hand that moment, curse 'em. We came to Strasbourg, and I looked down Rhine with longing heart. The stream, how swift it seemed running to clip Sevenbergen to its soft bosom. With but a piece of timber and an oar, I might drift at my ease to thee, sleeping yet gliding still. 'Twas a sore temptation, but the fear of an ill welcome from my folk, and of the neighbors' sneers, and the hope of coming back to thee victorious, not, as now I must, defeated and shamed, and thee with me, it did withhold me. And so with many sighs, and often turning of the head to look on beloved Rhine, I turned sorrowful face and heavy heart towards Augsburg. Alas, dame, alas, good Master Eli, forgive me, but I ne'er can win over this part, all at one time, it taketh my breath away. Well a day, why did he not listen to his heart? Had he not gone through peril enow, sorrow enow? Well a day, well a day. The letter dropped from her hand, and she drooped like a wounded lily. Then there was a clatter on the floor, and it was little Kate, going on her crutches, with flushed face and eyes full of pity, to console her. Water, mother, she cried, I am afeard she shall swoon. Nay, nay, fear me not, said Margaret feebly, I will not be so troublesome. Thy good will, it maketh me stouter hearted, sweet Mistress Kate, for if thou carest how I fare, sure heaven is not against me. Catherine, do you hear that, my man? Eli, I wife, I hear, and Mark to boot. Little Kate went back to her place, and Margaret read on. The Germans are fonder of armorials than the French, so I found work every day, and whiles I wrought, my master would leave me, and doff his raiment, and don his rags, and other infirmities, and cozen the world, which he did clep it plucking of the goose. This done, would meet me, and demand half my earnings, and with restless piercing eye ask me would I be so base as to cheat my poor master by making 3 parts in lieu of 2, till I threatened to lend him a cuff to boot in requital of his suspicion, and thenceforth took his due, with feigned confidence in my good faith, the which his dancing eye belied. Early in Germany we had a quarrel. I had seen him buy a skull of a jailer's wife, and mighty zealous a polishing it. Thought I, how can he carry yon memento, and not repent, seeing where ends his way? Presently I did catch him selling it to a woman for the head of Saint Barnabas, with a tale, had cozened an Hebrew, so I snatched it out of their hands, and trundled it into the ditch. How, thou impious knave, said I, wouldst sell for a saint the skull of some dead thief, thy brother? He slunk away, but shallow she did crawl after the skull, and with apron reverently dust it for Barnabas, and it Barabbas. And so home with it, said I. Non vult an cervelli, sed populus vult decipi. Catherine. Oh, the goodly Latin. Eli. What meaneth it? Catherine. Nay, I know not, but 'tis Latin. Is not that enow? He was the flower of the flock. Then I to him, take now thy psaltery, and part we here, for art a walking prison, a walking hell. But lo, my master fell on his knees, and begged me for pity's sake not turn him off. What would become of him? He did so love honesty. Thou love honesty? Said I. Ay, said he, not to enact it, the saints forbid, but to look on. 'Tis so fair a thing to look on. Alas, good Bonbec, said he, hadst starved peradventure but for me. Kick not down thy ladder. Call ye that just? Nay, calm thy choler. Have pity on me. I must have a pal. And how could I bear one like myself after one so simple as thou? He might cut my throat for the money that is hid in my belt. 'Tis not much, 'tis not much. With thee I walk at mine ease. With a sharp I dare not go before in a narrow way. Alas, forgive me. Now I know where in thy bonnet lurks the bee. I will wear his sting. I will but pluck the secular goose. So be it, said I, and example was contagious. He should be a true man. By then we reached Nurnberg. 'Twas a long way to Nurnberg. Seeing him so humble, I said, well, doff rags and make thyself decent. 'Twill help me forget what thou art. And he did so, and we sat down to our non-meat. Presently came by a reverend palmer, with hats stuck round with cockle shells from Holy Land, and great rosary of beads like eggs of teal, and sandals for shoes. And he leaned aweary on his long staff, and offered us a shell apiece. My master would none, but I, to set him a better example, took one, and for it gave the poor pilgrim 2 batzen, and had his blessing. And he was scarce gone, when we heard savage cries, and came a sorry sight, one leading a wild woman in a chain, all rags and howling like a wolf. And when they came nigh us, she fell to tearing her rags to threads. The man sought an alms of us, and told us his hard case. 'Twas his wife, stark raving mad, and he could not work in the fields, and leave her in his house to fire it, nor cure her could be without the saintie's help, and had vowed 6 pounds of wax to Saint Anthony to heal her, and so was fain beg of charitable folk for the money. And now she espied us, and flew at me with her long nails, and I was cold with fear, so devilish showed her face, and rolling eyes, and nails like birdie's talons. But he with the chain checked her sudden, and with his whip did cruelly lash her for it, that I cried, Forbear, forbear, she knoweth not what she doth, and gave him a bat's. And being gone, said I, Master, of those twain, I know not which is the more pitiable. And he laughed in my face. Behold thy justice. Bombec, said he, thou railest on thy poor good within an ace of honest master, and bestowest alms on a vopper. Vopper, said I, what is a vopper? Why, a trull that feigns madness. That was one of us, that sham maniac, and wow, but she did it clumsily. I blushed for her and thee. Also gavest 2 batzen for a shell from Holy Land that came no farther than Normandy. I have called them myself on that coast by scores, and sold them to pilgrims true and pilgrims false, to gull flats like thee withal. What, said I, that reverend man? One of us, cried Col de Jat, one of us. In France we call them coquillards, but here calmierers. Railest on me for selling a false relic now and then, and wastest thy earnings on such as sell naught else. I'll tell thee, Bombec, said he, there is not one true relic on earth's face. The saints died 1,000 years agone, and their bones mixed with the dust. But the trade in relics, it is of yesterday, and there are 40,000 tramps in Europe live by it, selling relics of 40 or 50 bodies. Oh, threadbare lie! And of the true cross he now to build Cologne Minster. Why then may not poor Col de Jat turn his penny with the crowd? art but a scurvy tyrannical servant, to let thy poor master from his share of the swag, with your whoreson pilgrims, palmers, and friars, black grey and crutched, for all these are of our brotherhood, and of our art, only masters they, and we but poor apprentices in guild. For his tongue was an ell and a half. A truce to thy irreverend sophistries, said I, and say what company is this a coming? Bohemians, cried he, ay, ay, this shall be the rest of the band. With that came along so motley a crew, as never your eyes beheld, dear Margaret. Marched at their head one with a banner on a steel-pointed lance, and girded with a great long sword, and in velvet doublet and leathern jerkin, the which stuffs ne'er saw I wetted afore on mortal flesh, and a gay feather in his lordly cap, and a couple of dead fowls at his back, the which and the spark had come by honestly, I am much mistook. Him followed wives and babes on 2 lean horses, whose flanks still rattled like parchment drum, being beaten by kettles and cauldrons. Next an armed man a riding of a horse, which drew a cart full of females and children, and in it, sitting backwards, a lusty lazy knave, lance in hand, with his luxurious feet raised on a holy water pail, that lay along, and therein a cat, new kittened, sat glowing o'er her brood, and sparks for eyes. And the cart horse cavalier had on his shoulders a round bundle, and thereon did perch a cock, and crowed with zeal, poor ruffler, proud of his brave feathers as the rest, and happily with more reason, being his own. And on an ass another wife and new-born child, and one poor queen afoot, scarce dragged herself along, so near her time was she, yet held 2 little ones by the hand, and helplessly helped them on the road. And the little folk were just a farce. Some rode sticks with horses' heads between their legs, which pranced and caracoled, and soon wearied the riders so sore they stood stock still and wept, which cavaliers were presently taken into cart and cuffed. And one, more grave, lost in a man's hat and feather, walked in Egyptian darkness, handed by a girl. Another had the great saucepan on his back, and a tremendous 3-footed clay pot sat on his head and shoulders, swallowing him, so as he too went darkling, led by his sweetheart 3 foot high. When they were gone by, and we had both laughed lustily, said I, Nathless, master, my bowels they yearn for one of that tawdry band, even for the poor wife so near the down lying, scarce able to drag herself, yet still, poor soul, helping the weaker on the way. Catherine, nay, nay, Margaret, why, wench, pluck up heart, certes thou art no Bohemian. Kate, nay, mother, 'tis not that, I trow, but her father. And dear heart, why take notice to put her to the blush? Ricard, so I say. And he derided me. Why, that is a biltregger, said he, and you waste your bowels on a pillow, or so forth. I told him he lied. Time would show, said he, wait till they camp. And rising after meat and meditation, and travelling forward, we found them camped between 2 great trees, on a common by the wayside, and they had lighted a great fire, and on it was their cauldron. In one of the trees, slanting o'er the fire, a kid hung down by a chain from the tree fork to the fire, and in the fork was wedged an urchin, turning still the chain to keep the meat from burning, and a gay spark with a feather in his cap cut up a sheep, and another has spitted a leg of it on a wooden stake, and a woman ended Chanticleer's pride with wringing of his neck, and under the other tree 4 rufflers played at cards and quarrelled, and no word sans oath, and of these lewd gamblers one had cockles in his hat, and was my reverend pilgrim. And a female, young and comely, and dressed like a butterfly, sat and mended a heap of dirty rags. And Cul de Jatte said, Jan is the vopper. And I looked incredulous, and looked again, and it was so. And at her feet sat he that had so late lashed her. But I ween he had wist where to strike, or woe betide him, and she did now oppress him sore, and made him thread her very needle, the which he did with all humility. So was their comedy turned seamy side without. And Cul de Jatte told me 'twas still so with vopers, and their men in camp. They would don their bravery, though but for an hour, and with their tinsel empire, and the man durst not the least gainsay the vopper, or she would turn him off at these times, as I my master, and take another tyrant more submissive. And my master chuckled over me. Nathless, we soon espied a wife, set with her back against the tree, and her hair down, and her face white, and by her side a wench held up to her eye a new-born babe, with words of cheer. And the rough fellow, her husband, did bring her hot wine in a cup, and bade her take courage. And just o'er the place she sat, they had pinned from bough to bough of those neighbouring trees 2 shawls, and blankets too, together, to keep the drizzle off her. And so had another poor little rogue come into the world, and by her own particular folk tended gipsy wise, but of the roasters, and boilers, and vopers, and gamblers, no more noticed, no, not for a single moment, than sheep which droppeth her lamb in a field by travellers upon the way. Then said I, What of thy foul suspicions, master? Over knavery blinds the eye, as well as over simplicity. And he laughed and said, Triumph, Bombeck, triumph. The chances were 9 in 10 against thee. Then I did pity her to be in a crowd at such a time. But he rebuked me. I should pity rather your queens and royal duchesses, which by law are condemned to groan in a crowd of nobles and courtiers, and do writhe with shame as well as sorrow, being come of decent mothers, whereas these gipsy women have no more shame under their skins than a wolf Ruth or a hare Valor. And Bombeck, quoth he, I espy in thee a lamentable fault, wasteth thy bowels, wilt have none left for thy poor good master, which doeth thy will by night and day. Then we came forward, and he talked with the men in some strange Hebrew cant, whereof no word knew I, and the poor knaves bade us welcome and denied us naught. With them and all they had 'twas lightly come and lightly go. And when we left them, my master said to me, This is thy first lesson, but tonight we shall lie at Hansborough. Come with me to the Rotbos there, and I'll show thee all our folk and their lays, and especially the Losners, the Dutzers, the Sleppers, the Kickuses, the Swanfelders, whom in England we call shivering jemmies, the Sutbeggers, the Schweigers, the Jowners, the Sisseldiggers, the Genesherers in France, the Candiers or Riffodes, the Varanarans, the Stablers, with a few foreigners like ourselves, such as Pietres, Frank Mitu, Piloson, Malingru, Taters, Rufflers, Whipjacks, Domerars, Glimmerars, Jarkmen, Patricos, Swaddlers, Autumn Morts, Walking Morts. Enow, cried I, stopping him, art as gleesome as the evil one, accounting of his imps. I'll jot down in my tablet all these caitiffs and their accursed names, for knowledge is knowledge. But go among them, alive or dead, that will I not with my good will. Moreover, said I, what need, since I have a companion in thee, who is all the knaves on earth in one? And thought to abash him, but his face shone with pride, and hand on breast he did bow low to me. If thy wit be scant, good Bombeck, thy manners are a charm. I have made a good bargain. So he to the Rotboss, and I to a decent inn, and sketched the landlord's daughter by candlelight, and started at morn, Batson 3, the richer, but could not find my master, so loitered slowly on, and presently met him coming west for me, and cursing the queens. Why so? Because he could blind the culls, but not the queens. At last I prevailed on him to leave cursing and canting, and tell me his adventure. Said he, I sat outside the gate of yon monastery, full of sores, which I showed the passers-by. O Bombeck, beautifuler sores you never saw, and it rained coppers in my hat. Presently the monks came home from some procession, and the convent dogs ran out to meet them, cursed the queans. What, did they fall on thee, and bite thee, poor soul? Worse, worse, dear Bombeck. Had they bitten me, I had earned silver, but the great idiots, being as I think puppies or little better, fell on me where I sat, downed me, and fell a-licking my sores among them, as thou, false name, didst swear the whelps in heaven licked the sores of Lazybones, a beggar of old. Nay, nay, said I said no such thing. But tell me, since they bit thee not, but sportfully licked thee, what harm? What harm, Noodle? Why, the sores came off. How could that be? How could aught else be? And them just fresh put on. Did I think he was so weak as bite holes in his flesh with ratsbane? Nay, he was an artist, a painter, like his servant, and had put on sores made of pig's blood, rye meal, and glue. So when the folk saw my sores go on tongues of puppies, they laughed, and I saw quarter sack before me. So up I jumped and shouted, "A miracle! A miracle! The very dogs of this holy convent be holy, and have cured me." "Good fathers," cried I, "whose day is this?" "Saint Isidore's," said one. "Saint Isidore!" cried I, in a sort of rapture. "Why, Saint Isidore is my patron saint, so that accounts." And the simple folk swallowed my miracle as those accursed queans by my wounds. But the monks took me inside and shut the gate, and put their heads together. But I have a quick ear, and one did say, "Caret miraculo monasterium," which is Greek patter, leastways it is no beggar's cant. Finally they bade the lay brethren give me a hiding, and take me out a back way, and put me on the road, and threatened me, did I come back to the town, to hand me to the magistrate, and have me drowned for a plain impostor. "Profit now by the church's grace," said they, "and mend thy ways. So forward, Bombeck, for my life is not sure nigh hand this town." As we went he worked his shoulders. Wow, but the brethren laid on. And what means yon piece of monk's cant, I wonder? So I told him the words meant the monastery is in want of a miracle, but the application thereof was dark to me. "Dark," cried he, "dark as noon. Why, it means they are going to work the miracle, my miracle, and gather all the grain I sowed. Therefore these blows on their benefactor's shoulders. Therefore is he that wrought their scurry miracle driven forth with stripes and threats." "O cozening knaves," said I, "becomes you to complain of guile." "Alas, Bombeck," said he, "I but outwit the simple, but these monks would pluck Lucifer of his wing feathers, and went a league bemoaning himself that he was not convent bred like his servant. He would put it to more profit, and railing on queans. And as for those monks, there was one above." "Sir," said I, "there is one above." "What then? Who will call those shavelings to compt one day?" quoth he. "And all deceitful men," said I. At one that afternoon I got armories to paint. So my master took the yellow jaundice, and went begging through the town, and with his oily tongue and saffron water face did fill his hat. Now in all the towns are certain licensed beggars, and one of these was an old favorite with the townsfolk, had his station at St. Martin's Porch, the greatest church, a blind man, they called him Blind Hans. He saw my master drawing coppers on the other side the street, and knew him by his tricks for an impostor, so sent and warned the constables, and I met my master in the constable's hands, and going to his trial in the town hall. I followed, and many more, and he was none abashed, neither by the pomp of justice, nor memory of his misdeeds, but demanded his accuser like a trumpet. And Blind Hans's boy came forward, but was sifted narrowly by my master, and stammered and faltered, and owned he had seen nothing, but only carried Blind Hans's tale to the chief constable. "This is but hearsay," said my master. "Lo ye now, here standeth misfortune, backbit by envy. But stand thou forth, blind envy, and vent thine own lie." And Blind Hans behoved to stand forth sore against his will. Him did my master so press with questions, and so pinch and torture, asking him again and again, how, being blind, he could see all that befell, and some that befell not, across a way. And why an he could not see, he came there, holding up his perjured hand, and maligning the misfortune, that at last he groaned aloud, and would utter no word more. And an alderman said, "In sooth, Hans, ye are to blame. Hast cast more dirt of suspicion on thyself than on him." But the burgomaster, a wondrous fat man, and methinks of his fat some had gotten into his head, checked him and said, "Nay, Hans, we know this many years, and be he blind or not, he hath passed for blind so long, 'tis all one. Back to thy porch, good Hans, and let the strange varlet leave the town incontinent on pain of whipping." Then my master winked to me, but there rose a civic officer in his gown of state and golden chain, a dignity with us lightly prized, and even shunned of some, but in Germany and France much courted, save by condemned malefactors, to wit the hangman. And says he, "And please you, first let us see why he weareth his hair so thick and low." And his man went and lifted Cul de Jat's hair, and lo, the upper gristle of both ears was gone. "How is this, knave?" quoth the burgomaster. My master said carelessly, he minded not precisely, his had been a life of misfortunes and losses. When a poor soul has lost the use of his leg, noble sirs, these more trivial woes rest lightly in his memory. When he found this would not serve his turn, he named 2 famous battles, in each of which he had lost half an ear, of fighting like a true man against traitors and rebels. But the hangman showed them the 2 cuts were made at one time, and by measurement. "'Tis no bungling soldier's work, my master," said he, "'tis our'n." Then the burgomaster gave judgment. "The present charge is not proven against thee, but, an thou beest not guilty now, thou hast been at other times, witness thine ears. Wherefore I send thee to prison for 1 month, and give a florin towards the new hall of the guilds, now a building, and to be whipped out of the town, and pay the hangman's fee for the same." And all the aldermen approved, and my master was haled to prison with one look of anguish. It did strike my bosom. I tried to get speech of him, but the jailer denied me. But lingering near the jail, I heard a whistle, and there was Col de Jat at a narrow window 20 feet from earth. I went under, and he asked me what made I there. I told him I was loath to go forward, and not bid him farewell. He seemed quite amazed, but soon his suspicious soul got the better. That was not all mine errand. I told him not all. The psaltery, well, what of that? 'Twas not mine, but his. I would pay him the price of it. "Then throw me a rix dollar," said he. I counted out my coins, and they came to a rix dollar and 2 batson. I threw him up his money in 3 throws, and when he had got it all, he said, "Softly, Bomback." "Master," said I. Then the poor rogue was greatly moved. "I thought ye had been mocking me," said he. "Oh, Bomback, Bomback, if I had found the world like thee at starting, I had put my wit to better use, and I had not lain here." Then he whimpered out, I gave not quite a rix dollar for the jingler, and threw me back that he had gone to cheat me of, honest for once and over late, and so with many sighs bade me God speed. Thus did my master, after often baffling men's justice, fall by their injustice, for his lost ears proved not his guilt only, but of that guilt the bitter punishment. So the account was even, yet they for his chastisement did chastise him. Natheless he was a parlous rogue. Yet he holp to make a man of me. Thanks to his good wit, I went forward richer far with my psaltery and brush, than with yon as good as stolen purse, for that must have run dry in time, like a big trough, but these a little fountain. Richard, how pregnant his reflections be, and but a curly pated lad, when last I saw him. Asking your pardon, mistress, prithee read on. One day I walked alone, and sooth to say, light-hearted, for mine honest Anya sweetened the air on the way, but poor Col de Jat poisoned it. The next day, passing a grand house, out came on prancing steeds a gentleman in brave attire, and 2 servants. They overtook me. The gentleman bade me halt. I laughed in my sleeve, for a few batson were all my store. He made me doff my doublet and jerkin, then I chuckled no more. "Bethink you, my lord," said I, "'tis winter, how may a poor fellow go bare and live?" So he told me. I shot mine arrow wide of his thought, and off with his own gay jerkin, richly furred, and doublet to match, and held them forth to me. Then a servant let me know it was a penance. His lordship had had the ill luck to slay his cousin in their cups. Down to my shoes he changed with me, and set me on his horse like a popinjay, and fared by my side in my worn weeds, with my psaltery on his back. And said he, "Now, good youth, thou art cousin Detstein, and I, late count, thy servant. Play the part well, and help me save my blood-stained soul. Be haughty and choleric as any noble, and I will be as humble as I may." I said I would do my best to play the noble, but what should I call him? He bade me call him naught but servant. That would mortify him most, he wist. We rode on a long way in silence, for I was meditating the strange chance that from a beggar's servant had made me a master to account, and also cudgelling my brains how best I might play the master without being run through the body all at one time like his cousin. For I mistrusted sore my spark's humility, your German nobles being to my knowledge proud as Lucifer, and choleric as fire. As for the servants, they did slyly grin to one another to see their master so humbled. What is that? A lump, as of lead, had just bounced against the door, and the latch was fumbled with unsuccessfully. Another bounce, and the door swung inwards, with Giles, arrayed in cloth of gold, sticking to it like a wasp. He landed on the floor, and was embraced, but on learning what was going on, trumpeted that he would much liever hear of Gerard than gossip. Sybrand pointed to a diminutive chair. Giles showed his sense of this civility by tearing the said Siebrand out of a very big one, and there ensconced himself, gorgeous and glowing. Siebrand had to wedge himself into the one which was too small for the magnificent dwarf's soul, and Margaret resumed. But as this part of the letter was occupied with notices of places, all which my reader probably knows, and if not, can find handled at large in a dozen well-known books, from Munster to Murray, I skipped the topography and hastened to that part where it occurred to him to throw his letter into a journal. The personal narrative that intervened may be thus condensed. End of section 57. Section 58 of the Cloister and the Hearth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade, Chapter 53, Part 3. He spoke but little at first to his new companions, but listened to pick up their characters. Neither his noble servant nor his servant could read or write, and as he often made entries in his tablets, he impressed them with some awe. One of his entries was "Le peu que sont les hommes," for he found the surly innkeepers lick the very ground before him now, nor did a soul suspect the hosier's son in the count's feathers, nor the count in the minstrel's weeds. This seems to have surprised him, for he enlarged on it with the naivete and pomposity of youth, at one place being humbly requested to present the inn with his armorial bearings. He consented loftily, but painted them himself to mine host's wonder, who thought he lowered himself by handling brush. The true count stood grinning by, and held the paint pot, while the sham count painted the shield with 3 red herrings, rampant under sort of Maltese cross, made with 2 ell measures. At first his plebeian servants were insolent, but this coming to the notice of his noble one, he forgot what he was doing penance for, and drew his sword to cut off their ears, heads included. But Gerard interposed and saved them, and rebuked the count severely, and finally they all understood one another, and the superior mind obtained its natural influence. He played the barbarous noble of that day vilely, for his heart would not let him be either tyrannical or cold. Here were 3 human beings. He tried to make them all happier than he was, held them ravished with stories and songs, and set Herr Penitent and company dancing with his whistle and psaltery. For his own convenience he made them ride and tie, and thus push rapidly through the country, travelling generally 15 leagues a day. Diary. The first day of January, I observed a young man of the country to meet a strange maiden, and kissed his hand, and then held it out to her. She took it with a smile, and lo, acquaintance made, and babbled like old friends. Greetings so pretty and delicate I ne'er did see, yet were they both of the baser sort. So the next lass I saw a coming, I said to my servant lord, for further penance bow thy pride, go meet yon base-born girl, kiss thy homicidal hand, and give it her, and hold her in discourse as best ye may. And my noble servant said humbly, I shall obey, my lord, and we drew rein, and watched while he went forward, kissed his hand, and held it out to her. Forthwith she took it smiling, and was most affable with him, and he with her. Presently came up a band of her companions, so this time I bade him doff his bonnet to them, as though they were empresses, and he did so. And lo, the lasses drew up as stiff as hedge stakes, and moved not, nor spake. Donna. I, pardon the company. This surprised me none, for so they did discountenance poor Donna, and that whole day I wore in experimenting these German lasses, and 'twas still the same. And ye doff bonnet to them, they stiffen into statues, distance for distance. but accost them with honest freedom, and with that customary, and though rustical, most gracious proffer of the kissed hand, and they withhold neither their hands in turn nor their acquaintance in an honest way. Seeing which, I vexed myself that Donna was not with us to prattle with them. He is so fond of women. Are you fond of women, Donna? And the reader opened two great violet eyes upon him with gentle surprise. Donna, ahem, he says so. She, comrade, by Hannibal's helmet, 'tis their fault, not mine. They will have such soft voices, and white skins, and sunny hair, and dark blue eyes, and Margaret, reading suddenly, which their affability I put to profit thus. I asked them how they made shift to grow roses in Yule, for know, dear Margaret, that throughout Germany the baser sort of lasses wear for head dress naught but a krantz or wreath of roses, encircling their bare hair as laurel Caesars. And though of the worshipful scorned, yet is braver, I wis, to your eye and mine, which painters be, those sorry ones, than the gorgeous, uncouth, mechanical headgear of the time, and adorns, not hides her hair, that goodly ornament fitted to her head by craft divine. So the good lasses, being questioned close, did let me know the rosebuds are cut in summer, and laid then in great clay pots, thus ordered. First bay salt, then a row of buds, and over that row bay salt sprinkled, then another row of buds placed crosswise, for they say it is death to the buds to touch one another, and so on, buds and salt in layers. Then each pot is covered and soldered tight, and kept in cool cellar. And on Saturday night, the master of the house, or mistress, if master be none, opens a pot, and doles the rosebuds out to every female in the house, high or low, withouten grudge. Then solders it up again, and such as of these buds would full-blown roses make, put them in warm water a little space, or else in the stove, and then with tiny brush and soft wetted in Rhenish wine, do coax them till they ope their folds. And some perfume them with rose water, for lack their smell it is fled with the summer, and only their fair bodies lie withouten soul, in tomb of clay, awaiting resurrection. And some with the roses and buds mix nutmegs gilded, but not by my good will, for gold, brave in itself, cheek by jowl with roses, is but yellow earth. And it does the eye's heart good to see these fair heads of hair come, blooming with roses, over snowy roads, and by snow-capped hedges, setting winter's beauty by the side of summer's glory. For what so fair as winter's lilies, snow yclept, and what so brave as roses, and shouldst have had a picture here, but for their superstition. Leaned, alas, in Sunday garb, cross-ankled, against her cottage corner, whose low roof was snow-clad, and with her krantz did seem a summer flower sprouting from winter's bosom. I drew rein, and out, pencil and brush, to limn her for thee, but the simpleton, fearing the evil eye, or glamour, claps both hands to her face, and flies panic-stricken. But indeed they are not more superstitious than the 7 Bergen folk, which take thy father for a magician. Yet softly, sith at this moment I profit by this darkness of their minds, for at first, sitting down to write this diary, I could frame nor thought nor word, so harried and deaved was I with noise of mechanical persons and hoarse laughter at dull jests of one of these party-colored fools which are so rife in Germany. But oh, sorry wit, that is driven to the poor resource of pointed ear-caps and a green and yellow body. True wit, methinks, is of the mind. We met in Burgundy, an honest wench, though over-free for my palate, a chambermaid, had made havoc of all these zanies, droll by brute force. Oh, digressor! Well then, I to be rid of roaring rusticals and mindless jests, put my finger in a glass, and drew on the table a great watery circle, whereat the rusticals did look askance like venison at a cat, and in that circle a smaller circle. The rusticals held their peace, and besides these circles cabalistical, I laid down on the table solemnly yon parchment deed I had out of your house. The rusticals held their breath. Then did I look as glum as might be, and muttered slowly thus: Videamus quam diu tu fictis morio, vosque veri stulti, audibudis in hac aula morari, strepitantis ita et olentis, ut del kissi mai, ne quam miser scripere. They shook like aspens, and stole away on tiptoe, one by one at first, then in a rush and jostling, and left me alone. And most scared of all was the fool, never earned jester, fairer his ass's ears. So rubbed I their foible, who first rubbed mine, for of all a traveller's foes I dread those giants twain, Sir Noise and eke Sir Stench. The saints and martyrs forgive my peevishness. Thus I write to thee in balmy peace, and tell thee trivial things scarce worthy ink, also how I love thee, which there was no need to tell, for well thou knowest it. And, O dear Margaret, looking on their roses, which grew in summer, but blow in winter, I see the picture of our true affection. Born it was in smiles and bliss, but soon adversity beset us sore with many a bitter blast. Yet our love hath lost no leaf, thank God, but blossoms full and fair as ever, proof against frowns and gibes and prison and banishment, as those sweet German flowers a-blooming in winter's snow. January 2. My servant the Count, finding me curious, took me to the stables of the prince that rules this part. In the first court was a horse bath, adorned with 22 pillars, graven with the prince's arms, and also the horse leech's shop, so furnished as a rich apothecary might envy. The stable is a fair quadrangle, whereof 3 sides filled with horses of all nations. Before each horse's nose was a glazed window with a green curtain to be drawn at pleasure, and at his tail a thick wooden pillar with a brazen shield, whence by turning of a pipe he is watered, and serves too for a cupboard to keep his comb and rubbing clothes. Each rack was iron, and each manger shining copper, and each nag covered with a scarlet mantle, and above him his bridle and saddle hung, ready to gallop forth in a minute. And not less than 200 horses, whereof 12 score of foreign breed. And we returned to our inn, full of admiration, and the 2 varlets said sorrowfully, why were we born with 2 legs? And one of the grooms that was civil and had of me trinkgeld stood now at his cottage door, and asked us in. There we found his wife and children, of all ages, from 5 to 18, and had but 1 room to bide and sleep in, a thing pestiferous and most uncivil. Then I asked my servant, knew he this prince? Ay, did he, and had often drunk with him in a marble chamber above the stable, where for table was a curious and artificial rock, and the drinking vessels hang on its pinnacles, and at the hottest of the engagement a statue of a horseman in bronze came forth bearing a bowl of liquor, and he that sat nearest behooved to drain it. 'Tis well, said I. Now for thy penance, whisper thou in yon prince's ear, that God hath given him his people freely, and not sought a price for them as for horses. And pray him look inside the huts at his horse palace door, and bethink himself, is it well to house his horses and stable his folk? Said he, 'twill give sore offense. But, said I, ye must do it discreetly, and choose your time. So he promised, and riding on, we heard plaintive cries. Alas, said I, some sore mischance hath befallen some poor soul. What may it be? And we rode up, and lo, it was a wedding feast, and the guests were plying the business of drinking, sad and silent, but ever and anon cried loud and dolefully, Sata frolic, be merry. January 3. Yesterday, between Nurnberg and Augsburg, we parted company. I gave my lord, late servant, back his brave clothes for mine, but his horse he made me keep, and 5 gold pieces, and said he was still my debtor. His penance it had been slight along of me, but profitable. But his best word was this, I see 'tis more noble to be loved than feared. And then he did so praise me, as I blush to put on paper. Yet, poor fool, would fain thou couldst hear his words, but from some other pen than mine. And the servants did heartily grasp my hand, and wish me good luck. And riding apace, yet could I not reach Augsburg till the gates were closed. But it mattered little, for this Augsburg, it is an enchanted city. For a small coin, one took me a long way round to a famous postern called Der Einlasse. Here stood 2 guardians, like statues. To them I gave my name and business. They nodded me leave to knock. I knocked, and the iron gate opened with a great noise, and hollow rattling of a chain, but no hand seen nor chain. And he who drew the hidden chain sits a butt's length from the gate, and I rode in, and the gate closed with a clang after me. I found myself in a great building with a bridge at my feet. This I rode over, and presently came to a porter's lodge, where one asked me again my name and business. Then rang a bell, and a great portcullis that barred the way began to rise, drawn by a wheel overhead, and no hand seen. Behind the portcullis was a thick oaken door, studded with steel. It opened without hand, and I rode into a hall as dark as pitch. Trembling there a while, a door opened and showed me a smaller hall, lighted. I rode into it. A tin goblet came down from the ceiling by a little chain. I put 2 batzen into it, and it went up again. Being gone, another thick door creaked and opened, and I rid through. It closed on me with a tremendous clang, and behold me in Augsburg city. I lay at an inn called the Three Moors, over 100 years old, and this morning, according to my way of viewing towns, to learn their compass and shape, I mounted the highest tower I could find, and setting my dial at my foot, surveyed the beautiful city. Whole streets of palaces and churches, tiled with copper, burnished like gold, and the house fronts gaily painted and all glazed, and the glass so clean and burnished as 'tis most resplendent and rare. And I, now for seeing a great city, did crow with delight, and like cock on his ladder, and at the tower foot was taken into custody for a spy. For whilst I watched the city, the watchman had watched me. The burgomaster received me courteously, and heard my story. Then rebuked he the officers. Could ye not question him yourselves, or read in his face? This is to make our city stink in strangers' report. Then he told me my curiosity was of a commendable sort, and seeing I was a craftsman and inquisitive, bade his clerk take me among the guilds. God bless the city where the very burgomaster is cut of Solomon's cloth. January 5. Dear Margaret, it is a noble city, and a kind mother to arts. Here they cut in wood and ivory, that 'tis like spiders' work, and paint on glass, and sing angelical harmonies. Writing of books is quite gone by. Here be 6 printers. Yet was I offered a bountiful wage to write fairly a merchant's accounts. One Fugger, a grand and wealthy trader, and hath store of ships, yet his father was but a poor weaver. But here in commerce, her very garden, men swell like mushrooms. And he bought my horse of me, and abated me not a jot, which way of dealing is not known in Holland. But, O Margaret, the workmen of all the guilds are so kind and brotherly to one another and to me. Here methinks I found the true German mind, loyal, frank, and kindly, somewhat choleric withal, but naught revengeful. Each mechanic wears a sword. The very weavers at the loom sit girded with their weapons, and all Germans on too slight occasion draw them and fight. But no treachery. Challenge first, then draw, and with the edge only, mostly the face, not with surpoint. For if in these combats one thrust at his adversary and hurt him, 'tis called ein Schelmstücke, a heinous act. Both men and women turn their backs on him, and even the judges punish thrusts bitterly, but pass over cuts. Hence in Germany be good store of scarred faces, 3 in 5 at least, and in France scarce more than 1 in 3. But in arts mechanical no citizens may compare with these. Fountains in every street that play to heaven, and in the gardens seeming trees, which being approached, one standing afar touches a spring, and every twig shoots water, and souses the guests to their hosts much delectation. Big culverins of war they cast with no more ado than our folk horseshoes, and have done this 80 years. All stuffs they weave, and linen fine as ours at home, or nearly, which elsewhere in Europe vainly shall ye seek. Surprinting press, sore foe to poor Gerard, but to other humans beneficial, plieth by night and day, and casteth goodly words like sower afield. While I, poor fool, can but sow them as I saw women in France sow rye, dribbling it in the furrow grain by grain. And of their strange mechanical skill take 2 examples. For ending of exemplary rogues, they have a figure like a woman 7 feet high, and called Jungfrau. But lo, a spring is touched. She seizeth the poor wretch with iron arms, and opening herself, hales him inside her, and there pierces him through and through with 20 lances. Secondly, in all great houses the spit is turned, not by a scrubby boy, but by smoke. I mayest well admire and judge me a lying knave. These cunning Germans do set in the chimney a little windmill, and the smoke struggling to wend past turns it, and from the mill a wire runs through the wall and turns the spit on wheels. Beholding which I doffed my bonnet to the men of Augsburg, for who but these had e'er devised to bind ye so dark and subtle a knave as Sir Smoke, and set him to roast Dame Pullet? This day, January 8, with 3 craftsmen of the town, I painted a pack of cards. They were for a senator in a hurry. I the diamonds. My queen came forth with eyes like spring violets, hair a golden brown, and witching smile. My fellow craftsmen saw her, and put their arms round my neck, and hailed me master. O noble Germans! No jealousy of a brother workman, no sour looks at a stranger, and would have me spend Sunday with them after matins. And the merchant paid me so richly, as I was ashamed to take the guerdon. And I to my inn, and tried to paint the Queen of Diamonds for poor Gerard. But no, she would not come like again. Luck will not be bespoke. O happy rich man that hath got her! Fie, fie, happy Gerard, that shall have herself one day, and keep house with her at Augsburg. January 8. With my fellows, and one Veit Stas, a woodcarver, and one Hofnagel of the Goldsmiths' Guild, and their wives and lasses, to Hofnagel's cousin, a senator of this free city, and his stupendous wine vessel. It is ribbed like a ship, and hath been 18 months in hand, and finished but now, and holds 150 hogsheads, and standeth not, but lieth. Yet even so ye get not on his back, withouten ladders 2 of 30 steps. And we sat about the miraculous mass, and drank Rhenish from it, drawn by a little artificial pump, and the lasses pinned their kranzes to it, and we danced round it, and the senator danced on its back, but with drinking of so many garosses, lost his footing and fell off, glass in hand, and broke an arm and a leg in the midst of us. So scurvily ended our drinking bout for this time. January 10. This day started for Venice with a company of merchants, and among them him who had desired me for his scrivener. And so we are now agreed, I to write at night the letters he shall dict, and other matters he to feed and lodge me on the road. We be many and armed, and soldiers with us to boot, so fear not the thieves which men say lie on the borders of Italy. But, and if I find the printing press at Venice, I trow I shall not go unto Rome, for man may not vie with iron. Imprima una dies quantum non scribitur anno. And dearest, something tells me you and I shall end our days at Augsburg, whence going I shall leave it all I can, my blessing. January 12. My master affecteth me much, and now maketh me sit with him in his horse litter. A grave good man, of all respected, but sad for loss of a dear daughter, and loveth my psaltery, not giddy-faced ditties, but holy harmonies, such as called the Jat made Rai Malzat. So many men, so many minds, but cooped in horse litter, and at night writing his letters. My journal halteth. January 14. When not attending on my good merchant, I consort with such of our company as are Italians, for 'tis to Italy I wend, and I'm ill seen in Italian tongue. A courteous and a subtle people, at meat delicate feeders and cleanly, love not to put their left hand in the dish. They say Venice is the garden of Lombardy, Lombardy the garden of Italy, Italy of the world. January 16. Strong ways and steep, and the mountain girls so girded up, as from their armpits to their waist is but a handful of all the garbs I yet have seen, the most unlovely. January 18. In the midst of life we are in death. O dear Margaret, I thought I had lost thee. Here I lie in pain and dole, and shall write thee that which read you it in a romance ye should cry most improbable. And so, still wondering that I am alive to write it, and thanking for it God and the saints, this is what befell thy Gerard. Yestreen I wearied of being shut up in litter, and of the mule's slow pace, and so went forward, and being, I know not why, strangely full of spirit and hope, as I have heard befall some men when on trouble's brink, seemed to tread on air, and soon distanced them all. Presently I came to 2 roads, and took the larger. I should have taken the smaller. After traveling a good half hour, I found my error, and returned, and deeming my company had long passed by, pushed bravely on, but I could not overtake them, and small wonder, as you shall hear. Then I was anxious and ran, but bare was the road of those I sought, and night came down, and the wild beasts afoot, and I bemoaned my folly. Also I was hungered. The moon rose clear and bright exceedingly, and presently, a little way off the road, I saw a tall windmill. Come, said I, mayhap the miller will take ruth on me. Near the mill was a haystack, and scattered about were store of little barrels, but lo, they were not flour barrels, but tar barrels, 1 or 2, and the rest of spirits, Brant, fine, and Schiedam. I knew them momently, having seen the like in Holland. I knocked at the mill door, but none answered. I lifted the latch, and the door opened inwards. I went in, and gladly, for the night was fine, but cold, and a rime on the trees, which were a kind of lofty sycamores. There was a stove, but black. I lighted it with some of the hay and wood, for there was a great pile of wood outside, and I know not how I went to sleep. Not long had I slept, I trow, when hearing noise I awoke, and there were a dozen men around me with wild faces and long black hair and black sparkling eyes. Catherine, oh, my poor boy, those black-haired ones do still scare me to look on. I made my excuses in such Italian as I knew, and eking out by signs, they grinned I had lost my company. They grinned I was an hungered. Still they grinned, and spoke to one another in a tongue I knew not. At last one gave me a piece of bread and a tin mug of wine, as I thought, but it was spirits neat. I made a wry face and asked for water. Then these wild men laughed a horrible laugh. I thought to fly, but looking towards the door, it was bolted with two enormous bolts of iron, and now first as I ate my bread, I saw it was all guarded too, and ribbed with iron. My blood curdled within me, and yet I could not tell thee why. But hadst thou seen the faces, wild, stupid, and ruthless? I mumbled my bread, not to let them see I feared them, but oh, it cost me to swallow it and keep it in me. Then it whirled in my brain, was there no way to escape? Said I, they will not let me forth by the door, these be smugglers or robbers. So I feigned drowsiness, and taking out two bats, and said, Good men, for Our Lady's grace, let me lie on a bed and sleep, for I am faint with travel. They nodded, and grinned their horrible grin, and bade one light a lantern, and lead me. He took me up a winding staircase, up, and I saw no windows, but the wooden walls were pierced like a Barbican tower, and methinks for the same purpose, and through these slits I got glimpses of the sky, and thought, shall I e'er see thee again? He took me to the very top of the mill, and there was a room with a heap of straw in one corner, and many empty barrels, and by the wall a truckle bed. He pointed to it, and went downstairs heavily, taking the light, for in this room was a great window, and the moon came in bright. I looked out to see, and lo, it was so high that even the mill sails at their highest came not up to my window by some feet, but turned very slow and stately underneath, for when there was scarce a breath, and the trees seemed silver filigree made by angel craftsmen, my hope of flight was gone. But now, those wild faces being out of sight, I smiled at my fears. What an if they were ill men, would it profit them to hurt me? Natheless, for caution against surprise, I would put the bed against the door. I went to move it, but could not. It was free at the head, but at the foot fast clamped with iron to the floor. So I flung my psaltery on the bed, but for myself made a layer of straw at the door, so as none could open on me unawares. And I laid my sword ready to my hand, and said my prayers for thee and me, and turned to sleep. Below they drank and made merry, and hearing this gave me confidence. Said I, out of sight, out of mind. Another hour in the good Schiedam will make them forget that I am here. And so I composed myself to sleep, and for some time could not for the boisterous mirth below. At last I dropped off. How long I slept I knew not, but I woke with a start. The noise had ceased below, and the sudden silence woke me, and scarce was I awake when sudden the truckle bed was gone. With a loud clang all but the feet and the floor yawned, and I heard my psaltery fall and break to atoms, deep, deep below the very floor of the mill. It had fallen into a well, and so had I done, lying where it lay. Margaret shuddered and put her face in her hands, but speedily resumed. I lay stupefied at first, then horror fell on me, and I rose, but stood rooted there, shaking from head to foot. At last I found myself looking down into that fearsome gap, and my very hair did bristle as I peered. And then I remember I turned quite calm, and made up my mind to die, sword in hand, for I saw no man must know this their bloody secret and live. And I said, Poor Margaret. And I took out of my bosom, where they lie ever, our marriage lines, and kissed them again and again. And I pinned them to my shirt again, that they might lie in one grave with me, if die I must. And I thought all our love and hopes to end thus. Eli wished all their marriage lines. Give her time, but no word. I can bear no chat, my poor lad. During the long pause that ensued, Catherine leaned forward and passed something adroitly from her own lap under her daughter's apron, who sat next her. Presently, thinking all in a whirl of all that ever passed between us, and taking leave of all those pleasant hours, I called to mind how one day at Sevenbergen thou taughtest me to make a rope of straw. Mindest thou? The moment memory brought that happy day back to me, I cried out very loud, Margaret gives me a chance for life even here. I woke from my lethargy. I seized on the straw and twisted it eagerly, as thou didst teach me, but my fingers trembled and delayed the task. Whiles I wrought, I heard a door open below. That was a terrible moment. Even as I twisted my rope, I got to the window and looked down at the great arms of the mill coming slowly up, then passing, then turning less slowly down, as it seemed, and I thought They go not as when there is wind, yet slow or fast. What man rid ever on such steed as these, and lived? Yet, said I, better trust to them and God than to ill men, and I prayed to him whom even the wind obeyeth. Dear Margaret, I fastened my rope and let myself gently down, and fixed my eye on that huge arm of the mill, which then was creeping up to me, and went to spring on to it, but my heart failed me at the pinch, and methought it was not near enow, and it passed calm and awful by. I watched for another, they were three, and after a little while one crept up slower than the rest, methought, and I with my foot thrust myself in good time somewhat out from the wall, and crying aloud, Margaret, did grip with all my soul the woodwork of the sail, and that moment was swimming in the air. Giles, well done, well done. Motion I felt little, but the stars seemed to go round the sky, and then the grass came up to me, nearer and nearer, and when the hoary grass was quite close, I was sent rolling along it, as if hurled from a catapult, and got up breathless, and every point and tie about me broken. I rose, but fell down again in agony. I had but one leg I could stand on. Catherine. Eh, dear, his leg is broke. My boy's leg is broke. And e'en as I lay groaning, I heard a sound like thunder. It was the assassins running up the stairs. The crazy old mill shook under them. They must have found that I had not fallen into their bloody trap, and were running to dispatch me. Margaret, I felt no fear, for I had now no hope. I could neither run nor hide. So wild the place, so bright the moon, I struggled up all agony and revenge, more like some wounded wild beast than your Gerard. Leaning on my sword hilt, I hobbled round, and swift as lightning or vengeance, I heaped a great pile of their hay and wood at the mill door, then drove my dagger into a barrel of their smuggled spirits, and flung it on. Then out with my tinder, and lighted the pile. This will bring true men round my dead body, said I. Aha! I cried, think you I'll die alone? Cowards, assassins, reckless fiends. And at each word on went a barrel pierced. But, oh, Margaret, the fire fed by the spirits surprised me. It shot up and singed my very hair. It went roaring up the side of the mill, swift as falls the lightning. And I yelled and laughed in my torture and despair, and pierced more barrels, and the very tar barrels, and flung them on. The fire roared like a lion for its prey, and voices answered it inside from the top of the mill, and the feet came thundering down. And I stood as near that awful fire as I could, with uplifted sword to slay and be slain. The bolt was drawn, a tar barrel caught fire, the door was opened. What followed? Not the men came out, but the fire rushed in at them like a living death, and the first I thought to fight with was blackened and crumpled on the floor like a leaf. One fearsome yell, and dumb forever. The feet ran up again, but fewer. I heard them hack with their swords a little way up at the mill's wooden sides, but they had no time to hew their way out. The fire and reek were at their heels, and the smoke burst out at every loophole, and oozed blue in the moonlight through each crevice. I hobbled back, racked with pain and fury. There were white faces up at my window. They saw me. They cursed me. I cursed them back, and shook my naked sword. Come down the road I came, I cried. But ye must come one by one, and as ye come, ye die upon this steel. Some cursed at that, but others wailed, for I had them all at deadly vantage. And doubtless with my smoke-grimed face and fiendish rage I looked a demon. And now there was a steady roar inside the mill. The flame was going up it as furnace up its chimney. The mill caught fire. Fire glimmered through it. Tongues of flame darted through each loophole, and shot sparks and fiery flakes into the night. One of the assassins leaped on to the sail as I had done. In his hurry he missed his grasp, and fell at my feet, and bounded from the hard ground like a ball, and never spoke nor moved again. And the rest screamed like women, and with their despair came back to me both ruth for them and hope of life for myself. And the fire gnawed through the mill in places, and shot forth showers of great flat sparks like flakes of fiery snow. And the sails caught fire one after another, and I became a man again, and staggered away terror-stricken, leaning on my sword from the sight of my revenge, and with great bodily pain crawled back to the road. And, dear Margaret, the rimy trees were now all like pyramids of golden filigree and lace, cobweb fine in the red firelight. Oh, most beautiful! And a poor wretch got entangled in the burning sails, and whirled round screaming, and lost hold at the wrong time, and hurled like stone from mangonel high into the air. Then a dull thump. It was his carcass striking the earth. The next moment there was a loud crash. The mill fell in on its destroyer, and a million great sparks flew up, and the sails fell over the burning wreck. And at that a million more sparks flew up, and the ground was strewn with burning wood and men. I prayed God forgive me, and kneeling with my back to that fiery shambles, I saw lights on the road, a welcome sight. It was a company coming towards me, and scarce 2 furlongs off. I hobbled towards them. Ere I had gone far, I heard a swift step behind me. I turned. One had escaped. How escaped, who can divine? His sword shone in the moonlight. I feared him. Methought the ghosts of all those dead sat on that glittering glaive. I put my other foot to the ground, maugre the anguish, and fled towards the torches, moaning with pain and shouting for aid. But what could I do? He gained on me. Behooved me turn and fight. Donna had taught me sword play in sport. I wheeled. Our swords clashed. His clothes, they smelled all singed. I cut swiftly upward with supple hand, and his dangled bleeding at the wrist, and his sword fell. It tinkled on the ground. I raised my sword to hew him. Should he stoop for it? He stood and cursed me. He drew his dagger with his left. I posed my point and dared him with my eye to close. A great shout arose behind me from true men's throats. He started. He spat at me in his rage, then gnashed his teeth and fled blaspheming. I turned and saw torches close at hand. Lo, they fell to dancing up and down, methought, and the next moment all was dark. I had, Catherine, here, help, water, stand aloof, you that be men. Margaret had fainted away. End of section 58. Section 59 of The Cloister and the Hearth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. Chapter 54. When she recovered, her head was on Catherine's arm, and the honest half of the family she had invaded like a foe stood round her, uttering rough, homely words of encouragement, especially Giles, who roared at her that she was not to take on like that. Gerard was alive and well, or he could not have writ this letter, the biggest mankind had seen as yet, and, as he thought, the beautifulest and most moving and smallest writ. "Ay, good Master Giles," sighed Margaret feebly, "he was alive. But how know I what hath since befallen him? Oh, why left he Holland to go among strangers fierce as lions? And why did I not drive him from me sooner than part him from his own flesh and blood? Forgive me, you that are his mother." And she gently removed Catherine's arm, and made a feeble attempt to slide off the chair on to her knees, which, after a brief struggle with superior force, ended in her finding herself on Catherine's bosom. Then Margaret held out the letter to Eli, and said faintly but sweetly, "I will trust it from my hand now. In sooth, I am little fit to read any more, and loath to leave my comfort." And she wreathed her other arm round Catherine's neck. "Read thou, Ricard," said Eli, "thine eyes be younger than mine." Ricard took the letter. "Well," said he, "such writing saw I never. A writeth with a needle's point, and clear to boot. Why is he not in my counting house at Amsterdam, instead of vagabonding it out yonder?" When I came to myself, I was seated in the litter, and my good merchant holding of my hand. I babbled I know not what, and then shuddered awhile in silence. He put a horn of wine to my lips. "Catherine, bless him, bless him." Eli wished. And I told him what had befallen. He would see my leg. It was sprained sore, and swelled at the ankle, and all my points were broken, as I could scarce keep up my hose. And I said, "Sir, I shall be but a burden to you, I doubt, and can make you no harmony now. My poor psaltery, it is broken, and I did grieve over my broken music, companion of so many weary leagues." But he patted me on the cheek, and bade me not fret. Also he did put up my leg on a pillow, and tended me like a kind father. January 19. I sit all day in the litter, for we are pushing forward with haste, and at night the good kind merchant sendeth me to bed, and will not let me work. Strange! Whene'er I fall in with men like fiends, then the next moment God still sendeth me some good man or woman, lest I should turn away from humankind. O Margaret, how strangely mixed they be, and how old I am by what I was 3 months agone. And lo, if good Master Fugger hath not been and bought me a psaltery. Catherine. Eli, my man, and yon merchant comes our way, let us buy 100 ells of cloth of him, and not higgle. Eli. That will I. Take your oath on't. While Richard prepared to read, Kate looked at her mother, and with a faint blush drew out the piece of work from under her apron, and sewed, with head depressed, a little more than necessary. On this her mother drew a piece of work out of her pocket, and sewed too, while Richard read. Both the specimens, these sweet surreptitious creatures now first exposed to observation, were babies' caps, and more than half finished, which told a tale. Horror! They were like little monks' cowls in shape and delicacy. January 20, laid up in the litter, and as good as blind, but halting to bait, Lombardy plains burst on me. O Margaret, a land flowing with milk and honey, all sloping plains, goodly rivers, jocund meadows, delectable orchards, and blooming gardens. And though winter looks warmer than poor beloved Holland at midsummer, and makes the wanderer's face to shine, and his heart to leap for joy to see earth so kind and smiling. Here be vines, cedars, olives, and cattle plenty, but 3 goats to a sheep. The draught oxen wear white linen on their necks, and standing by dark green olive trees, each one is a picture. And the folk, especially women, wear delicate strawn hats with flowers and leaves, fairly imitated in silk, with silver mixed. This day we crossed a river prettily in a chained ferry boat. On either bank was a windlass, and a single man, by turning of it, drew our whole company to his shore, where it I did admire, being a stranger. Passed over with us some country folk, and an old woman looking at a young wench. She did hide her face with her hand, and held her crucifix out like a knight his sword in tourney, dreading the evil eye. January 25, safe at Venice, a place whose strange and passing beauty is well known to thee by report of our mariners. Dost mind, too, how Peter would oft fill our ears with all we handed beneath the table, and he still discoursing of this sea-enthroned and peerless city, in shape a bow, and its great canal, and palaces on piles, and its watery ways plied by scores of gilded boats, and that marketplace of nations, Orbis non urbis forum, Saint Mark his place, and his statue with the peerless jewels in his eyes, and the lion at his gate. But I, lying at my window in pain, may see none of these beauties as yet, but only a street fairly paved, which is dull, and houses with oiled paper and linen in lieu of glass, which is rude, and the passers-by, their habits and their gestures wherein they are superfluous. Therefore, not to miss my daily comfort of whispering to thee, I will e'en turn mine eyes inward, and bind my sheaves of wisdom reaped by travel. For I love thee so, that no treasure pleases me, not shared with thee. And what treasure so good and enduring as knowledge? This then have I, Sir Footsore, learned, that each nation hath its proper wisdom and its proper folly. And methinks, could a great king or duke tramp like me, and see with his own eyes, he might pick the flowers and eschew the weeds of nations, and go home and set his own folk on wisdom's hill. The Germans in the north were churlish, but frank and honest; in the south kindly and honest too. Their general blot is drunkenness, the which they carry even to mislike and contempt of sober men. They say commonly, Kannst du nicht saufen fressen an, so kannst du keinen Hirnwall dienen. In England the vulgar sort drink as deep, but the worshipful hold excess in this a reproach, and drink a health or two for courtesy, not gluttony, and still sugar the wine. In their cups the Germans use little mirth or discourse, but ply the business sadly, crying Sate frolic, The best of their drunken sport is curle merle huff, a way of drinking with touching deftly of the glass, the beard the table in due turn, intermixed with whistlings and snappings of the finger, so curiously ordered, as 'tis a labour of Hercules, but to the beholder right pleasant and mirthful. Their topers, by advice of German leeches, sleep with pebbles in their mouths, for, as of a boiling pot, the lid must be set ajar, so with these fleshy wine pots, to vent the heat of their inward parts, spite of which many die suddenly from drink. But 'tis a matter of religion to slur it and glose it, and charge some innocent disease therewith. Yet 'tis more a custom than very nature, for their women come among the tippers and do but stand a moment, and as it were kiss the wine cup, and are indeed most temperate in eating and drinking, and of all women modest and virtuous, and true spouses and friends to their mates, far before our Holland lasses, that being maids, put the question to the men, and being wived, do lord it over them. Why, there is a wife in Turgu, not far from our door. One came to the house and sought her man. Says she, you'll not find him. He asked my leave to go abroad this afternoon, and I did give it him. Catherine. 'Tis sooth, 'twas Beckholz, Jonah's wife. This comes of a woman wedding a boy. In the south, where wine is, the gentry drink themselves bare, but not in the north, for with beer a noble shall sooner burst his body than melt his lands. They are quarrelsome, but 'tis the liquor, not the mind, for they are none revengeful. And when they have made a bad bargain drunk, they stand to it sober. They keep their windows bright, and judge a man by his clothes. Whatever fruit or grain or herb grows by the roadside, gather and eat. The owner, seeing you, shall say, art welcome, honest man. But an ye pluck a wayside grape, your very life is in jeopardy. 'Tis eating of that heaven gave to be drunken. The French are much fairer spoken, and not nigh so true hearted. Sweet words cost them naught. They call it payer en blanche. Donna. Les coquins. Ha, ha. Natheless, courtesy is in their hearts, ay, in their very blood. They say commonly, give yourself the trouble of sitting down, and such straws of speech show how blows the wind. Also at a public show, if you would leave your seat, yet not lose it, tie but your napkin round the bench, and no French man or woman will sit here, but rather keep the place for you. Catherine. Gramercy, that is manners. France for me. Donna rose and placed his hand gracefully to his breastplate. Natheless, they say things in sport which are not courteous, but shocking. Le diable t'emporte, allez au diable, and so forth. But I trow they mean not such dreadful wishes. Custom belike. Moderate in drinking, and mix water with their wine, and sing and dance over their cups, and are then enchanting company. They are curious not to drink in another man's cup. In war the English gain the better of them in the field, but the French are their masters in attack and defence of cities. Witness Orleans, where they besiege their besiegers, and hash them sore with their double and treble culverines, and many other sieges in this our century. More than all nations they flatter their women, and despise them. No, she may be their sovereign ruler. Also they often hang their female malefactors, instead of drowning them decently as other nations use. The furniture in their inns is walnut, in Germany only deal. French windows are ill. The lower half is of wood, and opens. The upper half is of glass, but fixed, so that the servant cannot come at it to clean it. The German windows are all glass and movable, and shine far and near like diamonds. In France many mean houses are not glazed at all. Once I saw a Frenchman pass a church without unbonneting. This I ne'er witnessed in Holland, Germany, or Italy. At many inns they show the traveller his sheets to give him assurance they are clean, and warm them at the fire before him, a laudable custom. They receive him kindly and like a guest. They mostly cheat him, and whiles cut his throat. They plead in excuse hard and tyrannous laws, and true it is their law thrusteth its nose into every platter, and its finger into every pie. In France worshipful men wear their hats and their furs indoors, and go abroad lighter clad. In Germany they don hat and fur cloak to go abroad, but sit bareheaded and light clad round the stove. The French intermix not the men and women folk in assemblies, as we Hollanders use. Round their preachers the women sit on their heels in rows, and the men stand behind them. Their harvests are rye, and flax, and wine. 3 mules shall you see to 1 horse, and whole flocks of sheep as black as coal. In Germany the snails be red, I lie not. The French buy minstrelsy, but breed jests, and make their own mirth. The Germans foster their set fools with ear caps, which move them to laughter by simulating madness, a calamity that asks pity, not laughter. In this particular, I deem that lighter nation wiser than the graver German. What sayest thou? Alas, canst not answer me now. In Germany the petty laws are wondrous wise and just, those against criminals bloody, in France bloodier still, and executed a trifle more cruelly there. Here the wheel is common, and the fiery stake, and under this king they drown men by the score in Paris river, Seine yclept. But the English are as peremptory in hanging and drowning for a light fault, so travellers report. Finally, a true-hearted Frenchman, when ye chance on one, is a man as near perfect as earth affords, and such a man is my Donna, spite of his foul mouth. Donna, my foul mouth? Is that so writ, Master Richard? Richard, I in sooth see else. Donna, inspecting the letter gravely, I read not the letter so. Richard, how then? Donna, humph, ahem, why just the contrary. He added, 'tis kittle work, perusing of these black scratches men are agreed to take for words, and I trow 'tis still by guess you clerks do go. Worthy sir, my foul mouth, this is the first time e'er I heard on't, eh, mesdames? But the females did not seize the opportunity he gave them, and burst into a loud and general disclaimer. Margaret blushed and said nothing. The other 2 bent silently over their work with something very like a sly smile. Donna inspected their countenances long and carefully, and the perusal was so satisfactory that he turned with a tone of injured but patient innocence, and bade Richard read on. The Italians are a polished and subtle people. They judge a man, not by his habits, but his speech and gesture. Here Sir Chuff may by no means pass for a falcon gentle, as did I in Germany, pranked in my noble servant's feathers, wisest of all nations in their singular temperance of food and drink, most foolish of all to search strangers coming into their borders, and stay them from bringing much money in. They should rather invite it, and like other nations, let the traveller from taking of it out. Also here in Venice the dames turn their black hair yellow, by the sun and art, to be wiser than him who made them. Ye enter no Italian town without a bill of health, though now is no plague in Europe. This peevishness is for extortion's sake. The innkeepers cringe and fawn and cheat, and in country places murder you, yet will they give you clean sheets by paying therefor. Delicate in eating, and abhor from putting their hand in the plate, sooner they will apply a crust or what not. They do even tell of a cardinal at Rome, which armeth his guest's left hand with a little bifurcal dagger to hold the meat, while his knife cutteth it. But methinks this too is to be wiser than him who made the hand so supple and prehensile. Eli, I am of your mind, my lad. They are sore troubled with the itch, and ointment for it, unguento per la ragna, is cried at every corner of Venice. From this my window I saw an urchin sell it to 3 several dames in silken trains, and to 2 velvet knights. Catherine, Italy, my lass, I read ye wash your body in the tub o' Sundays, and then ye can put your hand in the plate o' Thursdays withouten offence. Their bread is lovely white, their meats they spoil with sprinkling cheese over them. O perversity! Their salt is black, without a lie. In commerce these Venetians are masters of the earth and sea, and govern their territories wisely. Only one flaw I find, the same I once heard a learned friar cast up against Plato his Republic, to wit, that here women are encouraged to venal frailty, and do pay a tax to the state, which, not content with silk and spice and other rich and honest freights, good store must trade in sin. 20,000 of these Jezebels there be in Venice and Candia, and about, pampered and honored for bringing strangers to the city, and many live in princely palaces of their own. But herein methinks the politic signors of Venice forget what King David saith, Except the Lord keep the city, the watchman waketh but in vain. Also in religion they hang their cloth according to the wind, siding now with the Pope, now with the Turk, but I with the God of traitors, Mammon hight. Shall flower, so cankered bloom, to the world's end? But since I speak of flowers, this none may deny them, that they are most cunning in making roses and gillyflowers to blow unseasonably. In summer they nip certain of the budding roses and water them not. Then in winter they dig round these discouraged plants and put in cloves, and so with great art rear sweet-scented roses, and bring them to market in January. And did first learn this art of a cow. Buds she grazed in summer, and they sprouted at Yule. Women have sat in the doctors' chairs at their colleges, but she that sat in St. Peter's was a German. Italy too, for artful fountains and figures that move by water and enact life. And next for fountains is Augsburg, where they harness the foul knave Smoke to good Sir Spit, and he turneth stout Master Roast. But lest any one place should vaunt, 2 towns there be in Europe which, scorning giddy fountains, bring water tame in pipes to every burgher's door, and he filleth his vessels with but turning of a cock. One is London, so watered this many a year by pipes of a league from Paddington, a neighbouring city, and the other is the fair town of Lubeck. Also the fierce English are reported to me wise, in that they will not share their land and flocks with wolves, but have fairly driven those marauders into their mountains. But neither in France, nor Germany, nor Italy is a wayfarer's life safe from the vagabonds after sundown. I can hear of no glazed house in all Venice, but only oiled linen and paper, and behind these barbarian islets a wooden jalousie. Their name for a cowardly assassin is a brave man, and for an harlot a courteous person, which is as much as to say that a woman's worst vice and a man's worst vice are virtues. But I pray God for little Holland, that there an assassin may be yclept an assassin, and an harlot till doomsday, and then glows foul faults with silken names who can. Eli with a sigh, he should have been a priest, saving your presence, my poor lass. January 26. Sweetheart, I must be brief, and tell thee but a part of that I have seen, for this day my journal ends. Tonight it sails for thee, and I unhappy not with it, but tomorrow in another ship to Rome. Dear Margaret, I took a hand litter, and was carried to St. Mark his church. Outside it, towards the market-place, is a noble gallery, and above it 4 famous horses cut in brass by the ancient Romans, and seem all moving, and at the very next step must needs leap down on the beholder. About the church are 600 pillars of marble porphyry and ophites. Inside is a treasure greater than either at St. Denis or Loreto or Toledo. Here a jewelled pitcher given the seigneury by a Persian king, also the ducal cap blazing with jewels, and on its crown a diamond and a chrysolite, each as big as an almond, 2 golden crowns and 12 golden stomachers studded with jewels from Constantinople. Item a monstrous sapphire. Item a great diamond given by a French king. Item a prodigious carbuncle. Item 3 unicorns' horns. But what are these compared with the sacred relics? Dear Margaret, I stood and saw the brazen chest that holds the body of St. Mark the Evangelist. I saw with these eyes, and handled his ring and his gospel written with his own hand, and all my travels seemed light. For who am I that I should see such things? Dear Margaret, his sacred body was first brought from Alexandria by merchants in 810, and then not prized as now, for between 829, when this church was builded, and 1094, the very place where it lay was forgotten. Then holy priests fasted and prayed many days, seeking for light, and lo, the evangelist's body brake at midnight through the marble, and stood before them. They fell to the earth, but in the morning found the crevice the sacred body had burst through, and peering through it saw him lie. Then they took and laid him in his chest beneath the altar, and carefully put back the stone with its miraculous crevice, which crevice I saw and shall gape for a monument while the world lasts. After that they showed me the Virgin's chair. It is of stone. Also her picture, painted by St. Luke, very dark, and the features now scarce visible. This picture in time of drought they carry in procession, and brings the rain. I wish I had not seen it. Item 2 pieces of marble spotted with John the Baptist's blood. Item a piece of the true cross, and of the pillar to which Christ was tied. Item the rock struck by Moses and wet to this hour. Also a stone Christ sat on, preaching at Tyre, but some say it is the one the patriarch Jacob laid his head on, and I hold with them by reason our Lord never preached at Tyre. Going hence they showed me the state nursery for the children of those Aphrodisian dames, their favourites. Here in the outer wall was a broad niche, and if they bring them so little as they can squeeze them through it alive, the bairn falls into a net inside, and the state takes charge of it. But if too big, their mothers must even take them home again, with whom abiding 'tis like to be mally corvi mally owum. Coming out of the church, we met them carrying in a corpse, with the feet and face bare. This, I then first learned, is Venetian custom, and sure no other town will ever rob them of it, nor of this that follows. On a great porphyry slab in the piazza were 3 ghastly heads rotting and tainting the air, and in their hot summers like to take vengeance with breeding of a plague. These were traitors to the state, and a heavy price, 2,000 ducats, being put on each head. Their friends had slain them, and brought all 3 to the slab, and so sold blood of others and their own faith. No state buys heads so many, nor pays half so high a price for that sorry merchandise. But what I most admired was to see over against the Duke's palace a fair gallows in alabaster, reared express to bring him and no other for the least treason to the state. And there it stands in his eye, whispering him memento mori. I pondered and owned these seigneurs, my masters, who will let no man, not even their sovereign, be above the common weal. Hard by, on a wall, the workmen were just finishing, by order of the seigneury, the stone effigy of a tragical and enormous act enacted last year, yet on the wall looks innocent. Here 2 gentlefolks whispered together, and there other twain, their swords by their side. 4 brethren were they, which did on either side conspire to poison the other 2, and so have their land in lieu of quartering it. And at the mutual banquet these twain drugged the wine, and those twain envenomed a marchpane to such good purpose that the same afternoon lay 4 brave men around one table groveling in mortal agony, and cursing of one another and themselves, and so concluded miserably, and the land for which they had lost their immortal souls went into another family. And why not? It could not go into a worse. But oh, sovereign wisdom of bywords, how true they put the finger on each nation's or particular's fault. Quand Italie sera sans poison, et France sans trahison, et l'Angleterre sans guerre, lor sera le monde sans terre. Ricard explained this to Catherine, then proceeded, and after this they took me to the quay, and presently I spied among the masts one garlanded with amaranth flowers. Take me thither, said I, and I let my guide know the custom of our Dutch skippers to hoist flowers to the masthead when they are courting a maid. Oft have I scoffed at this saying, so then his wooing is the earth's concern. But now, so far from the rotter, that bunch at a masthead made my heart leap with assurance of a countryman. They carried me, and oh, Margaret, on the stern of that Dutch boy was written in muckle letters, Gerald Eliassoen, Amsterdam. Put me down, I said, for Our Lady's sake, put me down. I sat on the bank and looked, scarce believing my eyes, and looked, and presently fell to crying till I could see the words no more. Ah me, how they went to my heart, those bare letters in a foreign land. Dear Ricard, good, kind brother Ricard, often I have sat on his knee and rid on his back, kisses many he has given me, unkind word from him had I never, and there was his name on his own ship, and his face and all his grave but good and gentle ways came back to me, and I sobbed vehemently and cried aloud, why is not brother Ricard here, and not his name only? I spake in Dutch, for my heart was too full to hold their foreign tongues. And Eli, well, Ricard, go on, lad, prithee go on. Is this a place to halt at? Ricard, Father, with my duty to you, it is easy to say go on, but think ye I am not flesh and blood? The poor boy's simple grief and brotherly love coming so sudden on me, they go through my heart, and I cannot go on. Sink me if I can even see the words, 'tis writ so fine. Donye courage, good Master Ricard, take your time, here are more ein wet than yours. Ah, little comrade, would God thou wert here, and I at Venice for thee. Ricard, poor little curly-headed lad, what had he done that we have driven him so far? That is what I would fain know, said Catherine dryly, then fell to weeping and rocking herself with her apron over her head. Kind dame, good friends, said Margaret, trembling, let me tell you how the letter ends. The skipper, hearing our Gerard speak his grief in Dutch, accosted him and spake comfortably to him, and after a while our Gerard found breath to say he was worthy Master Ricard's brother. Thereat was the good skipper all agog to serve him. Ricard, so, skipper, Master Ricard aforesaid will be at thy wedding, and brings purse to boot. Margaret, sir, he told Gerard of his consort that was to sail that very night for Rotterdam, and dear Gerard had to go home and finish his letter and bring it to the ship, and the rest, it is but his poor dear words of love to me, the which, an't please you, I think shame to hear them read aloud, and ends with the lines I sent to Mistress Kate, and they would sound so harsh now and ungrateful. The pleading tone, as much as the words, prevailed, and Recart said he would read no more aloud, but run his eye over it for his own brotherly satisfaction. She blushed and looked uneasy, but made no reply. Eli, said Catherine, still sobbing a little, tell me, for Our Lady's sake, how our poor boy is to live at that nasty Rome. He is gone there to write, but here he is his own words to prove writing avails naught. Had died a hunger by the way, but for paint-brush and psaltery, well a day. Well, said Eli, he has got brush and music still, besides so many men, so many minds. Writing, though it had no sale in other parts, may be merchandise at Rome. Father, said little Kate, have I your good leave to put in my word twixt mother and you? And welcome, little heart. Then seems to me, painting and music, close at hand, be stronger than writing. But being distant, naught to compare, for see what glamour written paper hath done here but now. Our Gerard, writing at Venice, hath barely put his hand into his room at Rotterdam, and turned all our hearts. Ay, dear, dear Gerard, methinks thy spirit hath rid hither on these thy paper wings, and oh, dear father, why not do as we should do, were he here in the body? Kate, said Eli, fear not, Recart and I will go give him glamour for glamour. We will write him a letter, and send it to Rome by a sure hand with money, and bid him home on the instant. Cornelis and Sybrant exchanged a gloomy look. Ah, good father, and meantime? Well, meantime? Dear father, dear mother, what can we do to pleasure the absent, but be kind to his poor lass, and our own trouble afore her? 'Tis well, said Eli, but I am older than thou. Then he turned gravely to Margaret. Wilt answer me a question, my pretty mistress? If I may, sir, faltered Margaret. What are these marriage lines Gerard speaks of in the letter? Our marriage lines, sir, his and mine. Know you not that we are betrothed? Before witnesses, I sure, my poor father and Martin Wittenhagen. This is the first I ever heard of it. How came they in his hands? They should be in yours. Alas, sir, the more is my grief, but I ne'er doubted him, and he said it was a comfort to him to have them in his bosom. Ye are a very foolish lass. Indeed I was, sir, but trouble teaches the simple. 'Tis a good answer. Well, foolish or no, ye are honest. I had shown ye more respect at first, but I thought ye had been his leman, and that is the truth. God forbid, sir. Donna, methinks 'tis time for us to go. Give me my letter, sir. Bide ye, be not so hot for a word. Nathless wife, methinks her red cheek becomes her. Better than it did you to give it her, my man. Softly, wife, softly. I'm not counted an unjust man, though I be somewhat slow. Here Recart broke in. Why, mistress, did ye shed your blood for our Gerard? Not I, sir, but maybe I would. Nay, nay, but he says you did. Speak sooth now. Alas, I know not what ye mean. I read ye believe not all that my poor lad says of me. Love makes him blind. Traitress, cried Donna, let not her throw dust in thine eyes, Master Recart. Old Martin tells me ye need not make signals to me. She, comrade, I am as blind as love. Martin tells me she cut her arm and let her blood flow, and smeared her heels when Gerard was hunted by the bloodhounds to turn the scent from her lad. Well, and if I did, 'twas my own, and spill for the good of my own, said Margaret defiantly, but Catherine suddenly clasping her, she began to cry at having found a bosom to cry on, of one who would have also shed her blood for Gerard in danger. Eli rose from his chair. Wife, said he solemnly, you will set another chair at our table for every meal, also another plate and knife. They will be for Margaret and Peter. She will come when she likes, and stay away when she pleases. None may take her place at my left hand. Such as can welcome her are welcome to me. Such as cannot, I force them not to abide with me. The world is wide and free. Within my walls I am master, my son's betrothed is welcome. Catherine bustled out to prepare supper. Eli Recart sat down and concocted a letter to bring Gerard home. Recart promised it should go by sea to Rome that very week. Sybrant and Cornelis exchanged a gloomy wink and stole out. Margaret, seeing Giles deep in meditation, for the dwarf's intelligence had taken giant strides, asked him to bring her the letter. You have heard but half, good Master Giles, said she. Shall I read you the rest? I shall be much beholden to you, shouted the sonorous Adam. She gave him her stool. Curiosity bowed his pride to sit on it, and Margaret murmured the first part of the letter into his ear very low, not to disturb Eli and Recart, and to do this she leaned forward and put her lovely face cheek by jowl with Giles's hideous one, a strange contrast and worth a painter's while to try and represent, and in this attitude Catherine found her, and all the mother warmed towards her, and she exchanged an eloquent glance with little Kate. The latter smiled and sewed with drooping lashes. "Get him home on the instant," roared Giles. "I'll make a man of him." "Hear the boy?" said Catherine, half comically, half proudly. "We hear him," said Richard, "and mostly makes himself heard when a do speak. Sibrand, which will get to him first?" Cornelius gloomily. "Who can tell?" Section 59. Section 60 of the Cloister and the Hearth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. Chapter 55. About 2 months before this scene in Eli's home, the natives of a little maritime place between Naples and Rome might be seen flocking to the sea beach, with eyes cast seaward at a ship that laboured against a stiff gale blowing dead on the shore. At times she seemed likely to weather the danger, and then the spectators congratulated her aloud. At others the wind and sea drove her visibly nearer, and the lookers-on were not without a secret satisfaction they would not have owned even to themselves. Non quia vexari quemquam est jucunda voluptas, sed quibus ipse malus coreus quia cernere suave est. And the poor ship, though not scientifically built for sailing, was admirably constructed for going ashore, with her extravagant poop that caught the wind, and her lines like a cocked hat reversed. To those on the beach that battered labouring frame of wood seemed alive, and struggling against death with a panting heart. But could they have been transferred to her deck, they would have seen she had not one beating heart but many, and not one nature but a score were coming out clear in that fearful hour. The mariners stumbled wildly about the deck, handling the ropes as each thought fit, and cursing and praying alternately. The passengers were huddled together round the mast, some sitting, some kneeling, some lying prostrate, and grasping the bulwarks as the vessel rolled and pitched in the mighty waves. One comely young man, whose ashy cheek but compressed lips showed how hard terror was battling in him with self-respect, stood a little apart, holding tight by a shroud and wincing at each sea. It was the ill-fated Gerard. Meantime prayers and vows rose from the trembling throng amidships, and to hear them it seemed there were almost as many gods about as men and women. The sailors, indeed, relied on a single goddess. They varied her titles only, calling on her as Queen of Heaven, Star of the Sea, Mistress of the World, Haven of Safety. But among the landsmen polytheism raged. Even those who by some strange chance hit on the same divinity did not hit on the same edition of that divinity. An English merchant vowed a heap of gold to Our Lady of Walsingham, but a Genoese merchant vowed a silver collar of 4 pounds to Our Lady of Loreto, and a Tuscan noble promised 10 pounds of wax lights to Our Lady of Ravenna, and with a similar rage for diversity, they pledged themselves not on the true cross, but on the true cross in this, that, or the other modern city. Suddenly a more powerful gust than usual catching the sail at a disadvantage, the rotten shrouds gave way, and the sail was torn out with a loud crack, and went down the wind, smaller and smaller, blacker and blacker, and fluttered into the sea, half a mile off, like a sheet of paper. And ere the helmsman could put the ship's head before the wind, a wave caught her on the quarter and drenched the poor wretches to the bone, and gave them a foretaste of chill death. Then one vowed aloud to turn Carthusian monk if St. Thomas would save him. Another would go a pilgrim to Compostela, bareheaded, barefooted, with nothing but a coat of mail on his naked skin, if St. James would save him. Others invoked Thomas, Dominic, Donia, and above all, Catherine of Siena. 2 petty Neapolitan traders stood shivering. One shouted at the top of his voice, "I vow to St. Christopher at Paris a waxen image of his own weight if I win safe to land." On this the other nudged him and said, Brother, brother, take heed what you vow. Why, if you sell all you have in the world by public auction, 'twill not buy his weight in wax. Hold your tongue, you fool, said the vociferator. Then in a whisper, think ye I am in earnest? Let me but win safe to land, I'll not give him a rush dip. Others lay flat and prayed to the sea. O most merciful sea, O sea most generous, O bountiful sea, O beautiful sea, be gentle, be kind, preserve us in this hour of peril. And others wailed and moaned in mere animal terror each time the ill-fated ship rolled or pitched more terribly than usual, and she was now a mere plaything in the arms of the tremendous waves. A Roman woman of the humbler class sat with her child at her half-bared breast, silent amid that wailing throng, her cheek ashy pale, her eye calm, and her lips moved at times in silent prayer, but she neither wept nor lamented nor bargained with the gods. Whenever the ship seemed really gone under their feet, and bearded men squeaked, she kissed her child, and that was all. And so she sat patient and suckled him in death's jaws, for why should he lose any joy she could give him moribundo? Ay, there I do believe sat Antiquity among those mediaevals. 1600 years had not tainted the old Roman blood in her veins, and the instinct of a race she had perhaps scarce heard of taught her to die with decent dignity. A gigantic friar stood on the poop with feet apart, like the Colossus of Rhodes, not so much defying as ignoring the peril that surrounded him. He recited verses from the Canticles with a loud, unwavering voice, and invited the passengers to confess to him. Some did so on their knees, and he heard them, and laid his hands on them, and absolved them as if he had been in a snug sacristy instead of a perishing ship. Gerard got nearer and nearer to him, by the instinct that takes the wavering to the side of the impregnable, and in truth the courage of heroes facing fleshly odds might have paled by the side of that gigantic friar, and his still more gigantic composure. Thus even here two were found who maintained the dignity of our race, a woman tender yet heroic, and a monk steeled by religion against mortal fears. And now, the sail being gone, the sailors cut down the useless mast a foot above the board, and it fell with its remaining hamper over the ship's side. This seemed to relieve her a little. But now the hull, no longer impelled by canvas, could not keep ahead of the sea. It struck her again and again on the poop, and the tremendous blows seemed given by a rocky mountain, not by a liquid. The captain left the helm and came amidships, pale as death. Lighten her, he cried, fling all overboard, or we shall founder ere we strike, and lose the one little chance we have of life. While the sailors were executing this order, the captain, pale himself and surrounded by pale faces that demanded to know their fate, was talking as unlike an English skipper in like peril as can well be imagined. Friends, said he, last night, when all was fair, too fair, alas, there came a globe of fire close to the ship. When a pair of them come, it is good luck, and naught can drown her that voyage. We mariners call these fiery globes Castor and Pollux. But if Castor come without Pollux, or Pollux without Castor, she is doomed. Therefore, like good Christians, prepare to die. These words were received with a loud wail. To a trembling inquiry how long they had to prepare, the captain replied, She may or may not last half an hour. Over that, impossible. She leaks like a sieve. Bustle, men, lighten her. The poor passengers seized on everything that was on deck and flung it overboard. Presently they laid hold of a heavy sack. An old man was lying on it, sea-sick. They lugged it from under him. It rattled. Two of them drew it to the side. Up started the owner, and with an unearthly shriek pounced on it. Holy Moses, what would you do? 'Tis my all, 'tis the whole fruits of my journey. Silver candlesticks, silver plates, brooches, hanaps. Let go, thou hoary villain, cried the others. Shall all our lives be lost for thy ill-gotten gear? Fling him in with it, cried one. 'Tis this Hebrew we Christian men are drowned for. Numbers soon wrenched it from him and heaved it over the side. It splashed into the waves. Then its owner uttered one cry of anguish and stood glaring, his white hair streaming in the wind, and was going to leap after it, and would, had it floated, but it sank and was gone for ever. And he staggered to and fro, tearing his hair, and cursed them, and the ship and the sea, and all the powers of heaven and hell alike. And now the captain cried out, See, there is a church in sight. Steer for that church, mate, and you, friends, pray to the saint, whoe'er he be. So they steered for the church, and prayed to the unknown God it was named after. A tremendous sea pooped them, broke the rudder, and jammed it immovable, and flooded the deck. Then, wild with superstitious terror, some of them came round Gerard. "Here is the cause of all," they cried. "He has never invoked a single saint. He is a heathen. Here is a pagan aboard." "Alas, good friends, say not so," said Gerard, his teeth chattering with cold and fear. "Rather call these heathens that lie praying to the sea. Friends, I do honour the saints, but I dare not pray to them now. There is no time. Oh, what avail me Dominic and Thomas and Catherine? Nearer God's throne than these St. Peter sitteth, and if I pray to him, it's odd, but I shall be drowned ere he has time to plead my cause with God. Oh, 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 I must need go straight to him that made the sea and the saints and me. Our Father, which art in heaven, save these poor souls and me that cry for the bare life. Oh, sweet Jesus, pitiful Jesus, that didst walk Gennesaret when Peter sank and wept for Lazarus dead when the apostles' eyes were dry. Oh, save poor Gerard, for dear Margaret's sake." At this moment the sailors were seen preparing to desert the sinking ship in the little boat, which even at that epoch every ship carried. Then there was a rush of egotists, and 30 souls crowded into it. Remained behind 3 who were bewildered, and 2 who were paralyzed with terror. The paralyzed sat like heaps of wet rags. The bewildered ones ran to and fro, and saw the 30 egotists put off, but made no attempt to join them, only kept running to and fro and wringing their hands. Besides these, there was one on his knees praying over the wooden statue of the Virgin Mary, as large as life, which the sailors had reverently detached from the mast. It washed about the deck as the water came slushing in from the sea and pouring out at the scuppers, and this poor soul kept following it on his knees with his hands clasped at it, and the water playing with it. And there was the Jew, palsied, but not by fear. He was no longer capable of so petty a passion. He sat cross-legged, bemoaning his bag, and whenever the spray lashed him, shook his fist at where it came from, and cursed the Nazarenes and their gods and their devils and their ships and their waters to all eternity. And the gigantic Dominican, having shriven the whole ship, stood calmly communing with his own spirit, and the Roman woman sat pale and patient, only drawing her child closer to her bosom as death came nearer. Gerard saw this, and it awakened his manhood. "See, see," he said, "they have taken the boat and left the poor woman and her child to perish." His heart soon set his wit working. "Wife, I'll save thee yet, please God," and he ran to find a cask or a plank to float her. There was none. Then his eye fell on the wooden image of the Virgin. He caught it up in his arms, and heedless of a wail that issues from its worshipper, like a child robbed of its toy, ran aft with it. "Come, wife," he cried, "I'll lash thee and the child to this. 'Tis sore worm-eaten, but 'twill serve." She turned her great dark eye on him and said a single word, "Thyself," but with wonderful magnanimity and tenderness. "I'm a man, and have no child to take care of." "Ah," said she, and his words seemed to animate her face with a desire to live. He lashed the image to her side. Then, with the hope of life, she lost something of her heroic calm. Not much. Her body trembled a little, but not her eye. The ship was now so low in the water that by using an oar as a lever, he could slide her into the waves. "Come," said he, "while yet there is time." She turned her great Roman eyes, wet now, upon him. "Poor youth, God forgive me, my child," and he launched her on the surge, and with his oar kept her from being battered against the ship. A heavy hand fell on him. A deep, sonorous voice sounded in his ear. "'Tis well, now come with me." It was the gigantic friar. Gerard turned, and the friar took 2 strides and laid hold of the broken mast. Gerard did the same, obeying him instinctively. Between them, after a prodigious effort, they hoisted up the remainder of the mast and carried it off. "Fling it in," said the friar, "and follow it." They flung it in, but one of the bewildered passengers had run after them and jumped first and got on one end. Gerard seized the other, the friar the middle. It was a terrible situation. The mast rose and plunged with each wave like a kicking horse, and the spray flogged their faces mercilessly and blinded them to help knock them off. Presently was heard a long grating noise ahead. The ship had struck, and soon after, she being stationary now, they were hurled against her with tremendous force. Their companion's head struck against the upper part of the broken rudder with a horrible crack, and was smashed like a cocoanut by a sledge-hammer. He sunk directly, leaving no trace but a red stain on the water, and a white clot on the jagged rudder, and a death cry ringing in their ears as they drifted clear under the lee of the black hull. The friar uttered a short Latin prayer for the safety of his soul, and took his place composedly. They rolled along. One moment they saw nothing, and seemed down in a mere basin of watery hills. The next they caught glimpses of the shore speckled bright with people, who kept throwing up their arms with wild Italian gestures to encourage them, and the black boat driving bottom upwards, and between it and them the woman rising and falling like themselves. She had come across the paddle and was holding her child tight with her left arm, and paddling gallantly with her right. When they had tumbled along thus a long time, suddenly the friar said quietly, "I touch the ground." "Impossible, father," said Gerard. "We are more than 100 yards from shore. Prithee, leave not our faithful mast." "My son," said the friar, "you speak prudently, but know that I have business of Holy Church on hand, and may not waste time floating when I can walk in her service." There I felt it with my toes again. See the benefit of wearing sandals and not shoon. Again, and Sandy, thy stature is less than mine. Keep to the mast, I walk. He left the mast accordingly, and extending his powerful arms, rushed through the water. Gerard soon followed him. At each overpowering wave the monk stood like a tower, and closing his mouth, threw his head back to encounter it, and was entirely lost under it a while. Then emerged and ploughed lustily on. At last they came close to the shore, but the suction outward baffled all their attempts to land, and the natives sent stout fishermen into the sea, holding by long spears in a triple chain, and so dragged them ashore. The friar shook himself, bestowed a short paternal benediction on the natives, and went on to Rome, with eyes bent on earth, according to his rule, and without pausing. He did not even cast a glance back upon that sea which had so nearly engulfed him, but had no power to harm him without his master's leave. While he stalks on alone to Rome, without looking back, I, who am not in the service of Holy Church, stop a moment to say that the reader and I were within 6 inches of this giant once before, but we escaped him that time. Now I fear we are in for him. Gerard grasped every hand upon the beach. They brought him to an enormous fire, and with a delicacy he would hardly have encountered in the north, left him to dry himself alone. On this he took out of his bosom a parchment and a paper, and dried them carefully. When this was done to his mind, and not till then, he consented to put on a fisherman's dress and leave his own by the fire, and went down to the beach. What he saw may be briefly related. The captain stuck by the ship, not so much for gallantry as from a conviction that it was idle to resist Castor or Pollux, whichever it was that had come for him in a ball of fire. Nevertheless, the sea broke up the ship and swept the poop, captain and all, clear of the rest, and took him safe ashore. Gerard had a principal hand in pulling him out of the water. The disconsolate Hebrew landed on another fragment, and on touching earth offered a reward for his bag, which excited little sympathy but some amusement. 2 more were saved on pieces of the wreck. The 30 egotists came ashore, but one at a time, and dead. One breathed still. Him the natives, with excellent intentions, took to a hot fire. So then he too retired from this shifting scene. As Gerard stood by the sea, watching with horror and curiosity mixed, his late companions washed ashore. A hand was laid lightly on his shoulder. He turned. It was the Roman matron, burning with womanly gratitude. She took his hand gently, and raising it slowly to her lips, kissed it, but so nobly, she seemed to be conferring an honor on one deserving hand. Then, with face all beaming and moist eyes, she held her child up and made him kiss his preserver. Gerard kissed the child more than once. He was fond of children, but he said nothing. He was much moved, for she did not speak at all, except with her eyes and glowing cheeks and noble antique gesture, so large and stately. Perhaps she was right. Gratitude is not a thing of words. It was an ancient Roman matron thanking a modern from her heart of hearts. Next day, towards afternoon, Gerard, twice as old as last year, thrice as learned in human ways, a boy no more, but a man who had shed blood in self-defense and grazed the grave by land and sea, reached the eternal city post tot naufragia tutus. End of section 60. Section 61 of the Cloister and the Hearth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. Chapter 56. Gerard took a modest lodging on the west bank of the Tiber, and every day went forth in search of work, taking a specimen round to every shop he could hear of that executed such commissions. They received him coldly. "We make our letter somewhat thinner than this," said one. "How dark your ink is," said another. But the main cry was, "What avails this? Scant is the Latin writ here now. Can ye not write Greek?" "Ay, but not nigh so well as Latin." "Then you shall never make your bread at Rome." Gerard borrowed a beautiful Greek manuscript at a high price, and went home with a sad hole in his purse, but none in his courage. In a fortnight he had made fast progress with the Greek character, so then, to lose no time, he used to work at it till noon, and hunt customers the rest of the day. When he carried round a better Greek specimen than any they possessed, the traders informed him that Greek and Latin were alike unsaleable. The city was thronged with works from all Europe. He should have come last year. Gerard bought a psaltery. His landlady, pleased with his looks and manners, used often to speak a kind word in passing. One day she made him dine with her, and somewhat to his surprise asked him what had dashed his spirits. He told her. She gave him her reading of the matter. Those sly traders, she would be bound, had writers in their pay, for whose work they received a noble price, and paid a sorry one. So no wonder they blow cold on you. Methinks you write too well. How know I that? Say you, marry, marry, because you lock not your door, like the churl Pietro, and women will be curious. Ay, ay, you write too well for them. Gerard asked an explanation. Why, said she, your good work might put out the eyes of that they are selling. Gerard sighed. Alas, dame, you read folk on the ill side, and you so kind and frank yourself. My dear little heart, these Romans are a subtle race. Me, I am a Sienese, thanks to the Virgin. My mistake was leaving Augsburg, said Gerard. Augsburg, said she haughtily, is that a place even to Rome? I never heard of it, for my part. She then assured him that he should make his fortune in spite of the booksellers. Seeing thee a stranger, they lie to thee without sense or discretion. Why, all the world knows that our great folk are bitten with the writing spider this many years, and pour out their money like water, and turn good land and houses into writ sheepskins to keep in a chest or a cupboard. God help them, and send them safe through this fury, as he hath through a heap of others, and in sooth hath been somewhat less cutting and stabbing among rival factions, and vindictive eating of their opposites' livers, minced and fried, since scribbling came in. Why, I can tell you too, there is his eminence Cardinal Bessarion, and his holiness the Pope himself. There be a pair could keep a score such as thee a writing night and day. But I'll speak to Teresa. She hears the gossip of the court. The next day she told him she had seen Teresa, and had heard of 5 more signors who were bitten with the writing spider. Gerard took down their names and bought parchment, and busied himself for some days in preparing specimens. He left one with his name and address at each of these signors' doors, and hopefully awaited the result. There was none. Day after day passed, and left him heartsick. And strange to say, this was just the time when Margaret was fighting so hard against odds to feed her male dependents at Rotterdam, and arrested for curing without a license instead of killing with one. Gerard saw ruin staring him in the face. He spent the afternoons picking up canzonets and mastering them. He laid in playing cards to color, and struck off a meal per day. This last stroke of genius got him into fresh trouble. In these camerari locandi, the landlady dressed all the meals, though the lodgers bought the provisions. So Gerard's hostess speedily detected him, and asked him if he was not ashamed himself, by which brusque opening, having made him blush and look scared, she pacified herself all in a moment, and appealed to his good sense whether adversity was a thing to be overcome on an empty stomach. Patienza, my lad, times will mend. Meantime I will feed you for the love of heaven. Italian for gratis. Nay, hostess, said Gerard, my purse is not yet quite void, and it would add to my trouble, and if true folk should lose their due by me. Why, you are as mad as your neighbor Pietro with his one bad picture. Why, how know you 'tis a bad picture? Because nobody will buy it. There is one that hath no gift. He will have to don casque and glaive, and carry his panel for a shield. Gerard pricked up his ears at this. So she told him more. Pietro had come from Florence with money in his purse, and an unfinished picture, and had taken her one unfurnished room opposite Gerard's, and furnished it neatly. When his picture was finished, he received visitors, and had offers for it, though in her opinion, liberal ones, he had refused so disdainfully as to make enemies of his customers. Since then he had often taken it out with him to try and sell, but had always brought it back, and the last month she had seen one, movable after another, go out of his room, and now he wore but one suit and lay at night on a great chest. She had found this out only by peeping through the keyhole, for he locked the door most vigilantly whenever he went out. Is he afraid we shall steal his chest or his picture, that no soul in all Rome is weak enough to buy? Nay, sweet hostess, see you not 'tis his poverty he would screen from view? And the more fool he, are all our hearts as ill as his? I might give us a trial first any way. How you speak of him! Why, his case is mine, and your countrymen to boot. O we Sienese love strangers, his case yours? Nay, 'tis just the contrary. You are the comeliest youth ever lodged in this house. Hair like gold, he is a dark, sour-visaged loon. Besides, you know how to take a woman on her better side. But not he. Natheless, I wish he would not starve to death in my house, to get me a bad name. Anyway, one starveling is enough in any house. You are far from home, and it is for me, which am the mistress here, to number your meals, for me and the Dutch wife your mother, that is far away. We two women shall settle that matter. Mind thou thine own business, being a man, and leave cooking and the like to us, that are in the world for little else that I see but to roast fowls and suckle men at starting, and sweep their grown-up cobwebs. Dear kind dame, in sooth you do often put me in mind of my mother that is far away. All the better, I'll put you more in mind of her before I've done with you, and the honest soul beamed with pleasure. Gerard, not being an egotist, nor blinded by female partialities, saw his own grief in poor proud Pietro, and the more he thought of it, the more he resolved to share his humble means with that unlucky artist. Pietro's sympathy would repay him. He tried to waylay him, but without success. One day he heard a groaning in the room. He knocked at the door, but received no answer. He knocked again. A surly voice bade him enter. He obeyed somewhat timidly, and entered a garret furnished with a chair, a picture, face to wall, an iron basin, an easel, and a long chest, on which was coiled a haggard young man with a wonderfully bright eye. Anything more like a coiled cobra ripe for striking the first comer was never seen. Good Signor Pietro, said Gerard, forgive me that, weary of my own solitude, I intrude on yours, but I am your nighest neighbor in this house, and methinks your brother in fortune. I am an artist too. You are a painter? Welcome, Signor. Sit down on my bed. And Pietro jumped off and waved him into the vacant throne with a magnificent demonstration of courtesy. Gerard bowed and smiled, but hesitated a little. I may not call myself a painter. I am a writer, a calligraph. I copy Greek and Latin manuscripts when I can get them to copy. And you call that an artist? Without offence to your superior merit, Signor Pietro. No offence, stranger, none. Only meseemeth an artist is one who thinks and paints his thought. Now a calligraph but draws in black and white the thoughts of another. 'Tis well distinguished, Signor, but then a writer can write the thoughts of the great ancients, and matters of pure reason, such as no man may paint. Ay, and the thoughts of God, which angels could not paint. But let that pass. I am a painter as well, but a sorry one. The better thy luck, they will bury thy work in Rome. But seeking to commend myself to one of thy eminence, I thought it well rather to call myself a capable writer than a scurvy painter. At this moment a step was heard on the stair. Ah, 'tis the good dame, cried Gerard. What, oh, hostess, I am here, in conversation with Signor Pietro. I dare say he will let me have my humble dinner here. The Italian bowed gravely. The landlady brought in Gerard's dinner, smoking and savory. She put the dish down on the bed with a face divested of all expression, and went. Gerard fell to, but ere he had eaten many mouthfuls, he stopped and said, I am an ill-mannered churl, Signor Pietro. I ne'er eat to my mind when I eat alone. For Our Lady's sake, put a spoon into this ragout with me. 'Tis not unsavory, I promise you. Pietro fixed his glittering eye on him. What, good youth, thou a stranger, and offerest me thy dinner? Why, I see there is more than one can eat. Well, I accept, said Pietro, and took the dish with some appearance of calmness, and flung the contents out of the window. Then he turned, trembling with mortification and ire, and said, Let that teach thee to offer alms to an artist thou knowest not, master writer. Gerard's face flushed with anger, and it cost him a bitter struggle not to box this high-souled creature's ears, and then to go and destroy good food. His mother's milk curdled in his veins with horror at such impiety, finally pity at Pietro's petulance and egotism, and a touch of respect for poverty-struck pride prevailed. However, he said coldly, likely what thou hast done might pass in a novel of thy countryman, Signor Boccaccio, but 'twas not honest. Make that good, said the painter sullenly. I offered thee half my dinner, no more, but thou hast ta'en it all. Hadst a right to throw away thy share, but not mine. Pride is well, but justice is better. Pietro stared, then reflected. 'Tis well. I took thee for a fool, so transparent was thine artifice. Forgive me, and prithee leave me. Thou seest how 'tis with me. The world hath soured me. I hate mankind. I was not always so. Once more excuse that my discourtesy, and fare thee well. Gerard sighed and made for the door, but suddenly a thought struck him. Signor Pietro, said he, we Dutchmen are hard bargainers. We are lads e'en ige, shearin, that is, to shave an egg. Therefore I for my lost dinner do claim to feast mine eyes on your picture, whose face is toward the wall. Nay, nay, said the painter hastily, ask me not that. I've already misconducted myself enough towards thee. I would not shed thy blood. Saints forbid my blood. Stranger, said Pietro sullenly, irritated by repeated insults to my picture, which is my child, my heart. I did in a moment of rage make a solemn vow to drive my dagger into the next one that should flout it, and the labour and love that I have given to it. What are all to be slain that will not praise this picture? And he looked at its back with curiosity. Nay, nay, if you would but look at it, and hold your parrot tongues. But you will be talking, so I've turned it to the wall for ever. Would I were dead, and buried in it for my coffin. Gerard reflected. I accept the condition. Show me the picture. I can but hold my peace. Pietro went and turned its face, and put it in the best light the room afforded, and coiled himself again on his chest, with his eye and stiletto glittering. The picture represented the Virgin and Christ, flying through the air in a sort of cloud of shadowy cherubic faces. Underneath was a landscape 40 or 50 miles in extent, and a purple sky above. Gerard stood and looked at it in silence. Then he stepped close and looked. Then he retired as far off as he could, and looked, but said not a word. When he had been at this game half an hour, Pietro cried out querulously and somewhat inconsistently, Well, have you not a word to say about it? Gerard started. I cry your mercy. I forget there were 3 of us here. I have much to say. And he drew his sword. Alas, alas, cried Pietro, jumping in terror from his lair. What wouldst thou? Marry, defend myself against thy bodkin, signor, and at due odds, being, as aforesaid, a Dutchman. Therefore hold aloof while I deliver judgment, or I will pin thee to the wall like a cockchafer. Oh, is that all? Said Pietro, greatly relieved. I feared you were going to stab my poor picture with your sword, stabbed already by so many foul tongues. Gerard pursued criticism under difficulties, put himself in a position of defence, with his sword's point covering Pietro, and one eye glancing aside at the picture. First, signor, I would have you know that in the mixing of certain colours, and in the preparation of your oil, you Italians are far behind us Flemings. But let that flea stick. For as small as I am, I can show you certain secrets of the Van Eycks that you will put to marvellous profit in your next picture. Meantime, I see in this one the great qualities of your nation. Verily, ye are solus filii. If we have colour, you have imagination, mother of heaven, and he hath not flung his immortal soul upon the panel. One thing I go by is this, it makes other pictures I once admired seem glossy, earth-born things. The drapery here is somewhat short and stiff. Why not let it float freely? The figures being in air and motion. I will, cried Pietro eagerly. I will do anything for those who will but see what I have done. Humph, this landscape, it enlightens me. Henceforth I scorn those little huddled landscapes that did erst content me. Here is nature's very face, a spacious plain, each distance marked, and every tree, house, figure, field, and river smaller and less plain by exquisite gradation, till vision itself melts into distance. O beautiful! And the cunning rogue hath hung his celestial figure in air out of the way of his little world below. Here floating saints beneath heaven's purple canopy, there far down earth and her busy hives, and they let you take this painted poetry, this blooming hymn, through the streets of Rome, and bring it home unsold. But I tell thee, in Ghent or Bruges, or even in Rotterdam, they would tear it out of thy hands. But it is a common saying that a stranger's eyes sees clearest. Courage, Pietro Vanucci. I reverence thee, and though myself a scurvy painter, do forgive thee for being a great one. Forgive thee, I thank God for thee, and such rare men as thou art, and bow the knee to thee in just homage. Thy picture is immortal, and thou, that hast but a chest to sit on, art a king in thy most royal art. Viva il maestro, viva! At this unexpected burst, the painter, with all the abandon of his nation, flung himself on Gerard's neck. They said it was a maniac's dream, he sobbed. Maniacs themselves, no idiots, shouted Gerard. Generous stranger, I will hate men no more, since the world hath such as thee. I was a viper to fling thy poor dinner away, a wretch, a monster. Well, monster, will be gentle now, and sup with me? Ah, that I will. Whither goest thou? To order supper on the instant. We will have the picture for third man. I will invite it whilst thou art gone, my poor picture, child of my heart. Ah, master, 'twill look on many a supper after the worms have eaten you and me. I hope so, said Pietro. End of section 61.
Section 62 of The Cloister and the Hearth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles READE. Chapter 57. About a week after this, the two friends sat working together, but not in the same spirit. Pietro dashed fitfully at his, and did wonders in a few minutes, and then did nothing except abuse it, then presently resumed it in a fury, to lay it down with a groan. Through all which kept calmly working, calmly smiling, the canny Dutchman. To be plain, Gerard, who never had a friend he did not master, had put his onagra in harness. The friends were painting playing cards to boil the pot. When done, the indignant master took up his picture to make his daily tour in search of a customer. Gerard begged him to take the cards as well, and try and sell them. He looked all the rattlesnake, but eventually embraced Gerard in the Italian fashion, and took them, after first drying the last finished ones in the sun, which was now powerful in that happy clime. Gerard, left alone, executed a Greek letter or two, and then mended a little rent in his hose. His landlady found him thus employed, and inquired ironically whether there were no women in the house. "When you have done that," said she, "come and talk to Teresa, my friend I spoke to thee of, that hath a husband not good for much, which brags his acquaintance with the great." Gerard went down, and who should Teresa be but the Roman matron? "Ah, Madama," said he, "is it you? The good dame told me not that. And the little fair-haired boy, is he well? Is he none the worse for his voyage in that strange boat?" "He is well," said the matron. "Why, what are you two talking about?" said the landlady, staring at them both in turn. "And why tremble you so, Teresa mia?" "He saved my child's life," said Teresa, making an effort to compose herself. "What? My lodger? And he never told me a word of that. Art not ashamed to look me in the face?" "Alas, speak not harshly to him," said the matron. She then turned to her friend and poured out a glowing description of Gerard's conduct, during which Gerard stood blushing like a girl, and scarce recognizing his own performance, gratitude painted it so fair. "And to think thou shouldst ask me to serve thy lodger, of whom I knew naught, but that he had thy good word. Oh, Fiammina! And that was enough for me. Dear youth, in serving thee I serve myself." Then ensued an eager description by the two women of what had been done, and what should be done to penetrate the thick wall of fees, commissions, and chicanery, which stood between the patrons of art and an unknown artist in the Eternal City. Teresa smiled sadly at Gerard's simplicity in leaving specimens of his skill at the doors of the great. "What," said she, "without promising the servants a share, without even feeing them, to let the signors see thy merchandise, as well as have flung it into Tiber?" "Well a day," sighed Gerard. "Then how is an artist to find a patron? For artists are poor, not rich." "By going to some city nobler, and not so greedy as this," said Teresa. "La corte romana non vuol pecora senza lama." She fell into thought, and said she would come again to-morrow. The landlady felicitated Gerard. "Teresa has got something in her head," said she. Teresa was scarce gone when Pietro returned with his picture, looking black as thunder. Gerard exchanged a glance with the landlady and followed him upstairs to console him. "What! Have they let thee bring home thy masterpiece?" "As heretofore." "More fools they, then." "That is not the worse." "Why, what is the matter?" "They have bought the cards," yelled Pietro, and hammered the air furiously right and left. "All the better," said Gerard cheerfully. "They flew at me for them. They were enraptured with them. They tried to conceal their longing for them, but could not. I saw, I feigned, I pillaged. Curse the boobies!" And he flung down a dozen small silver coins on the floor, and jumped on them, and danced on them with basilisk eyes, and then kicked them assiduously, and sent them spinning and flying and running all abroad. Down went Gerard on his knees, and followed the maltreated innocents directly, and transferred them tenderly to his purse. "Shouldst rather smile at their ignorance, and put it to profit," said he. "And so will I," said Pietro, with concentrated indignation. "The brutes! We will paint a pack a day. We will set the whole city gambling and ruining itself, while we live like princes on its vices and stupidity. There was one of the queens, though, I had fain have kept back. 'Twas you limed her, brother. She had lovely red-brown hair and sapphire eyes, and above all, soul." "Pietro," said Gerard softly, "I painted that one from my heart." The quick-witted Italian nodded, and his eyes twinkled. "You love her so well, yet leave her." "Pietro, it is because I love her so dear that I have wandered all this weary road." This interesting colloquy was interrupted by the landlady crying from below, "Come down, you are wanted." He went down, and there was Teresa again. "Come with me, Sir Gerard." End of section 62. Recording by John Brandon.
Section 63 of the Cloister and the Hearth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. Chapter 58. Gerard walked silently beside Teresa, wondering in his own mind, after the manner of artists, what she was going to do with him, instead of asking her. So at last she told him of her own accord. A friend had informed her of a working goldsmith's wife who wanted a writer. "Her shop is hard by. You will not have far to go." Accordingly, they soon arrived at the goldsmith's wife. "Madame," said Teresa, "Leonora tells me you want a writer. I have brought you a beautiful one. He saved my child at sea. Prithee look on him with favour." The goldsmith's wife complied in one sense. She fixed her eyes on Gerard's comely face, and could hardly take them off again. But her reply was unsatisfactory. "Nay, I have no use for a writer. Ah, I mind now, it is my gossip Clelia, the sausage-maker, wants one. She told me, and I told Leonora." Teresa made a courteous speech and withdrew. Clelia lived at some distance, and when they reached her house she was out. Teresa said calmly, "I will await her return," and sat so still and dignified and statuesque that Gerard was beginning furtively to draw her when Clelia returned. "Madame, I hear from the goldsmith's wife, the excellent Olympia, that you need a writer." Here she took Gerard by the hand and led him forward. "I have brought you a beautiful one. He saved my child from the cruel waves. For Our Lady's sake look with favour on him." "My good dame, my fair sir," said Clelia, "I have no use for a writer. But now you remind me, it was my friend Appia Claudia asked me for one but the other day. She is a tailor, lives in the Via Lepida." Teresa retired calmly. Madama, said Gerard, this is likely to be a tedious business for you. Teresa opened her eyes. What was ever done without a little patience? She added mildly, we will knock at every door at Rome, but you shall have justice. But, Madama, I think we are dogged. I noticed a man that follows us, sometimes afar, sometimes close. I've seen it, said Teresa coldly, but her cheek coloured faintly. It is my poor Lodovico. She stopped and turned, and beckoned with her finger. A figure approached them somewhat unwillingly. When he came up, she gazed him full in the face, and he looked sheepish. Ludovico mio, said she, know this young sir, of whom I have so often spoken to thee. Know him and love him, for he it was who saved thy wife and child. At these last words, Lodovico, who had been bowing and grinning artificially, suddenly changed to an expression of heartfelt gratitude, and embraced Gerard warmly. Yet somehow there was something in the man's original manner, and his having followed his wife by stealth, that made Gerard uncomfortable under this caress. However, he said, we shall have your company, Sir Lodovico. No, signor, replied Lodovico, I go not on that side Tiber. Adieu, then, said Teresa significantly. When shall you return home, Teresa mia? When I have done mine errand, Lodovico. They pursued their way in silence. Teresa now wore a sad and almost gloomy air. To be brief, Appia Claudia was merciful, and did not send them over Tiber again, but only 100 yards down the street to Lucretia, who kept the glove shop. She it was wanted a writer, but what for, Appia Claudia could not conceive. Lucretia was a merry little dame, who received them heartily enough, and told them she wanted no writer, kept all her accounts in her head. It was for my confessor, Father Colonna. He is mad after them. I have heard of his excellency, said Teresa. Who has not? But, good dame, he is a friar. He has made vow of poverty. I cannot let the young man write and not be paid. He saved my child at sea. Did he now? And Lucretia cast an approving look on Gerard. Well, make your mind easy. A Colonna never wants for money. The good father has only to say the word, and the princes of his race will pour 1,000 crowns into his lap. And such a confessor, dame, the best in Rome. His head is leagues and leagues away all the while. He never heeds what you are saying. Why, I think no more of confessing my sins to him than of telling them to that wall. Once, to try him, I confessed along with the rest, as how I had killed my lodger's little girl and baked her in a pie. Well, when my voice left off confessing, he started out of his dream, and says he, a mustering up a gloom, my erring sister, say 3 paternosters and 3 Ave Marias, kneeling, and eat no butter nor eggs next Wednesday, and pax vobiscum. And off went with his hands behind him, looking as if there was no such thing as me in the world. Teresa waited patiently, then calmly brought this discursive lady back to the point. Would she be so kind as to go with this good youth to the friar and speak for him? Alack, how can I leave my shop? And what need? His door is aye open to writers and painters and scholars and all such cattle. Why, one day he would not receive the Duke d'Urbino because a learned Greek was closeted with him, and the friar's head and his so close together over a dusty parchment, just come in from Greece, as you could put one cow over the pair. His wench Onesta told me. She mostly looks in here for a chat when she goes an errand. This is the man for thee, my friend, said Teresa. All you have to do, continued Lucretia, is to go to his lodgings. My boy shall show them you, and tell Onesta you come from me, and you are a writer, and she will take you up to him. If you put a piece of silver in the wench's hand, 'twill do you no harm. That stands to reason. I have silver, said Teresa warmly. But stay, said Lucretia, mind one thing. What the young man saith he can do, that he must be able to do, or let him shun the good friar like poison. He is a very wild beast against all bunglers. Why, 'twas but t'other day one brought him an ill-carved crucifix. Says he, is this how you present Salvator Mundi, who died for you in mortal agony? And you go and grudge him careful work. This slovenly gimcrack, a crucifix, but that it is a crucifix of some sort, and I am a holy man, I'd dust your jacket with your crucifix, says he. Onesta heard every word through the keyhole, so mind. Have no fears, Madama, said Teresa loftily. I will answer for his ability. He saved my child. Gerard was not subtle enough to appreciate this conclusion, and was so far from sharing Teresa's confidence that he begged a respite. He would rather not go to the friar to-day. Would not to-morrow do as well? Here is a coward for you, said Lucretia. No, he is not a coward, said Teresa, firing up. He is modest. I'm afraid of this high-born, fastidious friar, said Gerard. Consider, he has seen the handiwork of all the writers in Italy. Dear Dame Teresa, if you would but let me prepare a better piece of work than yet I have done, and then tomorrow I will face him with it. I consent, said Teresa. They walked home together. Not far from his own lodging was a shop that sold vellum. There was a beautiful white skin in the window. Gerard looked at it wistfully, but he knew he could not pay for it, so he went on rather hastily. However, he soon made up his mind where to get vellum, and parting with Teresa at his own door, ran hastily upstairs, and took the bond he had brought all the way from Sevenbergen, and laid it with a sigh on the table. He then prepared with his chemicals to erase the old writing. But as this was his last chance of reading it, he now overcame his deadly repugnance to bad writing, and proceeded to decipher the deed, in spite of its detestable contractions. It appeared by this deed that Gisbrecht van Swieten was to advance some money to Floris Brandt on a piece of land, and was to repay himself out of the rent. On this Gerard felt it would be imprudent and improper to destroy the deed. On the contrary, he vowed to decipher every word at his leisure. He went downstairs, determined to buy a small piece of vellum with his half of the card money. At the bottom of the stairs he found the landlady and Teresa talking. At sight of him the former cried, "Here he is! You are caught, Donna Mia! See what she has bought you!" and whipped out from under her apron the very skin of vellum Gerard had longed for. "Why, dame! Why, Donna Teresa!" and he was speechless with pleasure and astonishment. "Dear Donna Teresa, there is not a skin in all Rome like it. However came you to hit on this one? 'Tis glamour." "Alas, dear boy, did not thine eye rest on it with desire? And didst thou not sigh in turning away from it? And was it for Teresa to let thee want the thing after that? What sagacity, what goodness, Madama! Oh, dame, I never thought I should possess this. What did you pay for it?" "I forget. Addio, fia mia. Addio, Sir Gerard. Be happy, be prosperous, as you are good." And the Roman matron glided away while Gerard was hesitating, and thinking how to offer to pay so stately a creature for her purchase. The next day in the afternoon he went to Lucretia, and her boy took him to Fra Colonna's lodgings. He announced his business and feed Onesta, and she took him up to the friar. Gerard entered with a beating heart. The room, a large one, was strewed and heaped with objects of art, antiquity, and learning, lying about in rich profusion and confusion, manuscripts, pictures, carvings in wood and ivory, musical instruments, and in this glorious chaos sat the friar, poring intently over an Arabian manuscript. He looked up a little peevishly at the interruption. Onesta whispered in his ear. "Very well," said he, "let him be seated. Stay, young man, show me how you write." And he threw Gerard a piece of paper and pointed to an inkhorn. "So please you, reverend father," said Gerard, "my hand it trembleth too much at this moment, but last night I wrote a vellum page of Greek, and the Latin version by its side, to show the various character." "Show it me." Gerard brought the work to him in fear and trembling, then stood heartsick, awaiting his verdict. When it came, it staggered him, for the verdict was a Dominican falling on his neck. The next day an event took place in Holland, the effect of which on Gerard's destiny no mortal at the time, nor even my intelligent reader now, could, I think, foresee. Marched up to Eli's door, a pageant, brave to the eye of sense, and to the vulgar judgment noble, but to the philosophic pitiable more or less. It looked one animal, a centaur, but on severe analysis proved two. The human half were sadly bedizened with those two metals to clothe his carcass, with which, and line his pouch, man has now and then disposed of his soul. Still the horse was the vainer brood of the two. He was far worse beflounced, bebonneted, and bemantled than any fair lady regnant crinolina, for the man under the colour of a warming pan retained nature's outline, but it was subauti equum, scarce a pennyweight of honest horse-flesh to be seen. Our crinoline spares the noble parts of women, and makes but the baser parts gigantic. Why this preference? But this poor animal, from stem to stern, was swamped in finery. His ears were hid in great sheaths of white linen tipped with silver and blue, his body swaddled in stiff gorgeous cloths, descending to the ground, except just in front, where they left him room to mince. His tail, though dear to memory, no doubt was lost to sight, being tucked in heaven knows how. Only his eyes shone out like goggles through two holes pierced in the wall of haberdashery, and his little front hoofs peeped in and out like rats. Yet did this compound, gorgeous and irrational, represent power, absolute power. It came straight from a tournament at the Duke's court, which, being on a progress, lay last night at a neighbouring town to execute the behests of royalty. "What ho!" cried the upper half, and on Eli emerging, with his wife behind him, saluted them. "Peace be with you, good people, rejoice. I am come for your dwarf." Eli looked amazed, and said nothing, but Catherine screamed over his shoulder, "You have mistook your road, good man. Here abides no dwarf." "Nay, wife, he means our Giles, who is somewhat small of stature. Why gainsay what gainsayed may not be?" "Ay," cried the pageant, "that is he, and discourseth like the big Tabor." "His breast is sound, for that matter," said Catherine sharply, and prompt with his fists, though at long odds. "Else how would the poor thing keep his head in such a world as this?" "'Tis well said, dame. Art as ready with thy weapon as he. Art his mother, likely, so bring him forth, and that presently. See, they lead a stunted mule for him. The Duke hath need of him, sore need. We are clean out of dwarven, and tiger cats, which may not be, whiles earth them yieldeth. Our last hop o' my thumb tumbled down the well t'other day. And think you I'll let my darling go to such an ill-guided house as you, where the reckless trollops of servants close not the well mouth, but leave it open to trap innocents like wolven?" The representative of autocracy lost patience at this unwonted opposition, and with stern look and voice bade her bethink her whether it was the better of the two, to have your abortion at court, fed like a bishop and put on like a prince, or to have all your heads stricken off and borne on poles, with the bellman crying, "Behold the heads of hardy rebels, which, having by good luck a misbegotten son, did traitorously grudge him to the Duke, who is the true father of all his folk, little or mickle." "Nay," said Eli sadly, "miscall us not. We be true folk, and neither rebels nor traitors. But 'tis sudden in the poor lad is our true flesh and blood, and hath of late given proof of more sense than heretofore." "Avails not threatening our lives," whimpered Catherine. "We grudge him not to the Duke, but in sooth he cannot go. His linen is all in holes, so there is an end." But the male mind resisted this crusher. "Think you the Duke will not find linen, and cloth of gold to boot? None so brave, none so affected at court as our monsters, big or wee." How long the dispute might have lasted before the iron arguments of despotism achieved the inevitable victory I know not, but it was cut short by a party whom neither disputant had deigned to consult. The bone of contention walked out of the house and sided with monarchy. "If my folk are mad, I'm not," he roared. "I'll go with you, and on the instant." At this, Catherine set up a piteous cry. She saw another of her brood escaping from under her wing into some unknown element. Giles was not quite insensible to her distress, so simple yet so eloquent. He said, "Nay, take not on, mother. Why, 'tis a godsend, and I am sick of this, ever since Gerard left it." "Ah, cruel Giles, should you not rather say she is bereaved of Gerard? The more need of you to stay aside her and comfort her." "Oh, I am not going to Rome. Not such a fool. I shall never be farther than Rotterdam, and I'll often come and see you. And if I like not the place, who shall keep me there? Not all the dukes in Christendom." "Good sense lies in little bulk," said the emissary approvingly. "Therefore, Master Giles, buss the old folk, and thank them for misbegetting of thee, and ho, you, bring hither his mule." One of his retinue brought up the dwarf mule. Giles refused it with scorn, and on being asked the reason, said it was not just. "What, would ye throw all into one scale? Put muckle to muckle, and little to wee? Besides, I hate and scorn small things. I'll go on the highest horse here, or not at all." The pursuivant eyed him attentively a moment. He then adopted a courteous manner. "I shall study your will in all things reasonable. Dismount, Eric. Yours is the highest horse, and if you would halt in the town an hour or so, while you bid them farewell, say but the word, and your pleasure shall be my delight." Giles reflected. "Master," said he, "if we wait a month, 'twill be still the same. My mother is a good soul, but her body is bigger than her spirit. We shall not part without a tear or two, and the quicker it is done, the fewer, so bring yon horse to me." Catherine threw her apron over her face and sobbed. The high horse was brought, and Giles was for swarming up his tail like a rope, but one of the servants cried out hastily, "Forbear, for he kicketh." "I'll kick him," said Giles. "Bring him close beneath this window, and I'll learn you all how to mount a horse which kicketh, and will not be clomb by the tail, the staircase of a horse." And he dashed into the house, and almost immediately reappeared at an upper window with a rope in his hand. He fastened an end somehow, and holding the other, descended as swift and smooth as an oiled thunderbolt in a groove, and lighted astride his high horse, as unperceived by that animal as a fly settling on him. The official lifted his hands to heaven in mawkish admiration. "I've gotten a pearl," thought he, "and wow, but this will be a good day's work for me. Come, father, come, mother, buss me and bless me, and off I go." Eli gave him his blessing, and bade him be honest and true, and a credit to his folk. Catherine could not speak, but clung to him with many sobs and embraces, and even through the mist of tears her eye detected in a moment the little rent in his sleeve he had made getting out of window, and she whipped out her needle and mended it then and there, and her tears fell on his arm the while, unheeded, except by those unfleshly eyes with which they say the very air is thronged. And so the dwarf mounted the high horse and rode away, complacent with the old hand, laying the court butter on his back with a trowel. Little recked Purpacillus of two poor silly females that sat by the bereaved hearth, rocking themselves and weeping, and discussing all his virtues, and how his mind had opened lately, and blind as two beetles to his faults, who rode away from them jocund and bold. Ingentis animas angusto pectore ver sans. Arrived at court, he speedily became a great favourite. One strange propensity of his electrified the palace, but on account of his small size, and for variety's sake, and as a monster, he was indulged on it. In a word, he was let speak the truth. It is an unpopular thing. He made it an intolerable one. Bawled it. End of section 63.
Section 64 of The Cloister and the Hearth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Hannah Yu. The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. Chapter 59. Happy the man who has two chain cables. Marriage and women. Oh, that I, like Gerard, had a chain that steams to pull up by. I would be prose laureate or professor of the spasmodic or something in no time. An attendant, I will sketch the Fra Colonna. The two revivers of ancient learning and philosophy were two writers of fiction, Petrarch and Boccaccio. Their labors were not crowned with great public and immediate success, but they sowed the good seed, and it never perished, but quickened in the soil, awaiting sunshine. From their day Italy was never without a native scholar or two, versed in Greek, and each learned Greek who landed there was received fraternally. The 14th century, ere its close, saw the birth of Poggio, Valla, and the elder Guarino. And early in the 15th Florence, under Cosmo dei Medici, was a nest of Platonists. These, headed by Gemistus Plato, a born Greek, begin about A.D. 1440 to write down Aristotle, for few minds are big enough to be just to great A without being unjust to capital B. Theodore Gaza defended that great men with moderation, George of Trebizond with acerbity, and retorted on Plato. Then Cardinal Bessarion, another born Greek, resisted the said George and his idol in a tract, Adversus Calumniatorum Platonis. Pugnacity, whether wise or not, is a form of vitality, born without controversial bile and so zealous an epoch. Francesco Colonna, a young nobleman of Florence, lived for the arts. At 20 he turned Dominican friar. His object was quiet study. He retired from idle company and faction fights, the humming and the stinging of the human hive, to Saint Dominic and the Nine Muses. An eager student of languages, pictures, statues, chronology, coins, and monumental inscriptions. These last loosened his faith in popular histories. He traveled many years in the East, and returned laden with spoils, master of several choice emissaries, and versed in Greek and Latin, Hebrew and Syriac. He found this country had not stood still. Other lettered princes besides Cosmo had sprung up. Alfonso king of Naples, Nicholas d'Este, Lionel d'Este, etc. Above all, his old friend Thomas of Sarzana had been made pope, and had lent a mighty impulse to letters, had accumulated 5,000 MSS in the library of the Vatican, and had set Poggio to translate Diodorus Siculus and Xenophon's Cyropaedia, Laurentius Valla to translate Herodotus and Thucydides, Theodore Gaza, Theophrastus, George of Trebizond, Eusebius, and certain treatises of Plato, etc., etc. The monk found Plato and Aristotle under armistice, but Poggio and Valla at loggerheads over verbs and nouns, and on fire with odium philologicum. All this was heaven, and he settled down in his native land, his life a rosy dream. None so happy as the versatile, provided they have not their bread to make by it. And Fra Colonna was versatility. He knew 7 or 8 languages, and a little mathematics, could write a bit, paint a bit, model a bit, sing a bit, strum a bit, and could relish superior excellence in all these branches. For this last trait he deserved to be as happy as he was. For gauge the intellects of your acquaintances, and you will find but few whose minds are neither deaf nor blind, nor dead to some great art or science, and wisdom at one entrance quite shut out. And such of them as are conceited as well as stupid shall even parade instead of blushing for the holes in their intellects. A zealot in art, the friar was a skeptic in religion. In every age there are a few men who hold the opinions of another age, past or future. Being a lump of simplicity, his skepticism was as naive as his enthusiasm. He affected to look on the religious ceremonies of his day as his mottos. The heathen philosophers regarded the worship of gods and departed heroes, mummeries good for the populace, but here his mind drew unconsciously a droll distinction. Whatever Christian ceremony his learning taught him was of purely pagan origin, that he respected out of respect for antiquity, though had he, with his turn of mind, been a pagan and its contemporary, he would have scorned it from his philosophic heights. Fra Colonna was charmed with this new artist, and having the run of half the palaces in Rome, sounded his praises so, that he was soon called upon to resign him. He told Gerard what great princess wanted him. But I am so happy with you, father, objected Gerard. Fiddlestick about being happy with me, said Fra Colonna. You must not be happy. You must be a man of the world. The grand lesson I impress on the young is, be a man of the world. Now these Montesini can pay you 3 times as much as I can, and they shall too, by Jupiter. And the friar clapped a terrific price on Gerard's pen. It was acceded to without a murmur. Much higher prices were going for copying than authorship ever obtained for centuries under the printing press. Gerard had 300 crowns for Aristotle's treatise on rhetoric. The great are mighty sweet upon all their pets, while the fancy lasts, and in the rage for Greek MSS, the handsome writer soon became a pet, and nobles of both sexes caressed him like a lap dog. It would have turned a vain fellow's head, but the canny Dutchman saw the steel hand beneath the velvet glove, and did not presume. Nevertheless, it was a proud day for him when he found himself seated with Fra Colonna at the table of his present employer, Cardinal Bizarian. They were about a mile from the top of that table, but never mind. There they were, and Gerard had the advantage of seeing roast pheasants dished up with all their feathers, as if they had just flown out of a coppice instead of off of the spit. Also, chickens cooked in bottles and tender as peaches. But the grand novelty was the napkins, surpassingly fine, and folded into cocked hats and birds' wings and fans, etc., instead of lying flat. This electrified Gerard, though my readers have seen the dazzling phenomenon without tumbling backwards, chair and all. After dinner the tables were split in pieces and carried away, and lo, under each was another table spread with sweetmeats. The senoras and senorinas fell upon them and gourmandized, but the senors eyed them with reasonable suspicion. But, dear father, objected Gerard, I see not the bifurcal daggers with which men say his excellency armeth the left hand of a man. Nay, 'tis the Cardinal Orsini which hath invented yon peevish instrument for his guests to fumble their meat withal. One being in haste, did skewer his tongue to his palate with it. I hear, O tempora, O Moors! The ancients, reclining godlike at their feasts, how had they spurned such pedantries! As soon as the ladies had disported themselves among the sugar plums, the tables were suddenly removed, and the guests sat in a row against the wall. Then came in, ducking and scraping, 2 ecclesiastics with lutes, and kneeled at the cardinal's feet, and there sang the service of the day, then retired with the deep obeisance, in answer to which the cardinal fingered his skull cap as our late Iron Duke his hat. The company dispersed, and Gerard had dined with the cardinal in one that had thrice just missed being pope. But greater honor was in store. One day the cardinal sent for him, and after praising the beauty of his work, took him in his couch to the Vatican, and up a private stair to a luxurious little room with a great oriel window. Here were inkstands, sloping frames for writing on, and all the instruments of art. The cardinal whispered a courtier, and presently the Pope's private secretary appeared with the glorious grimy old MS of Plutarch's Lives. And soon Gerard was seated alone copying it, awestruck, yet half delighted at the thought that his holiness would handle his work and read it. The papal inkstands were all glorious externally, but within the ink was vile. But Gerard carried ever good ink, home-made in a dirty little inkhorn. He prayed on his knees for a firm and skilful hand, and set to work. One side of his room was nearly occupied by a massive curtain divided in the center, but its ample folds overlapped. After a while, Gerard felt drawn to peep through that curtain. He resisted the impulse. It returned, it overpowered him. He left Plutarch still across the matted floor, took the folds of the curtain, and gently gathered them up with his fingers, and putting his nose through the chink, ran it against the cold steel halberd. 2 soldiers, armed cap a pie, were holding their glittering weapons crossed in a triangle. Gerard drew swiftly back, but in that instant he heard the soft murmur of voices, and saw a group of persons cringing before some hidden figure. He never repeated his attempt to pry through the guarded curtain, but often eyed it. Every hour or so an ecclesiastic peeped in, eyed him, chilled him, and exist. All this was gloomy and mechanical. But the next day a gentleman, richly armed, bounced in and glared at him. "What is toward here?" said he. Gerard told him he was writing out Plutarch, with the help of the saints. The spark said he did not know the seigneur in question. Gerard explained the circumstances of time and space that had deprived the seigneur Plutarch of the advantage of the spark's conversation. "Oh, one of those old dead Greeks they keep such a quarrel about. "Ay, Señor, one of them, who being dead yet live." "I understand you not, young man," said the noble with all the dignity of ignorance. "What did the old fellow write? Love stories?" And his eyes sparkled. "Merry tales, like Boccaccio." "Nay, lives of heroes and sages." "Soldiers and popes?" "Soldiers and princes." "Wilt read me one of them some day?" "And willingly, Señor. But what would they say who employ me, were I to break off work?" "Oh, never heed that. Know you not who I am? I am Jacques Bonaventura, nephew to his Holiness the Pope, and captain of his guards. And I came here to look after my fellows. I trow they have turned them out of their room for you." Señor Bonaventura then hurried away. This lively companion, however, having acquired a habit of running into that little room and finding Gerard good company, often looked in on him and chattered ephemeralities while Gerard wrote the immortal lives. One day he came a changed and moody man, and threw himself into a chair, crying, "Ah, traitress, traitress!" Gerard inquired what was his ill. "Traitress, traitress!" was the reply. Whereupon Gerard wrote Plutarch. Then says Bonaventura, "I am melancholy, and for Our Lady's sake read me a story out of Sir Plutarcho, to soothe my bile." In all that Greek is there not about lovers betrayed? Gerard read him the life of Alexander. He got excited, marched about the room, and embracing the reader, vowed to shun soft delights, that bed of nettles and fall of glory. Who is so happy now as Gerard? His art was honored, and fabulous prices paid for it. In a year or two he should return by sea to Holland, with good store of money, and set up with his beloved Margaret in Bruges, or Antwerp, or dear Augsburg, and end their days in peace and love and healthy, happy labor. His heart never strayed an instant from her. In his prosperity he did not forget poor Pietro. He took the Frau Colonna to see his picture. The friar inspected it severely and closely, fell on the artist's neck, and carried the picture to one of the Colonnas, who gave a noble price for it. Pietro descended to the first floor, and lived like a gentleman, but Gerard remained in his garret. To increase his expenses would have been to postpone his return to Margaret. Luxury had no charms for the single-hearted one when opposed to love. Jacques Bonaventura made him acquainted with other gay young fellows. They loved him, and sought to entice him into vice and other expenses, but he begged humbly to be excused, so he escaped that temptation, but a greater was behind. End of section 64. Recording by Hannah Yu.
Section 65 of the Cloister and the Hearth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. Chapter 60. Fra Colonna had the run of the Pope's library, and sometimes left off work at the same hour, and walked the city with Gerard, on which occasions the happy artist saw all things en beau, and was wrapped up in the grandeur of Rome and its churches, palaces, and ruins. The friar granted the ruins, but threw cold water on the rest. This place Rome, it is but the tomb of mighty Rome. He showed Gerard that 20 or 30 feet of the old triumphal arches were underground, and that the modern streets ran over ancient palaces and over the tops of columns. And coupling this with the comparatively narrow limits of the modern city, and the gigantic vestiges of antiquity that peeped above ground here and there, he uttered a somewhat remarkable simile. I tell thee, this village they call Rome is but as one of those swallows' nests ye shall see built on the eaves of a decayed abbey. Old Rome must indeed have been fair then, said Gerard. Judge for yourself, my son. You see the great sewer, the work of the Romans in their very childhood, and shall outlast Vesuvius. You see the fragments of the Temple of Peace. How would you look could you see also the Capitol with its 25 temples? Do but note this Monte Savello. What is it? And it pleases you but the ruins of the ancient theatre of Marcellus. And as for Testaccio, one of the highest hills in modern Rome, it is but an ancient dust heap. The women of old Rome flung their broken pots and pans there, and lo, a mountain. Ex pede Herculum, ex ungue Leonum. Gerard listened respectfully, but when the holy friar proceeded by analogy to imply that the moral superiority of the heathen Romans was proportionally grand, he resisted stoutly. Has then the world lost by Christ his coming? Said he, but blushed, for he felt himself reproaching his benefactor. Saints forbid, said the friar, 'twere heresy to say so. And having made this direct concession, he proceeded gradually to evade it by subtle circumlocution, and reached the forbidden door by the spiral-back staircase, in the midst of all which they came to a church with a knot of persons in the porch. A demon was being exorcised within. Now Fra Colonna had a way of uttering a curious sort of little moan, when things Zeno or Epicurus would not have swallowed were presented to him as facts. This moan conveyed to such as had often heard it, not only strong dissent, but pity for human credulity, ignorance, and error, especially, of course, when it blinded men to the merits of pagandom. The friar moaned and said, Then come away. Nay, father, prithee, I ne'er saw a divil cast out. The friar accompanied Gerard into the church, but had a good shrug first. There they found the demoniac forced down on his knees before the altar with a scarf tied round his neck, by which the officiating priest held him like a dog in a chain. Not many persons were present, for fame had put forth that the last demon cast out in that church went no farther than into one of the company, as a coney ferreted out of one burrow runs to the next. When Gerard and the friar came up, the priest seemed to think there were now spectators enough, and began. He faced the demoniac, breviary in hand, and first set himself to learn the individual's name with whom he had to deal. Come out, Ashtaroth. Oho, it is not you then. Come out, Belial. Come out, Tatzi. Come out, Isa. No, he trembles not. Come out, Azimuth. Come out, Variander. Come out, Philitho. Come out, Astema. Come out, Nabul. Ha ha, what have I found ye? 'Tis thou, thou reptile, at thine old tricks. Let us pray. O Lord, we pray thee to drive the foul fiend Nabul out of this thy creature, out of his hair and his eyes, out of his nose, out of his mouth, out of his ears, out of his gums, out of his teeth, out of his shoulders, out of his arms, legs, loins, stomach, bowels, thighs, knees, calves, feet, ankles, fingernails, toenails, and soul. Amen. The priest then rose from his knees, and turning to the company said with quiet geniality, Gentles, we have here as obstinate a divil as you may see in a summer day. Then facing the patient, he spoke to him with great rigor, sometimes addressing the man and sometimes the fiend, and they answered him in turn through the same mouth, now saying that they hated those holy names the priest kept uttering, and now complaining they did feel so bad in their inside. It was the priest who first confounded the victim and the culprit in idea, by pitching into the former, cuffing him soundly, kicking him, and spitting repeatedly in his face. Then he took a candle and lighted it and turned it down, and burned it till it burned his fingers, when he dropped it double quick. Then took the custodial and showed the patient the corpus domini within. Then burned another candle as before, but more cautiously. Then spoke civilly to the demoniac in his human character, dismissed him, and received the compliments of the company. Good father, said Gerard, how you have their names by heart. Our northern priests have no such exquisite knowledge of the hellish squadrons. Ah, young man, here we know all their names and eke their ways, the reptiles. This Nabul is a bitter hard one to hunt out. He then told the company in the most affable way several of his experiences, concluding with his feat of yesterday, when he drove a great hulking fiend out of a woman by her mouth, leaving behind him certain nails and pins, and a tuft of his own hair, and cried out in a voice of anguish, "'Tis not thou that conquers me. See that stone on the window-sill. Know that the angel Gabriel coming down to earth once lighted on that stone. 'Tis that has done my business." The friar moaned. "And you believed him?" "Certes. Who but an infidel has discredited a revelation so precise? What? Believe the father of lies? That is pushing credulity beyond the age. Oh, a liar does not always lie. Ay, doth he, whenever he tells an improbable story to begin, and shows you a holy relic, arms you against the satanic host. Fiends, if any, be not so simple, shouldst have answered him out of antiquity. Timeo de neas et dona ferentis. Some blackguard chopped his wife's head off on that stone, young man. You take my word for it. And the friar hurried Gerard away. Alack, father, I fear you abashed the good priest. Ay, by Pollux, said the friar with a chuckle. I blistered him with a single touch of Socratic interrogation. What modern can parry the weapons of antiquity? One afternoon, when Gerard had finished his day's work, a fine lackey came and demanded his attendance at the Palace Cesarini. He went and was ushered into a noble apartment. There was a girl seated in it, working on a tapestry. She rose and left the room, and said she would let her mistress know. A good hour did Gerard cool his heels in that great room, and at last he began to fret. These nobles think nothing of a poor fellow's time. However, just as he was making up his mind to slip out and go about his business, the door opened, and a superb beauty entered the room, followed by two maids. It was the young princess of the house of Cesarini. She came in talking rather loudly and haughtily to her dependents, but at sight of Gerard, lowered her voice to a very feminine tone, and said, "Are you the writer, monsieur?" "I am, signora. 'Tis well." She then seated herself. Gerard and her maids remained standing. "What is your name, good youth?" "Gerard, signora." "Gerard? Body of Bacchus, is that the name of a human creature?" "It is a Dutch name, signora. I was born at Tergoo, in Holland." "A harsh name, girls, for so well favored a youth. What say you?" The maids assented warmly. "What did I send for him for?" inquired the lady, with lofty languor. "Ah, I remember. Be seated, Sir Gerardo, and write me a letter to Ercole Orsini, my lover. At least he says so." Gerard seated himself, took out paper and ink, and looked up to the princess for instructions. She, seated on a much higher chair, almost a throne, looked down at him with eyes equally inquiring. "Well, Gerardo?" "I am ready, your excellence." "Write then." "I but await the words." "And who, think you, is to provide them?" "Who but your grace, whose letter it is to be." "Gramercy, what? You writers, find you not the words? What avails your art without the words? I doubt you are an impostor, Gerardo." "Nay, signor, I am none. I might make shift to put your highness's speech into grammar, as well as writing, but I cannot interpret your silence. Therefore speak what is in your heart, and I will impaper it before your eyes." "But there is nothing in my heart, and sometimes I think I have got no heart." "What is in your mind, then?" "But there is nothing in my mind, nor my head neither." "Then why write at all?" "Why, indeed? That is the first word of sense. Either you or I have spoken, Gerardo. Pestilence seize him. Why writeth he not first? Then I could say nay to this, and I to that, withouten headache. Also, is it a lady's part to say the first word?" "No, signor, the last." "It is well spoken, Gerardo. Ha, ha! Shalt have a gold piece for thy wit. Give me my purse." And she paid him for the article on the nail à la Moyen Age. Money never yet chilled zeal. Gerard, after getting a gold piece so cheap, felt bound to pull her out of her difficulty if the wit of man might achieve it. "Signorina," said he, "these things are only hard because folk attempt too much, are artificial, and labour phrases. Do but figure to yourself the Signor you love. I love him not. Well, then, the Signor you love, not seated at this table, and dict to me just what you would say to him. Well, if he sat there, I should say, go away. Gerard, who was flourishing his pen by way of preparation, laid it down with a groan. And when he was gone, said Floretta, your highness would say, come back. Like enough, wench. Now silence all, and let me think. He pestered me to write, and I promised. So mine honour is engaged. What lie shall I tell the Gerardo to tell the fool? And she turned her head away from them, and fell into deep thought, with her noble chin resting on her white hand, half clenched. She was so lovely and statuesque, and looked so inspired with thoughts celestial, as she sat thus impregnating herself with mendacity, that Gerard forgot all except art, and proceeded eagerly to transfer that exquisite profile to paper. He had very nearly finished, when the fair statue turned brusquely round and looked at him. Nay, Signor, said he, a little peevishly, for heaven's sake change not your posture. 'Twas perfect. See, you are nearly finished. All eyes were instantly on the work, and all tongues active. How like, and done in a minute. Nay, methinks her highness's chin is not quite so. Oh, a touch will make that right. What a pity 'tis not coloured. I'm all for colours. Hang black and white. And her highness hath such a lovely skin. Take away her skin, and half her beauty is lost. Peace. Can you colour, Sir Gerardo? I, Signorino, I am a poor hand at oils. There shines my friend Pietro, but in this small way I can tint you to the life, if you have time to waste on such vanity. Call you this vanity? And for a time it hangs on me like lead. Send for your colours now, quick this moment, for love of all the saints. Nay, Signorina, I must prepare them. I could come at the same time. So be it. And you, Floretta, see that he be admitted at all hours. Alack, leave my head, leave my head. Forgive me, Signor, I thought to prepare it at home to receive the colours, but I will leave it. And now let us dispatch the letter. What letter? To this Signor Orsini. And shall I waste my time on such vanity as writing letters? And to that empty creature, to whom I am as indifferent as the moon? Nay, not indifferent, for I have just discovered my real sentiments. I hate him, and despise him. Girls, I here forbid you once for all to mention that Signor's name to me again, else I'll whip you till the blood comes. You know how I can lay on when I'm roused. We do. Then provoke me not to it. And her eye flashed daggers, and she turned to Gerard, all instantaneous honey. Addio, il Gerardo. And Gerard bowed himself out of this velvet tiger's den. He came next day and coloured her, and next he was set to make a portrait of her on a large scale, and then a full-length figure, and he was obliged to set apart 2 hours in the afternoon for drawing and painting this princess, whose beauty and vanity were prodigious, and candidates for a portrait of her numerous. Here the thriving Gerard found a new and fruitful source of income. Margaret seemed nearer and nearer. It was Holy Thursday, no work this day. Fra Colonna and Gerard sat in a window and saw the religious processions. Their number and pious ardor thrilled Gerard with the devotion that now seemed to animate the whole people, lately bent on earthly joys. Presently the Pope came pacing majestically at the head of his cardinals, in a red hat, white cloak, a capuchin of red velvet, and riding a lovely white Neapolitan barb, caparisoned with red velvet, fringed and tasseled with gold. 100 horsemen, armed cap a pie, rode behind him, with their lances erected, the butt end resting on the man's thigh. The cardinals went uncovered, all but one, de Medicis, who rode close to the Pope and conversed with him as with an equal. At every 15 steps the Pope stopped a single moment and gave the people his blessing, then on again. Gerard and the friar now came down, and threading some by-streets reached the portico of one of the 7 churches. It was hung with black, and soon the Pope and cardinals, who had entered the church by another door, issued forth and stood with torches on the steps, separated by barriers from the people. Then a canon read a Latin bull, excommunicating several persons by name, especially such princes as were keeping the church out of any of her temporal possessions. At this awful ceremony Gerard trembled, and so did the people, but 2 of the cardinals spoiled the effect by laughing unreservedly the whole time. When this was ended, the black cloth was removed, and revealed a gay panoply, and the Pope blessed the people, and ended by throwing his torch among them. So did 2 cardinals. Instantly there was a scramble for the torches. They were fought for, and torn in pieces by the candidates, so devoutly that small fragments were gained at the price of black eyes, bloody noses, and burnt fingers, in which hurtling his holiness and sweet withdrew in peace. And now there was a cry, and the crowd rushed to a square, where was a large open stage. Several priests were upon it, praying. They rose, and with great ceremony donned red gloves. Then one of their number kneeled, and with signs of the lowest reverence drew forth from a shrine a square frame like that of a mirror, and inside was, as it were, the impression of a face. It was the verum icon, or true impression, of our Saviour's face, taken at the very moment of his most mortal agony for us, received as it was without a grain of doubt. Imagine how it moved every Christian heart. The people threw themselves on their faces when the priest raised it on high, and cries of pity were in every mouth, and tears in almost every eye. After a while the people rose, and then the priest went round the platform, showing it for a single moment to the nearest, and at each sight loud cries of pity and devotion burst forth. Soon after this the friends fell in with a procession of flagellants, flogging their bare shoulders till the blood ran streaming down, but without a sign of pain in their faces, and many of them laughing and jesting as they lashed. The bystanders, out of pity, offered them wine. They took it, but few drank it. They generally used it to free the tails of the cat, which were hard with clotted blood, and make the next stroke more effective. Most of them were boys, and a young woman took pity on one fair urchin. "Alas, dear child," said she, "why wound thy white skin so?" "Basta," said he, laughing, "'tis for your sins I do it, not for mine." "Hear you that?" said the friar. "Show me the whip that can whip the vanity out of man's heart. The young monkey, how knoweth he that stranger is a sinner more than he?" "Father," said Gerard, "surely this is not to our Lord's mind. He was so pitiful." "Our Lord?" said the friar, crossing himself. "What has he to do with this? This was a custom in Rome 600 years before he was born. The boys used to go through the streets at the Lupercalia, flogging themselves, and the married women used to shove in and try to get a blow from the monkey's scourges, for these blows conferred fruitfulness in those days. A foolish trick, this flagellation, but interesting to the bystander, reminds him of the grand old heathen. We are so prone to forget all we owe them." Next they got into one of the 7 churches, and saw the Pope give the Mass. The ceremony was imposing, but again spoiled by the inconsistent conduct of the cardinals and other prelates, who sat about the altar with their hats on, chattering all through the Mass like a flock of geese. The Eucharist in both kinds was tasted by an official before the Pope would venture on it, and this surprised Gerard beyond measure. Who is that base man, and what doth he there? "Oh, that is the Prieguste, and he tastes the Eucharist by way of precaution. This is the country for poison, and none fall oftener by it than the poor popes." "Alas, so I have heard. But after the miraculous change of the bread and wine to Christ his body and blood, poison cannot remain. Gone is the bread with all its properties and accidents, gone is the wine." "So says faith, but experience tells another tale. Scores have died in Italy, poisoned in the host. And I tell you, Father, that were both bread and wine, charged with direst poison before his holiness had consecrated them, yet after consecration I would take them both withouten fear. So would I, but for the fine arts." "What mean you?" "Mary, that I would be as ready to leave the world as thou, were it not for those arts which beautify existence here below, and make it dear to men of sense and education. No, so long as the 9 Muses strew my path with roses of learning and art, me may Apollo inspire with wisdom and caution, that knowing the wiles of my countrymen, I may eat poison, neither at God's altar, nor at a friend's table, since wherever I eat it or drink it, it will assuredly cut short my mortal thread, and I am writing a book, heart and soul in it, the dream of Polyphilo, the man of many arts. So name not poison to me till that is finished and copied. And now the great bells of St. John Lateran's were rung with a clash at short intervals, and the people hurried thither to see the heads of St. Peter and St. Paul. Gerard and the friar got a good place in the church, and there was a great curtain, and after long and breathless expectation of the people, this curtain was drawn by jerks, and at a height of about 30 feet were 2 human heads with bearded faces that seemed alive. They were shown no longer than the time to say an Ave Maria, and then the curtain drawn, but they were shown in this fashion 3 times. St. Peter's complexion was pale, his face oval, his beard gray and forked, his head crowned with a papal mitre. St. Paul was dark-skinned, with a thick square beard. His face also and head were more square and massive, and full of resolution. Gerard was awestruck. The friar approved after his fashion. This exhibition of the imagines, or waxen effigies of heroes and demigods, is a venerable custom, and inciteth the vulgar to virtue by great and invisible examples. Waxen images, what? Are they not the apostles themselves, embalmed, or the like? The friar moaned. They did not exist in the year 800. The great old Roman families always produced at their funerals a series of these imagines, thereby tying past and present history together, and showing the populace the features of far famed worthies. I can conceive nothing more thrilling or instructive, but then the effigies were portraits made during life or at the hour of death. These of St. Paul and St. Peter are moulded out of pure fancy. Ah, say not so, Father. But the worst is, this humour of showing them up on a shelf and half in the dark and by snatches, and with the poor mountebank trick of a drawn curtain. Quod cunque ostendis mihi sic incredulus odi. Enough. The men of this day are not the men of old. Let us have done with these new-fangled mummeries, and go among the Pope's books. There we shall find the wisdom we shall vainly hunt in the streets of modern Rome. And this idea having once taken root, the good friar plunged and tore through the crowd, and looked neither to the right hand nor to the left till he had escaped the glories of the Holy Week, which had brought 50,000 strangers to Rome, and had got nice and quiet among the dead in the library of the Vatican. Presently, going into Gerard's room, he found a hot dispute afoot between him and Jacques Bonaventura. That spark had come in, all steel from head to toe, doffed helmet, puffed, and railed most scornfully on a ridiculous ceremony at which he and his soldiers had been compelled to attend the Pope, to wit, the blessing of the beasts of burden. Gerard said it was not ridiculous. Nothing a Pope did could be ridiculous. The argument grew warm, and the friar stood grimly neuter, waiting like the stork that ate the frog and the mouse at the close of their combat to grind them both between the jaws of antiquity, when lo, the curtain was gently drawn, and there stood a venerable old man in a purple skull cap, with a beard like white floss silk, looking at them with a kind though feeble smile. Happy youth, said he, that can heat itself over such matters. They all fell on their knees. It was the Pope. Nay, rise, my children, said he, almost peevishly. I came not into this corner to be in state. How goes Plutarch? Gerard brought his work, and kneeling on one knee, presented it to his Holiness, who had seated himself, the others standing. His Holiness inspected it with interest. "'Tis excellently writ," said he. Gerard's heart beat with delight. Ah, this Plutarch! He had a wondrous art, Francesco. How each character standeth out alive on his page, how full of nature each, yet how unlike his fellow. Jacques Bonaventura, give me the Signor Boccaccio. His Holiness. An excellent narrator, Capitano, and writeth exquisite Italian, but in spirit a thought too monotonous. Monks and nuns were never all unchaste. One or two such stories were right pleasant and diverting, but 50 paint his time falsely, and sadden the heart of such as love mankind. Moreover, he hath no skill at characters. Now this Greek is supreme in that great art. He carveth them with pen, and turning his page, see into how real and great a world we enter, of war and policy and business and love in its own place. For with him, as in the great world, men are not all running after a wench. With this great open field compare me not the narrow garden of Boccaccio, and his little mill round of dishonest pleasures. Your Holiness, they say, hath not disdained to write a novel. My Holiness hath done more foolish things than one, whereof it repents too late. When I wrote novels, I little thought to be head of the church. I search in vain for a copy of it, to add to my poor library. It is well. Then the strict orders I gave 4 years ago to destroy every copy in Italy have been well discharged. However, for your comfort, on my being made Pope, some fool turned it into French, so that you may read it at the price of exile. Reduced to this strait, we throw ourselves on your Holiness's generosity. Vouchsafe to give us your infallible judgment on it. Gently, gently, good Francesco. A pope's novels are not matters of faith. I can but give you my sincere impression. Well, then, the work in question had, as far as I can remember, all the vices of Boccaccio without his choice Italian. Fra Colonna. Your Holiness is known for slighting Aeneas Sylvius, as other men never slighted him. I did him injustice to make you his judge. Perhaps your Holiness will decide more justly between these two boys about blessing the beasts. The Pope demurred. In speaking of Plutarch, he had brightened up for a moment, and his eye had even flashed, but his general manner was as unlike what youthful females expect in a pope as you can conceive. I can only describe it in French. Le gentilhomme Blaze, a high-bred and highly cultivated gentleman, who had done and said and seen and known everything, and whose body was nearly worn out. But double languor seemed to seize him at the father's proposal. My poor Francesco, said he, bethink thee that I have had a life of controversy, and am sick on't, sick as death. Plutarch drew me to this calm retreat, not divinity. Nay, but your Holiness, for moderating of strife between two hot young bloods, Macariori oi Erinopoi. And know you nature so ill as to think either of these high-mettled youths will reck what a poor old pope saith. Oh, your Holiness, broke in Gerard, blushing and gasping, sure, here is one who will treasure your words all his life, as words from heaven. In that case, said the Pope, I am fairly caught, as Francesco here would say, Hoc est in ostis est ane Eleuthius. I came to taste that eloquent heathen, dear to me e'en as to thee, thou Panem monk, and I must talk divinity or something next door to it. But the youth hath a good and a winning face, and writeth Greek like an angel. Well then, my children, to comprehend the ways of the church, we should still rise a little above the earth, since the church is between heaven and earth, and interprets betwixt them. The question is then, not how vulgar men feel, but how the common Creator of man and beast doth feel towards the lower animals. This, if we are too proud to search for it in the lessons of the church, the next best thing is to go to the most ancient history of men and animals. Colonna. Herodotus. Nay, nay, in this matter Herodotus is but a mushroom. Finally, were we sped for ancient history, if we depended on your Greeks, who did but write on the last leaf of that great book, Antiquity. The friar groaned. Here was a pope uttering heresy against his demigods. 'Tis the Vulgate I speak of, a history that handles matters 3,000 years before him pedants call the father of history. Colonna. Oh, the Vulgate! I cry your Holiness mercy. How you frighten me! I quite forgot the Vulgate. Forgot it? Art sure thou ever readst it, Francesco mio? Not quite, your Holiness. 'Tis a pleasure I have long promised myself, the first vacant moment. Hitherto these grand old heathen have left me small time for recreation. His Holiness. First, then you will find in Genesis that God, having created the animals, drew a holy pleasure, undefinable by us, from contemplating of their beauty. Was it wonderful? See their myriad forms, their lovely hair and eyes, their grace, and of some the power and majesty, the color of others, brighter than roses or rubies. And when for man's sin, not their own, they were destroyed, yet were two of each kind spared. And when the ark and its trembling inmates tumbled solitary on the world of water, then, saith the word, God remembered Noah and the cattle that were with him in the ark. Thereafter God did write his rainbow in the sky, as a bond that earth should be flooded no more. And between whom the bond? Between God and man. Nay, between God and man, and every living creature of all flesh, or my memory fails me with age. In Exodus, God commanded that the cattle should share the sweet blessing of the one day's rest. Moreover, he forbade to muzzle the ox that trod out the corn. Nay, let the poor, overwrought soul snatch a mouthful as he goes his toilsome round. The bulk of the grain shall still be for man. Ye will object perchance that St. Paul commenting this saith rudely, Doth God care for oxen? Verily, had I been Peter, instead of the humblest of his successors, I had answered him, Drop thy theatrical poets, Paul, and read the Scriptures. Then shalt thou know whether God careth only for men and sparrows, or for all his creatures. O Paul, had I made bold to say, Think not to learn God by looking into Paul's heart, nor any heart of man, but study that which he hath revealed concerning himself. Thrice he forbade the Jews to boil the kid in his mother's milk, not that this is cruelty, but want of thought and gentle sentiments, and so paves the way for downright cruelty. A prophet riding on an ass did meet an angel. Which of these two, Paulo Judice, had seen the heavenly spirit? Mary the prophet, but it was not so. The man, his vision cloyed with sin, saw naught. The poor, despised creature saw all. Nor is this recorded as miraculous. Poor, proud things, we overrate ourselves. The angel had slain the prophet and spared the ass, but for that creature's clearer vision of essences divine. He said so, methinks, but in sooth I read it many years agone. Why did God spare repentant Nineveh? Because in that city were 60,000 children, besides much cattle. Profane history and vulgar experience add their mite of witness. The cruel to animals end in cruelty to man, and strange and violent deaths, marked with retribution's bloody finger, have in all ages fallen from heaven on such as wantonly harm innocent beasts. This I myself have seen, all this duly weighed, and seeing that, despite this Francesco's friends, the Stoics, who in their vanity say the creatures all subsist for man's comfort, there be snakes and scorpions which kill dominum terra with a nip, mosquitoes which eat him piecemeal, and tigers and sharks which crack him like an almond, we do well to be grateful to these true, faithful, patient, four-footed friends, which, in lieu of powdering us, put forth their strength to relieve our toils, and do feed us like mothers from their gentle dugs. Methinks then the Church is never more divine than in this benediction of our four-footed friends, which has revolted you, great theological authority, the captain of the Pope's guards, since here she inculcates humility and gratitude, and rises towards the level of the mind divine, and interprets God to man, God the Creator, parent, and friend of man and beast. But all this, young gentles, you will please to receive, not as delivered by the Pope ex cathedra, but uttered carelessly, in a free hour, by an aged clergyman. On that score you will perhaps do well to entertain it with some little consideration, for old age must surely bring a man somewhat in return for his digestion, his dura purorum ilia e Francesco, which it carries away. Such was the purport of the Pope's discourse. but the manner high-bred, languid, kindly, and free from all tone of dictation. He seemed to be gently probing the matter in concert with his hearers, not playing Sir Oracle. At the bottom of all which was doubtless a slight touch of humbug, but the humbug that embellishes life, and all sense of it was lost in the subtle Italian grace of the thing. "I seem to hear the Oracle of Delphi," said Fra Colonna enthusiastically. "I call that good sense," shouted Jacques Bonaventura. "Oh, Captain, good sense," said Gerard with a deep and tender reproach. The Pope smiled on Gerard. Cavil not at words. That was an unheard of concession from a rival theologian. He then asked for all Gerard's work, and took it away in his hand. But before going, he gently pulled Fra Colonna's ear, and asked him whether he remembered when they were schoolfellows together, and robbed the Virgin by the roadside of the money dropped into her box. "You took a flat stick and applied bird-lime to the top, and drew the money out through the chink, you rogue," said his holiness severely. "To every signor his own honour," replied Fra Colonna. "It was your holiness's good wit invented the manoeuvre. I was but the humble instrument. It is well. Doubtless you know 'twas sacrilege of the first water, but I did it in such good company, it troubles me not. Humph! I've not even that poor consolation. What did we spend it in? Dost mind? Can your holiness ask? Why, sugar plums." "What, all on't? Every doit? These are delightful reminiscences, my friend Cesco. Alas, I am getting old. I shall not be here long, and I am sorry for it, for thy sake. They will go and burn thee when I am gone. Art far more a heretic than Huss, whom I saw burned with these eyes, and know he died like a martyr." "Ay, your holiness, but I believe in the Pope, and Huss did not. Fox, they will not burn thee. Wood is too dear. Adieu, old playmate. Adieu, young gentleman. An old man's blessing be on you." That afternoon the Pope's secretary brought Gerard a little bag. In it were several gold pieces. He added them to his store. Margaret seemed nearer and nearer. For some time past, too, it appeared as if the fairies had watched over him. Baskets of choice provisions and fruits were brought to his door by porters, who knew not who had employed them, or affected ignorance, and one day came a jewel in a letter, but no words. End of section 65. Section 66 of the Cloister and the Hearth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. Chapter 61. The Princess Clelia ordered a full-length portrait of herself. Gerard advised her to employ his friend Pietro Vanucci, but she declined. "'Twill be time to put a slight on the Gerardo when his work discontents me." Then Gerard, who knew he was an excellent draughtsman, but not so good a colorist, begged her to stand to him as a Roman statue. He showed her how closely he could mimic marble on paper. She consented at first, but demurred when this enthusiast explained to her that she must wear the tunic, toga, and sandals of the ancients. "Why, I had as lieve be presented in my smock," said she with mediaeval frankness. "Alack, signorina," said Gerard, "you have surely never noted the ancient habit, so free, so ample, so simple, yet so noble, and most becoming your highness, to whom heaven hath given the Roman features, and eke a shapely arm and hand, his in modern guise. What, can you flatter like the rest, Gerardo? Well, give me time to think on't. Come a Saturday, and then I will say aye or nay." The respite thus gained was passed in making the tunic and toga, etc., and trying them on in her chamber to see whether they suited her style of beauty well enough to compensate their being 1,000 years out of date. Gerard, hurrying along to this interview, was suddenly arrested and rooted to earth at a shop window. His quick eye had discerned in that window a copy of Lactantius, lying open. That is fairly writ, anyway, thought he. He eyed it a moment more with all his eyes. It was not written at all. It was printed. Gerard groaned. I'm sped. Mine enemy is at the door. The press is in Rome. He went into the shop, and affecting nonchalance, inquired how long the printing press had been in Rome. The man said he believed there was no such thing in the city. Oh, the Lactantius, that was printed on the top of the Apennines. What, did the printing press fall down there out of the moon? Nay, monsieur, said the trader, laughing, it shot up there out of Germany. See the title page. Gerard took the Lactantius eagerly, and saw the following: Opera et impensis Swainheim et Parnatz alumnorum Johannes Fust impressum Subiacis A.D. 1465. Will you buy, monsieur? See how fair and even be the letters. Few are left can write like that, and scarce a quarter of the price. I would fain have it, said Gerard sadly, but my heart will not let me. Know that I am a calligraph, and these disciples of Fust run after me round the world a taking the bread out of my mouth. But I wish them no ill, heaven forbid. And he hurried from the shop. Dear Margaret, said he to himself, we must lose no time. We must make our hay while shines the sun. 1 month more, and an avalanche of printers' type shall roll down on Rome from those Apennines, and lay us waste that writers be. And he almost ran to the Princess Clelia. He was ushered into an apartment new to him. It was not very large, but most luxurious. A fountain played in the center, and the floor was covered with the skins of panthers, dressed with the hair, so that no footfall could be heard. The room was an antechamber to the princess's boudoir, for on one side there was no door, but an ample curtain of gorgeous tapestry. Here Gerard was left alone, till he became quite uneasy, and doubted whether the maid had not shown him to the wrong place. These doubts were agreeably dissipated. A light step came swiftly behind the curtain. It parted in the middle, and there stood a figure the heathens might have worshipped. It was not quite Venus, not quite Minerva, but between the two, nobler than Venus, more womanly than Jupiter's daughter. Toga, tunic, sandals, nothing was modern. And as for beauty, that is of all times. Gerard started up, and all the artist in him flushed with pleasure. Oh, he cried innocently, and gazed in rapture. This added the last charm to his model. A light blush tinted her cheeks, and her eyes brightened, and her mouth smiled with delicious complacency at this genuine tribute to her charms. When they had looked at one another so some time, and she saw Gerard's eloquence was confined to ejaculating and gazing, she spoke. Well, Gerardo, thou seest I have made myself an antique monster for thee. A monster! I doubt Fra Colonna would fall down and adore your highness, seeing you so habited. Nay, I care not to be adored by an old man. I would liever be loved by a young one of my own choosing. Gerard took out his pencils, arranged his canvas, which he had covered with stout paper, and set to work, and so absorbed was he that he had no mercy on his model. At last, after near an hour in one posture, Gerardo, said she faintly, I can stand so no more, even for thee. Sit down and rest awhile, Signora. I thank thee, said she, and sinking into a chair, turned pale and sighed. Gerard was alarmed, and saw also he had been inconsiderate. He took water from the fountain and was about to throw it in her face, but she put up a white hand deprecatingly. Nay, hold it to my brow with thine hand. Prithee, do not fling it at me. Gerard, timidly and hesitating, applied his wet hand to her brow. Ah, she sighed, that is reviving. Again. He applied it again. She thanked him and asked him to ring a little handbell on the table. He did so, and a maid came and was sent to Floretta, with orders to bring a large fan. Floretta speedily came with the fan. She no sooner came near the princess than that lady's high-bred nostrils suddenly expanded like a blood-horse's. Wretch, said she, and rising up with a sudden return to vigor, seized Floretta with her left hand, twisted it in her hair, and with the right hand boxed her ears severely 3 times. Floretta screamed and blubbered, but obtained no mercy. The antique toga left quite disengaged a bare arm that now seemed as powerful as it was beautiful. It rose and fell like the piston of a modern steam engine, and heavy slaps resounded one after another on Floretta's shoulders. The last one drove her sobbing and screaming through the curtain, and there she was heard crying bitterly for some time after. "Saints of heaven!" cried Gerard, "what is amiss? What has she done?" "She knows right well 'tis not the first time, the nasty toad. I'll learn her to come to me stinking of the musk-cat." "Alas, Signor, 'twas a small fault, methinks." "A small fault? Nay, 'twas a foul fault," she added, with an amazing sudden descent to humility and sweetness. "Are you wroth with me for beating her, Girardeau?" "Signor, it ill becomes me to school you, but methinks such as Heaven appoints to govern others should govern themselves." "That is true, Gerardo. How wise you are to be so young." She then called the other maid and gave her a little purse. "Take that to Floretta, and tell her though Gerardo hath interceded for her, and so I must needs forgive her. There, Gerardo." Gerard colored all over at the compliment, but not knowing how to turn a phrase equal to the occasion, asked her if he should resume her picture. "Not yet, beating that hussy hath somewhat breathed me. I'll sit a while, and you shall talk to me. I know you can talk, and it pleases you as rarely as you draw." "That were easily done." "Do it then, Gerardo." Gerard was taken aback. "But, Signora, I know not what to say. This is sudden." "Say your real mind. Say you wish you were anywhere but here." "Nay, Signora, that would not be sooth. I wish one thing, though." "Ay, and what is that?" said she, gently. "I wish I could have drawn you as you were beating that poor lass. You were awful, yet lovely. Oh, what a subject for a Pythoness!" "Alas, he thinks but of his art. And why keep such a coil about my beauty, Gerardo? You are far fairer than I am. You are more like Apollo than I to Venus. Also you have lovely hair and lovely eyes, but you know not what to do with them." "I? Do I? To draw you, Signora?" "Ah, yes, you can see my features with them, but you cannot see what any Roman gallant had seen long ago in your place. Yet sure you must have noted how welcome you are to me, Gerardo. I can see your highness is always passing kind to me, a poor stranger like me." "No, I am not, Gerardo. I have often been cold to you, rude sometimes, and you are so simple you see not the cause. Alas, I feared for my own heart. I feared to be your slave, I who have hitherto made slaves. Ah, Gerardo, I am unhappy. Ever since you came here, I have lived upon your visits. The day you are to come, I am bright. The other days I am listless, and wish them fled. You are not like the Roman gallants. You make me hate them. You are 10 times braver to my eye, and you are wise and scholarly, and never flatter and lie. I scorn a man that lies. Girardeau, teach me thy magic. Teach me to make thee as happy by my side as I am still by thine." As she poured out these strange words, the princess's mellow voice sunk almost to a whisper, and trembled with half suppressed passion, and her white hand stole timidly, yet earnestly down Gerard's arm, till it rested like a soft bird upon his wrist, and as ready to fly away at a word. Destitute of vanity and experience, wrapped up in his Margaret and his art, Gerard had not seen this revelation coming, though it had come by regular and visible gradations. He blushed all over. His innocent admiration of the regal beauty that besieged him did not for a moment displace the absent Margaret's image. Yet it was regal beauty and wooing with a grace and tenderness he had never even figured in imagination. How to check her without wounding her? He blushed and trembled. The siren saw and encouraged him. "Poor Gerardo," she murmured, "fear not, none shall ever harm thee under my wing. Wilt not speak to me, Gerardo mio?" "Signora," muttered Gerard deprecatingly. At this moment his eye, lowered in his confusion, fell on the shapely white arm and delicate hand that curled round his elbow like a tender vine, and it flashed across him how he had just seen that lovely limb employed on Floretta. He trembled and blushed. "Alas," said the princess, "I scare him. Am I then so very terrible? Is it my Roman robe? I'll doff it, and habit me as when thou first camest to me. Mindest thou? 'Twas to write a letter to yon barren knight, Ercole d'Orsini. Shall I tell thee? 'Twas the sight of thee, and thy pretty ways, and thy wise words, made me hate him on the instant. I liked the fool well enough before, or wist I liked him. Tell me now, how many times hast thou been here since then? Ah, thou knowest not. Lovest me not, I doubt, as I love thee. 18 times, Gerardo, and each time dearer to me. The day thou comest not, 'tis night, not day to Clelia. Alas, I speak for both. Cruel boy, am I not worth a word? Hast every day a princess at thy feet? Nay, prithee, speak to me, Gerard du. Signora, faltered Gerard, what can I say that were not better left unsaid? O evil day that ever I came here! Ah, say not so, 'twas the brightest day ever shone on me, or indeed on thee. I'll make thee confess so much ere long, ungrateful one. Your Highness, began Gerard in a low, pleading voice, call me Clelia, Gerard du. Signora, I am too young and too little wise to know how I ought to speak to you, so as not to seem blind nor yet ungrateful. But this I know, I were both naught and ungrateful, and the worst foe e'er you had, did I take advantage of this mad fancy. Sure some ill spirit hath had leave to afflict you withal, for 'tis all unnatural that a princess adorned with every grace should abase her affections on a churl. The princess withdrew her hand slowly from Gerard's wrist, yet as it passed lightly over his arm it seemed to linger a moment at parting. You fear the daggers of my kinsmen, said she, half sadly, half contemptuously. No more than I fear the bodkins of your women, said Gerard haughtily, but I fear God and the saints and my own conscience. The truth, Gerardo, the truth. Hypocrisy sits awkwardly on thee. Princesses, while they are young, are not despised for love of God, but of some other woman. Tell me whom thou lovest, and if she is worthy thee, I will forgive thee. No, she in Italy, upon my soul. Ah, there is one somewhere then. Where? In Holland, my native country. Ah, Marie de Bourgogne is fair, they say, yet she is but a child. Princess, she I love is not noble, she is as I am, nor is she so fair as thou, yet is she fair, and linked to my heart for ever by her virtues, and by all the dangers and griefs we have borne together, and for one another. Forgive me, but I would not wrong my Margaret for all the highest dames in Italy. The slighted beauty started to her feet and stood opposite him, as beautiful, but far more terrible than when she slapped Floretta, for then her cheeks were red, but now they were pale, and her eyes full of concentrated fury. This to my face, unmannered wretch, she cried. Was I born to be insulted as well as scorned by such as thou? Beware, we nobles brook no rivals. Bethink thee whether is better the love of a Cesarini or her hate. For after all I have said and done to thee, it must be love or hate between us, and to the death. Choose now. He looked up at her with wonder and awe, as she stood towering over him in her Roman toga, offering this strange alternative. He seemed to have affronted a goddess of antiquity, he, a poor puny mortal. He sighed deeply, but spoke not. Perhaps something in his deep and patient sigh touched a tender chord in that ungoverned creature, or perhaps the time had come for one passion to ebb and another to flow. The princess sank languidly into a seat, and the tears began to steal rapidly down her cheeks. Alas, alas, said Gerard, weep not, sweet lady, your tears they do accuse me, and I am like to weep for company. My kind patron, be yourself. You will live to see how much better a friend I was to you than I seemed. I see it now, Gerardo, said the princess. Friend is the word, the only word can ever pass between us twain. I was mad. Any other man had taken advantage of my folly. You must teach me to be your friend and nothing more. Gerard hailed this proposition with joy, and told her out of Cicero how godlike a thing was friendship, and how much better and rarer and more lasting than love. To prove to her he was capable of it, he even told her about Donna and himself. She listened with her eyes half shut, watching his words to fathom his character and learn his weak point. At last she addressed him calmly thus: Leave me now, Gerardo, and come as usual tomorrow. You will find your lesson well bestowed. She held out her hand to him. He kissed it, and went away, pondering deeply this strange interview, and wondering whether he had done prudently or not. The next day he was received with marked distance, and the princess stood before him literally like a statue, and after a very short sitting excused herself and dismissed him. Gerard felt the chilling difference, but said to himself, she is wise, so she was in her way. The next day he found the princess waiting for him surrounded by young nobles, flattering her to the skies. She and they treated him like a dog that could do one little trick they could not. The cavaliers in particular criticized his work with a mass of ignorance and insolence combined that made his cheeks burn. The princess watched his face demurely with half-closed eyes at each sting the insects gave him, and when they had fled, had her doors closed against every one of them for their pains. The next day Gerard found her alone, cold and silent. After standing to him so sometimes, she said, "You treated my company with less respect than became you." "Did I, Signor?" "Did you? You fired up at the comments they did you the honour to make on your work." "Nay, I said naught," observed Gerard. "Oh, high looks speak as plain as high words. Your cheeks were red as blood." "I was nettled a moment at seeing so much ignorance and ill nature together. Now it is me, their hostess, you affront. Forgive me, Signor, and acquit me of design. It would ill become me to affront the kindest patron and friend I have in Rome but one. How humble we are all of a sudden! In sooth, Sir Gerardo, you are a capital feigner. You can insult or truckle at will. Truckle? To whom? To me, for one. To one whom you affronted for a base-born girl like yourself, but whose patronage you claim all the same." Gerard rose and put his hand to his heart. "These are biting words, Signor. Have I really deserved them?" "Oh, what are words to an adventurer like you? Cold steel is all you fear." "I am no swashbuckler, yet I have met steel with steel, and methinks I'd rather face your kinsmen's swords than your cruel tongue, lady. Why do you use me so?" "Gerard, do, for no good reason, but because I am wayward and shrewish and cursed, and because everybody admires me but you." "I admire you too, Signor. Your friends may flatter you more, but believe me, they have not the eye to see half your charms. Their babble yesterday showed me that. None admire you more truly, or wish you better, than the poor artist, who might not be your lover, but hoped to be your friend. But no, I see that may not be between one so high as you and one so low as I." "Ay, but it shall, Gerardo," said the princess eagerly. "I will not be so cursed. Tell me now where abides thy Margaret, and I will give thee a present for her, and on that you and I will be friends." "She is a daughter of a physician called Peter, and they bide at 7 Bergen. Ah me, shall I e'er see it again?" "'Tis well. Now go." And she dismissed him somewhat abruptly. Poor Gerard! He began to wade in deep waters when he encountered this Italian princess, callida et callida salus filia. He resolved to go no more when once he had finished her likeness. Indeed, he now regretted having undertaken so long and laborious a task. This resolution was shaken for a moment by his next reception, which was all gentleness and kindness. After standing to him some time in her toga, she said she was fatigued and wanted his assistance in another way. Would he teach her to draw a little? He sat down beside her and taught her to make easy lines. He found her wonderfully apt. He said so. "I had a teacher before thee, Gerard du, ay, and one as handsome as thyself." She then went to a drawer and brought out several heads drawn with a complete ignorance of the art, but with great patience and natural talent. They were all heads of Gerard, and full of spirit, and really not unlike. One was his very image. "There," said she, "now thou seest who was my teacher." "Not I, Signor. What, know you not who teaches us women to do all things? 'Tis love, Gerard du. Love made me draw, because thou draweth, Gerard du. Love prints thine image in my bosom. My fingers touch the pen, and love supplies the want of art. And lo, thy beloved features lie upon the paper." Gerard opened his eyes with astonishment at this return to an interdicted topic. "Oh, Signora, you promised me to be friends and nothing more." She laughed in his face. "How simple you are! Who believes a woman promising nonsense, impossibilities? Friendship, foolish boy! Who ever built that temple on red ashes? Nay, Gerardo," she added gloomily, "between thee and me it must be love or hate." "Which you will, Signor," said Gerard firmly, "but for me, I will neither love nor hate you, but with your permission I will leave you." And he rose abruptly. She rose too, pale as death, and said, "Ere thou leavest me so, know thy fate. Outside that door are armed men who wait to slay thee at a word from me." "But you will not speak that word, Signora." "That word I will speak. Nay, more, I shall noise it abroad. It was for proffering brutal love to me, that thou wert slain. And I will send a special messenger to Seven Bergen, a cunning messenger, well taught his lesson. Thy Margaret shall know thee dead, and think thee faithless. Now go to thy grave, a dog's, for a man thou art not." Gerard turned pale, and stood dumb-stricken. God have mercy on us both. "Nay, have thou mercy on her, and on thyself. She will never know in Holland what thou dost in Rome, unless I be driven to tell her my tale. Come, yield thee, Gerard du mio. What will it cost thee to say thou lovest me? I ask thee but to feign it handsomely. Thou art young. Die not for the poor pleasure of denying a lady what the shadow of a heart. Who will shed a tear for thee? I tell thee men will laugh, not weep over thy tombstone. Ah!" She ended in a little scream, for Gerard threw himself in a moment at her feet, and poured out in one torrent of eloquence the story of his love and Margaret's. How he had been imprisoned, hunted with bloodhounds for her, driven to exile for her, how she had shed her blood for him, and now pined at home, how he had walked through Europe, environed by perils, torn by savage brutes, attacked by furious men, with sword and axe and trap, robbed, shipwrecked for her. The princess trembled and tried to get away from him, but he held her robe, he clung to her, he made her hear his pitiful story, and Margaret's. He caught her hand and clasped it between both his, and his tears fell fast on her hand as he implored her to think on all the woes of the true lovers she would part, and what but remorse, swift and lasting, could come of so deep a love betrayed, and so false a love feigned, with mutual hatred lurking at the bottom. In such moments none ever resisted Gerard. The princess, after in vain trying to get away from him, for she felt his power over her, began to waver and sigh, and her bosom to rise and fall tumultuously, and her fiery eyes to fill. "You conquer me," she sobbed, "you, or my better angel. Leave Rome." I will. If you breathe a word of my folly, it will be your last. Think not so poorly of me. You are my benefactress once more. Is it for me to slander you? Go, I will send you the means. I know myself. If you cross my path again, I shall kill you. Addio, my heart is broken." She touched her bell. "Floretta," said she in a choked voice, "take him safe out of the house through my chamber, and by the side postern." He turned at the door. She was leaning with one hand on a chair, crying with averted head. Then he thought only of her kindness, and ran back and kissed her robe. She never moved. Once clear of the house, he darted home, thanking heaven for his escape, soul and body. "Landlady," said he, "there is one would pick a quarrel with me. What is to be done?" "Strike him first, and at vantage. Get behind him, and then draw." "Alas, I lack your Italian courage. To be serious, 'tis a noble." "Oh, holy saints, that is another matter. Change thy lodging a while, and keep snug, and alter the fashion of thy habits." She then took him to her own niece, who let lodgings at some little distance, and installed him there. He had little to do now, and no princess to draw, so he set himself resolutely to read that deed of Floris Brant, from which he had hitherto been driven by the abominably bad writing. He mastered it, and saw at once that the loan on this land must have been paid over and over again by the rents, and that Gisbrecht was keeping Peter Brant out of his own. "Fool not to have read this before," he cried. He hired a horse and rode down to the nearest port. A vessel was to sail for Amsterdam in 4 days. He took a passage and paid a small sum to secure it. "The land is too full of cutthroats for me," said he, "and 'tis lovely fair weather for the sea. Our Dutch skippers are not shipwrecked like these bungling Italians." When he returned home, there sat his old landlady with her eyes sparkling. "You are in luck, my young master," said she. "All the fish run to your net this day, methinks. See what a lackey hath brought to our house, this bill in this bag." Gerard broke the seals, and found it full of silver crowns. The letter contained a mere slip of paper with this line cut out of some manuscript: "La lingua non ha ossa ma fa rompere il dosso." "Fear me not," said Gerard aloud. "I'll keep mine between my teeth." "What is that?" "Oh, nothing. Am I not happy, dame? I'm going back to my sweetheart with money in one pocket and land in the other." And he fell to dancing round her. "Well," said she, "I trow nothing could make you happier. Nothing except to be there." "Well, that is a pity, for I thought to make you a little happier with a letter from Holland." "A letter from me? Where? How? Who brought it?" "Oh, dame, a stranger, a painter with a reddish face and an outlandish name. Anselmen, I trow." "Hans Membling, a friend of mine. God bless him." "Ay, that is it. Anselmen, he could scarce speak a word, but had the wit to name thee, and puts the letter down, and nods and smiles, and I nods and smiles and gives him a pint of wine, and it went down him like a spoonful. That is Hans, honest Hans. Oh, dame, I am in luck to-day, but I deserve it. For I care not if I tell you I have just overcome a great temptation for dear Margaret's sake. Who is she? Nay, I'd have my tongue cut out sooner than betray her, but oh, it was a temptation. Gratitude pushing me wrong, beauty almost divine pulling me wrong, curses, reproaches, and hardest of all to resist, gentle tears from eyes used to command. Sure, some saint help me, Anthony, belike, for my reward is come. Ay, is it, lad, and no farther off than my pocket come out Gerard's reward, and she brought a letter out of her capacious pocket. Gerard threw his arm round her neck and hugged her. My best friend, said he, my second mother, I'll read it to you. I do. Alas, it is not from Margaret. This is not her hand, and he turned it about. Alack, but maybe her bill is within. The lasses are aye for gliding in their bills under cover of another hand. True, whose hand is this? Sure, I have seen it. I trow 'tis my dear friend the Demoiselle Van Eyck. Oh, then Margaret's bill will be inside. He tore it open. Nay, 'tis all in one writing. Gerard, my well-beloved son, she never called me that before that I mind. This letter brings thee heavy news from one would liever send thee joyful tidings. Know that Margaret Brant died in these arms on Thursday se'night last. What does the doting old woman mean by that? The last word on her lips was Gerard. She said, tell him I prayed for him at my last hour, and bid him pray for me. She died very comfortable, and I saw her laid in the earth, for her father was useless, as you shall know. So no more at present from her that is with sorrowing heart thy loving friend and servant, Margaret Van Eyck. Ay, that is her signature, sure enough. Now what do you think of that, Dane? Cried Gerard with a grating laugh. There is a pretty letter to send to a poor fellow so far from home. But it is Reich Haynes I blame for humouring the old woman, and letting her do it. As for the old woman herself, she dotes. She has lost her head. She is fourscore. Oh, my heart, I'm choking. For all that, she ought to be locked up, or her hands tied. Say this had come to a fool. Say I was idiot enough to believe this. Know ye what I should do? Run to the top of the highest church tower in Rome, and fling myself off it, cursing heaven. Woman, woman, what are you doing? And he seized her rudely by the shoulder. What are you weeping for? He cried in a voice all unlike his own, and loud and hoarse as a raven. Would ye scald me to death with your tears? She believes it. She believes it. Ah, 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 ah. Then there is no God. The poor woman sighed and rocked herself, and must be the one to bring it thee, all smiling and smirking. I could kill myself for it. Death spares none, she sobbed. Death spares none. Gerard staggered against the window-sill. But he is master of death, he groaned. Or they have taught me a lie. I begin to fear there is no God, and the saints are but dead bones, and hell is master of the world. My pretty Margaret, my sweet, my loving Margaret, the best daughter, the truest lover, the pride of Holland, the darling of the world, it is a lie. Where is this caitiff Hans? I'll hunt him round the town. I'll cram his murdering falsehood down his throat. And he seized his hat and ran furiously about the streets for hours. Towards sunset he came back white as a ghost. He had not found Memling, but his poor mind had had time to realize the woman's simple words that death spares none. He crept into the house bent and feeble as an old man, and refused all food. Nor would he speak, but sat white, with great staring eyes, muttering at intervals, there is no God. Alarmed both on his account and on her own, for he looked a desperate maniac, his landlady ran for her aunt. The good dame came, and the two women, braver together, sat one on each side of him, and tried to soothe him with kind and consoling voices. But he heeded them no more than the chairs they sat on. Then the younger held a crucifix out before him to aid her. Maria, Mother of Heaven, comfort him, they sighed. But he sat glaring, deaf to all external sounds. Presently, without any warning, he jumped up, struck the crucifix rudely out of his way with a curse, and made a headlong dash at the door. The poor women shrieked, but ere he reached the door, something seemed to them to draw him up straight by his hair, and twirl him round like a top. He whirled twice round with arms extended, and then fell like a dead log upon the floor, with blood trickling from his nostrils and ears. End of section 66.
Section 67 of The Cloister and the Hearth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. Chapter 62. Gerard returned to consciousness and to despair. On the second day he was raving with fever on the brain. On a table hard by lay his rich auburn hair, long as a woman's. The deadlier symptoms succeeded one another rapidly. On the fifth day his leech retired and gave him up. On the sunset of that same day he fell into a deep sleep. Some said he would wake only to die. But an old gossip, whose opinion carried weight, she had been a professional nurse, declared that his youth might save him yet, could he sleep 12 hours. On this his old landlady cleared the room and watched him alone. She vowed a wax candle to the Virgin for every hour he should sleep. He slept 12 hours. The good soul rejoiced and thanked the Virgin on her knees. He slept 24 hours. His kind nurse began to doubt. At the 30th hour she sent for the woman of art. 30 hours. Shall we wake him? The other inspected him closely for some time. His breath is even, his hand moist. I know there be learned leeches would wake him to look at his tongue, and be none the wiser. But we that be women shall have the sense to let bond nature alone. When did sleep ever harm the racked brain or the torn heart? When he had been 48 hours asleep, it got wind, and they had much ado to keep the curious out. But they admitted only Fra Colonna and his friend, the gigantic Fra Jerome. These two relieved the women and sat silent, the former eyeing his young friend with tears in his eyes. The latter, with beads in his hand, looked as calmly on him as he had been on the sea with Gerard, and he encountered it hand to hand. At last, I think it was about the 60th hour of this strange sleep, the landlady touched Fra Colonna with her elbow. He looked. Gerard had opened his eyes as gently as if he had been but dozing. He stared. He drew himself up a little in bed. He put his hand to his head, and found his hair was gone. He noticed his friend Colonna, and smiled with pleasure. But in the middle of smiling his face stopped, and was convulsed in a moment with anguish unspeakable, and he uttered a loud cry, and turned his face to the wall. His good landlady wept at this. She had known what it is to awake bereaved. Fra Jerome recited canticles and prayers from his breviary. Gerard rolled himself in the bedclothes. Fra Colonna went to him, and, whimpering, reminded him that all was not lost. The divine muses were immortal. He must transfer his affection to them. They would never betray him, nor fail him, like creatures of clay. The good, simple father then hurried away, for he was overcome by his emotion. Fra Jerome remained behind. "Young man," said he, "the muses exist but in the brains of pagans and visionaries. The Church alone gives repose to the heart on earth, and happiness to the soul hereafter. Hath earth deceived thee? Hath passion broken thy heart after tearing it? The Church opens her arms. Consecrate thy gifts to her. The Church is peace of mind." He spoke these words solemnly at the door, and was gone as soon as they were uttered. "The Church!" cried Gerard, rising furiously and shaking his fist after the friar. "Malediction on the Church! But for the Church I should not lie broken here, and she lie cold, cold, cold in Holland. O my Margaret, O my darling, and I must run from thee the few months thou hast to live. Cruel, cruel! The monsters, they let her die. Death comes not without some signs. These the blind, selfish wretches saw not, or recked not, but I have seen them. I that love her. Oh, had I been there, I had saved her. I had saved her. Idiot, idiot, to leave her for a moment. He wept bitterly a long time. Then suddenly bursting into rage again, he cried vehemently, "The Church! For whose sake I was driven from her! My malison be on the Church, and the hypocrites that name it to my broken heart. Accursed be the world! Gysbrecht lives, Margaret dies. Thieves, murderers, harlots live forever. Only angels die. Curse life, curse death, and whosoever made them what they are." The friar did not hear these mad and wicked words, but only the yell of rage with which they were flung after him. It was as well, for if he had heard them, he would have had his late shipmate burned in the forum with as little hesitation as he would have roasted a kid. His old landlady, who had accompanied Fra Colonna down the stair, heard the raised voice, and returned in some anxiety. She found Gerard putting on his clothes and crying. She remonstrated. "What avails my lying here?" said he gloomily. "Can I find here that which I seek? Saints preserve us! Is he distraught again? What seek ye?" "Oblivion." "Oblivion, my little heart? Oh, but ye are young to talk so. Young or old, what else have I to live for?" He put on his best clothes. The great dame remonstrated. "My poor Gerard, know that it is Tuesday, not Sunday." "Oh, Tuesday, is it? I thought it had been Saturday." "Nay, thou hast slept long. Thou never wearest thy brave clothes on working days. Consider. What I did when she lived, I did. Now I shall do whatever erst I did not. The past is the past. There lies my hair, and with it my way of life. I have served one master as well as I could. You see my reward. Now I serve another, and give him a fair trial too." "Alas!" sighed the woman, turning pale. "What mean these dark words? And what new master is this whose service thou wouldst try?" "Satan!" And with this horrible declaration on his lips, the miserable creature walked out with his cap and feather set jauntily on one side, and feeble limbs, and a sinister face, pale as ashes, and all drawn down as if by age. End of section 67. Recording by John Brandon. Section 68 of The Cloister and the Hearth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. Chapter 63. A dark cloud fell on a noble mind. His pure and unrivaled love for Margaret had been his polar star. It was quenched, and he drifted on the gloomy sea of no hope. Nor was he a prey to despair alone, but to exasperation at all his self-denial, fortitude, perils, virtue, wasted and worse than wasted, for it kept burning and stinging him, that had he stayed lazily, selfishly at home, he should have saved his Margaret's life. These two poisons, raging together in his young blood, maddened and demoralized him. He rushed fiercely into pleasure, and in those days, even more than now, pleasure was vice. Wine, women, gambling, whatever could procure him an hour's excitement and a moment's oblivion. He plunged into these things, as men tired of life have rushed among the enemy's bullets. The large sums he had put by for Margaret gave him ample means for debauchery, and he was soon the leader of those loose companions he had hitherto kept at a distance. His heart deteriorated along with his morals. He sulked with his old landlady for thrusting gentle advice and warning on him, and finally removed to another part of the town, to be clear of remonstrance and reminiscences. When he had carried this game on some time, his hand became less steady, and he could no longer write to satisfy himself. Moreover, his patience declined as the habits of pleasure grew on him, so he gave up that art and took likenesses in colours. But this he neglected whenever the idle rakes, his companions, came for him, and so he dived in foul waters, seeking that sorry oyster-shell, oblivion. It is not my business to paint at full length the scenes of coarse vice in which this unhappy young man now played a part, but it is my business to impress the broad truth that he was a rake, a debauchee, and a drunkard, and one of the wildest, loosest, and wickedest young men in Rome. They are no lovers of truth, nor of mankind, who conceal or slur the wickedness of the good, and so, by their want of candour, rob despondent sinners of hope. Enough, the man was not born to do things by halves, and he was not vicious by halves. His humble female friends often gossiped about him. His old landlady told Teresa he was going to the bad and prayed her to try and find out where he was. Teresa told her husband Lodovico his sad story, and bade him look about and see if he could discover the young man's present abode. "Shouldst remember his face, Lodovico mio." "Teresa, a man of my way of life never forgets a face, least of all a benefactor's. But thou knowest I seldom go abroad by daylight." Teresa sighed. "And how long is it to be so, Lodovico?" "Till some cavalier passes his sword through me. They will not let a poor fellow like me take to any honest trade." Pietro Vannucci was one of those who bear prosperity worse than adversity. Having been ignominiously ejected for late hours by his old landlady, and meeting Gerard in the street, he greeted him warmly, and soon after took up his quarters in the same house. He brought with him a lad called Andrea, who ground his colours, and was his pupil and also his model, being a youth of rare beauty and as sharp as a needle. Pietro had not quite forgotten old times, and professed a warm friendship for Gerard. Gerard, in whom all warmth of sentiment seemed extinct, submitted coldly to the other's friendship. And a fine acquaintance it was. This Pietro was not only a libertine, but half a misanthrope and an open infidel. And so they ran in couples, with mighty little in common. O rare phenomenon! One day, when Gerard had undermined his health and taken the bloom off his beauty, and run through most of his money, Vannucci got up a gay party to mount the Tiber in a boat drawn by buffaloes. Lorenzo de' Medici had imported these creatures into Florence about 3 years before, but they were new in Rome, and nothing would content this beggar on horseback, Vannucci, but being drawn by the brutes up the Tiber. Each libertine was to bring a lady, and she must be handsome, or he be fined. But the one that should contribute the loveliest was to be crowned with laurel, and voted a public benefactor. Such was their reading of Verbonis Esquis. They got a splendid galley and 12 buffaloes, and all the libertines and their female accomplices assembled by degrees at the place of embarkation. But no Gerard. They waited for him some time, at first patiently, then impatiently. Vannucci excused him. I heard him say he had forgotten to provide himself with a fardingale. Comrades, the good lad is hunting for a beauty, fit to take rank among these peerless dames. Consider the difficulty, ladies, and be patient. At last Gerard was seen at some distance with a female in his hand. She is long enough, said one of her sex, criticizing her from afar. Gemini, what steps she takes, said another. Oh, it is wise to hurry into good company was Pietro's excuse. But when the pair came up, satire was choked. Gerard's companion was a peerless beauty. She extinguished the boatload as stars the rising sun. Tall but not too tall, and straight as a dart, yet supple as a young panther. Her face a perfect oval, her forehead white, her cheeks a rich olive, with the eloquent blood mantling below, and her glorious eyes fringed with long, thick, silken eyelashes that seemed made to sweep up sensitive hearts by the half-dozen. Saucy red lips and teeth of the whitest ivory. The women were visibly depressed by this wretched sight, the men in ecstasies. They received her with loud shouts and waving of caps, and one enthusiast even went down on his knees upon the boat's gunwale and hailed her of origin divine. But his cher ami pulling his hair for it, and the goddess giving him a little kick. Contemporaneously he lay supine, and the peerless creature frisked over his body without deigning him a look, and took her seat at the prow. Pietro Vannucci sat in a sort of collapse, glaring at her, and gaping, with his mouth open like a dying codfish. The drover spoke to the buffaloes. The ropes tightened, and they moved upstream. "What think ye of this new beef, mesdames? We ne'er saw monsters so vilely ill-favoured, with their nasty horns that make one afeard, and their foul nostrils cast up into the air. Holes be they, not nostrils. Signorina, the beeves are a present from Florence, the beautiful. Would ye look a gift beef in the nose?" "They are so dull," objected a lively lady. "I went up Tiber twice as fast last time, with but 5 mules and an ass." "Nay, that is soon mended," cried a gallant, and jumping ashore, he drew his sword, and, despite the remonstrances of the drivers, went down the dozen buffaloes, goading them. They snorted and whisked their tails, and went no faster, at which the boatload laughed loud and long. Finally he goaded a patriarch bull, who turned instantly on the sword, sent his long horns clean through the spark, and with a furious jerk of his prodigious head sent him flying over his head into the air. He described a bold parabola, and fell sitting and unconsciously waving his glittery blade into the yellow Tiber. The laughing ladies screamed and wrung their hands, all but Gerard's fair. She uttered something very like an oath, and seizing the helm steered the boat out, and the gallant came up sputtering, gripped the gunwale, and was drawn in dripping. He glared round him confusedly. "I understand not that," said he, a little peevishly, puzzled, and therefore, it would seem, discontented, at which, finding he was by some strange accident not slain, his doublet being perforated instead of his body, they began to laugh again, louder than ever. "What are ye cackling at?" remonstrated the spark. "I desire to know how 'tis that one moment a gentleman is out yonder a pricking of African beef, and the next moment Gerard's lady disporting in his native stream." "Tell him not, a soul of ye," cried Vannucci. "Let him find out's own riddle." "Confound ye all! I might puzzle my brains till doomsday. I should ne'er find it out. Also, where is my sword?" Gerard's lady asked Tiber. "Your best way, signor, will be to do it over again, and in a word keep pricking of Afric's beef till your mind receives light. So shall you comprehend the matter by degrees, as lawyers mount heaven and buffaloes Tiber." Here a chevalier remarked that the last speaker transcended the sons of Adam as much in wit as she did the daughters of Eve in beauty. At which, and indeed at all their compliments, the conduct of Pietro Vannucci was peculiar. That signor had left off staring, and gaping bewildered, and now sat coiled up snake-like on each, his mouth muffled, and two bright eyes fixed on the lady, and twinkling and scintillating most comically. He did not appear to interest or amuse her in return. Her glorious eyes and eyelashes swept him calmly at times, but scarce distinguished him from the benches and things. Presently the unanimity of the party suffered a momentary check. Mortified by the attention the cavaliers paid to Gerard's companion, the ladies began to pick her to pieces, sotto voce, and audibly. The lovely girl then showed that, if rich in beauty, she was poor in feminine tact. Instead of revenging herself like a true woman through the men, she permitted herself to overhear, and openly retaliate on her detractors. "There is not one of you that wears nature's colours," said she. "Look here," and she pointed rudely in one's face. "This is the beauty that is to be bought in every shop. Here is cerussa, here is stibium, and here is purpurism. Oh, I know the articles, bless you. I use them every day, but not on my face. No, thank you." Here Venucci's eyes twinkled themselves nearly out of sight. "Why, your lips are coloured, and the very veins in your forehead. Not a charm but would come off with a wet towel. And look at your great coarse black hair like a horse's tail, drugged and stained to look tow. And then your bodies are as false as your heads and your cheeks and your hearts, I trow. Look at your padded bosoms, and your wooden-heeled chopines, to raise your little stunted limbs up and deceive the world. Skinny dwarfs ye are, cushioned and stultified into great fat giants. Aha, mesdames! Well is it said of you, grande, di legni, grosse, di stracci, rosse, di battito, bianchi, di calcina." This drew out a rejoinder. "Avaunt, vulgar toad, telling the men everything. Your coarse ruddy cheeks are your own, and your little handful of African hair. But who is padded more? Why, you are shaped like a fire shovel. Ye lie, malapert. Oh, the well-educated young person, where didst pick her up, Sir Gerard?" "Hold thy peace, Marcia," said Gerard, awakened by the raised trebles from a gloomy reverie. "Be not so insolent. The grave shall close over thy beauty, as it hath over fairer than thee." "They began," said Marcia petulantly. "Then be thou the first to leave off." "At thy request, my friend," she then whispered Gerard, "it was only to make you laugh. You are distraught, you are sad. Judge whether I care for the quips of these little fools, or the admiration of these big fools. Dear Signor Gerard, would I were what they take me for, you should not be so sad." Gerard sighed deeply and shook his head, but, touched by the earnest young tones, caressed the jet-black locks, much as one strokes the head of an affectionate dog. At this moment a galley, drifting slowly downstream, got entangled for an instant in their ropes, for the river turning suddenly, they had shot out into the stream, and this galley came between them and the bank. In it a lady of great beauty was seated under a canopy with gallants and dependants standing behind her. Gerard looked up at the interruption. It was the Princess Clelia. He coloured and withdrew his hand from Marcia's head. Marcia was all admiration. "Ha, ha, ladies," said she. "Here is a rival, and ye will. Those cheeks were coloured by nature like mine." "Peace, child, peace," said Gerard. "Make not too free with the great." "Why, she heard me not. Oh, Sir Gerard, what a lovely creature!" Two of the females had been for some time past putting their heads together and casting glances at Marcia. One of them now addressed her. "Signorina, do you love almonds?" The speaker had a lapful of them. "Yes, I love them, when I can get them," said Marcia pettishly, and eyeing the fruit with ill-concealed desire. "But yours is not the hand to give me any, I trow." "You are much mistook," said the other. "Here, catch," and suddenly threw a double handful into Marcia's lap. Marcia brought her knees together by an irresistible instinct. "Aha! You are caught, my lad," cried she of the nuts. "'Tis a man or a boy. A woman still parteth her knees to catch the nuts the surer in her apron, but a man closeth his, for fear they should all between his hose. Confess now, didst never wear fartingale ere to-day? Give me another handful, sweetheart, and I'll tell thee. There, I said he was too handsome for a woman." "Sir Gerard, they have found me out," observed the Epicaine, calmly cracking an almond. The libertines vowed it was impossible, and all glared at the goddess like a battery. But Venucci struck in, and reminded the gaping gazers of a recent controversy, in which they had, with a unanimity not often found among dunces, laughed Gerard and him to scorn, for saying that men were as beautiful as women in a true artist's eye. "Where are ye now? This is my boy, Andrea, and you have all been down on your knees to him. Ha ha! But oh, my little ladies, when he lectured you and flung your stibium, your cerusa, and your purpurism back in your faces, 'tis then I was like to burst. Agrinds my colours. Ha ha! He he he! Oh, the little impostor! Duck him! What for, signors?" cried Andrea in dismay, and lost his rich carnation. But the females collected round him, and vowed nobody should harm a hair of his head. The dear child! How well his pretty little saucy ways become him! Oh, what eyes and teeth! And what eyebrows and hair! And what lashes! And what a nose! The sweetest little ear in the world! And what health! Touch but his cheek with a pin, the blood should spurt. Who would be so cruel? He is a rosebud washed in dew. And they revenged themselves for their beau admiration of her by lavishing all their tenderness on him. But one there was who was still among these butterflies, but no longer of them. The sight of the Princess Clélia had torn open his wound. Scarce 3 months ago he had declined the love of that peerless creature, a love illicit and insane, but at least refined. How much lower had he fallen now? How happy he must have been when the blandishments of Clélia, that might have melted an anchorite, could not tempt him from the path of loyalty. Now what was he? He had blushed at her seeing him in such company, yet it was his daily company. He hung over the boat in moody silence, and from that hour another phase of his misery began, and grew upon him. Some wretched fools try to drown care in drink. The fumes of intoxication vanish, the inevitable care remains, and must be faced at last. With an aching head, disordered stomach, and spirits artificially depressed. Gerard's conduct had been of a piece with these maniacs. To survive his terrible blow he needed all his forces, his virtue, his health, his habits of labor, and the calm sleep that is labor's satellite, above all his piety. Yet all these bombs to wounded hearts he flung away and trusted to moral intoxication. Its brief fumes fled. The bereaved heart lay still heavy as lead within his bosom. But now the dark vulture, remorse, sat upon it, rending it. Broken health, means wasted, innocence fled. Margaret parted from him by another gulf wider than the grave. The hot fit of despair passed away. The cold fit of despair came on. Then this miserable young man spurned his gay companions and all the world. He wandered alone. He drank wine alone to stupefy himself and paralyze a moment the dark foes to man that preyed upon his soul. He wandered alone amidst the temples of old Rome, and lay stony-eyed, woe-begone among their ruins, worse wrecked than they. Last of all came the climax, to which solitude, that gloomy yet fascinating foe of minds diseased, pushes the hopeless. He wandered alone at night by dark streams, and eyed them, with decreasing repugnance. There glided peace, perhaps annihilation. What else was left him? These dark spells have been broken by kind words, by loving and cheerful voices. The humblest friend the afflicted one possesses may speak, or look, or smile, a sunbeam between them, and that worst madness Gerard now brooded. Where was Teresa? Where his hearty, kind old landlady? They would see with their homely but swift intelligence. They would see and save. No, they knew not where he was, or whither he was gliding. And is there no mortal eye upon the poor wretch, and the dark road he is going? Yes, one eye there is upon him, watching his every movement, following him abroad, tracking him home. And that eye is the eye of an enemy to the death. End of section 68. Recording by John Brandon.